Digital photography with John Gringo on Creative Live. My name is Lorraine Lobdell. I will be your host alongside Erfan Elijah.
Hello.
We're going to have about 7 minutes of pre-show banter here, so let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us. And also let us know where you're joining us from around the world, because we want to be sure to give you guys a shout out there. How are you, Erfan?
You know, I just couldn't be doing better. I'm so glad to be here for this workshop. I'm a photographer, and I'm really excited to learn some things. And John is a huge expert in all these photographic fields of topical stuff, so I'm really excited to be here and learn some stuff.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to work with you this week, and I'm especially excited that you decided to spend your birthday here today with us.
I wasn't
happy
gonna
birthday.
say anything, but yes, today is my birthday, so feel free to wish me happy birthday in the chat room if you want. That would be okay.
All right, cool. So it is my pleasure to introduce you guys to John Gringo. John, how are you this morning?
I'm doing excellent. How are you doing?
I'm great. Super
Good.
excited. All right. I'm really excited about this course because you have a lot of new information this time for us. Like the first day is going to be like new intro.
It's
and
a whole
everything.
new start to the beginning of this, so we're going to see how this works out. I mean, it's a bit of an experimental new material. I'm trying out new material today.
Awesome.
And I want to do a non-technical talk because I always like to do the technical stuff. So we're going to try to do non-technical today.
Awesome. Well, we have a studio audience here as well. We should probably say hi to them. Hi, studio audience.
Good morning. We're so glad you're here.
Yeah, we are glad to have you. There's a lot of people here, actually, 5 today. So if you guys would, just tell us your names, tell us where you're from, maybe if you have a website, Facebook, something, and then tell us why you're excited to be here today and what you're hoping to learn. That's like 10 things. Just pick a couple of those.
My name is Erin Miller. I am from Tacoma, Washington. I have a little blog at erinmillerimages.com, and I am super excited to be here because I've been watching Creative Live for about a year now and learned everything I know about photography from Creative Live, but
Wow.
I know I'm missing a lot of the basics and really excited to have a week to just dive into that and learn a lot.
Hi, I'm Lisa Castile. I'm from Portland, Oregon, and my website is gardenwindowphotography.com, and I'm at Twitter at mygardenwindow, and also on Facebook at Garden Window Photography. And I'm really excited to be here because I'm really looking forward to taking my photography to the next level.
Hi, my name is Jared Rogers. I'm from Seattle, Washington, and my website is rogersglobal.com. You can find me on Facebook at Rogers Global, Twitter at Rogers Global, and I'm really excited to be here because, like you were just saying, pretty much everything that I've learned that hasn't been self-taught about photography has really been thanks to Creative Live. So I've learned some intermediate to advanced stuff, but there's lots of holes in my fundamental understanding of how everything operates and how to capture the images that I want to. So I'm really excited to be here today with John Gringo and learn some new stuff.
Hi, my name is Maria, and I've been kind of doing photography on my own, studying it for years, but I'm excited to have the opportunity to get a more comprehensive view of it from John Gringo.
Good morning, my name is Joe Abelar. I'm here because I know photography enough to be dangerous, but not an expert. So I'm trying to observe so I can be safer and not be as dangerous as I am right now.
Good, because we don't want any dangerous photographers out there.
No, certainly not. Well, I also want to welcome our huge Creative Live audience. I know there's people watching us from all over the world, so I want to take a couple minutes and just say hi to you guys. If you are in the Creative Live Lounge chat room, please let us know that you're there. Tell us what your name is and where you're from. Big shout out to LaDonna Walker from Louisiana. Hey, LaDonna. We've also got, happy birthday, thank you. We've also got, Yannick from Bayonne, France. He says sound and image is okay. Great, glad you could hear us.
Excellent. All right, and from the Creative Live tab in the chat room, we have C4 Little Howdy from Texas A&M, and we also have another Hey You from Texas. Gina Marie from Camarillo, California, and And we have Newbie Photog from Ontario. Hello. And another friend from Canada. Let's see, Carousel.
We've got Mumsy9, Aussie in Indiana. Oh wow, an Aussie in Indiana. That's a long way to go. We've got Bench Boy from Singapore. Wow, hello from Singapore. And we've got JB Photo. He's watching from Billings, Montana. Welcome.
Excellent. And we have N. Puji from Bermuda. Wish I was there in Bermuda.
I kind of wish I was there too. I'm sure their weather's a little better than ours is today. Let's see here. We've got NV Bookworm. Good morning from Nevada. Good morning. And we've also got Mango7. Hello from DC. I wish I could just say I'm from a two-letter place. I'm just from DC. You don't have to say anything else.
That would work for me. All right, and Stephanie 12869 is from South Dakota. Thank you for joining us. And also we have Kim Lynn 85 from Rhode Island.
Wow, I'm getting lots of birthday shout-outs here, guys. This is pretty cool. Thank you for saying
Are you
that.
feeling the Creative Live
You know,
love?
on my 22nd birthday, there's nothing more I could ask for. Let's see here. We've got Jazz from Glasgow, Scotland. And we have Laura McD from St. Louis.
Awesome. We have such a great representation from everywhere. So thank you so much for joining us from wherever you are. And keep in the chat rooms. And when you ask questions, be sure to let us know where you are from as well. All right. So with that, it is 9 o'clock and time for us to get started here on day one of Fundamentals of Digital Photography with John Gringo. If this is your first time or your 50th time here at Creative Live, we just want to say a big thank you and welcome for being here. So I'm going to take you on a quick tutorial on how to watch today's class, how to ask questions in the chat rooms, and how to purchase the course videos. There is only one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com. If you're anywhere on our site, just click the Watch Live button and make your selection. You can also take us on the go with your iPad, iPhone, or Android-friendly device. So no matter where you are in the world, you can take John with you wherever you go today. All right, let's take a look at the live page. You will see right underneath the screen, we invite you to be a part of the studio audience here. In addition to the in-studio audience, you have the ability to interact with John and ask your questions through Erfan and I. All right, and on this live page, you'll see the option to access our interactive chat rooms. This is the best way to join in the chat rooms. Just click to join the conversation, and it will pop open and open a new window with a few little tabs, and those are chat rooms. There will be 3 tabs across the top, and we're going to take a look at those. The first one is the Creative Live room for on-topic discussion. We invite you to have conversations with each other that are on topic to what we are learning today in this workshop. We have a huge worldwide audience, and it's kind of amazing to think about the wealth of knowledge in our online community. So we really encourage you to share your knowledge with each other here in this chat room. The next tab is the Creative Cues tab, and it's for any questions you may have for John. And this channel, this is only for questions. It's a one-way. We have all the hosts behind the screen who are interacting with you in the chat rooms, and they are pulling out your questions for Erfan and I to pass along to John. We are looking for on-topic questions today, so just be sure to ask on-topic questions here in this tab. And finally, we have the Creative Lounge. How are you guys doing, loungers? I hope you have fun today. But this is where you have all off-topic conversations with each other. So you can talk about Erfan's birthday, and you can talk about bacon. All right, along with this chat room, you can also ask questions on our Facebook page, and that's facebook.com/creativelive. And also via Twitter, and just use the hashtag GringoLive. All right, this class is free to watch during the live event, and you can purchase all the downloadable videos so you have them at your fingertips anytime in the future for only $149. So all the information John is sharing with you during this 5-day course on the fundamentals of digital photography is $149. During the live broadcast this week, it is actually only $99, and that deal ends at the end of this workshop on Friday evening. All right, and we're going to take a look at that course page again, and this is where you can enroll for this class free. And enrolling provides you with updates about the course and when the rewatch happens later this evening, so you'll receive a notification right away. And next is the Buy Now button, and this is where you can purchase the course if you choose to. You can buy the course for $149, but again, during the live event, it's only $99. Just hit the Buy Now button, and that is how you can add it to your cart straight from there. And also here on this course, you can see the different segments that we're going to create, and you can watch or download them in bite-sized chunks so that you can find exactly what you are looking for later on. And we do turn these over as quickly as we can. All right, so we have some fantastic prizes that we will be giving away today and throughout the week. And there are 2 ways to win. And you can enter on Facebook by going to our Facebook page, then look for that John graphic right there. And you're going to click on that graphic on the course page, and this is the entry form that will pop up in a new window. And once here, you're going to enter your favorite tips or quotes from John throughout the week, and you can only enter once per hour here on the Facebook page. However, you can enter as many times as you like. And there is another place you can enter the contest, and that is on Twitter. Just tweet your favorite quote or tip along with the course URL. Just noted there, cr8.lv/photogringo. And we will also notify the winners via Twitter, so be sure to be following us at Creative Live as well. All right, and John Gringo has an extensive library of courses here at Creative Live. I think, John, you probably have the most courses of any instructor we've ever had here.
I'm second on the list right now, but I'm trying to get back to be number 1 on the list.
We'll work on that. Well, it looks like we're on our way. So all of his DSLR Fast Start courses are normally $49, but during this live event this week, they are only $39. And you will also see his upcoming Fast Start courses. There's a couple more coming up. The Nikon D600 on March 4th, and also the Canon 6D on March 5th. So those will be in the calendar later today, so be sure to enroll. All right, and with that, I am thrilled to welcome back to the Creative Live studios, John Gringo.
Thanks a lot, everybody, and welcome to the Fundamentals of Digital Photography. My name is John Gringo, and we've got a fantastic class for you. So if you are excited, if you love photography, there's going to be tons of stuff in here for everyone. Now, the name of this class is kind of indicative of what is in the class. And the idea is that you're going to be learning about the tools and the techniques that, at least I think, every photographer should know about. So whether you're shooting family pictures, or you're doing travel photography, or you're working in a studio, there's just a wide gamut of things that even though you don't use on a daily basis, it's good to have a nice broad knowledge of all of photography so that you can talk with a competent mind to your customers and to your friends and everyone else. And so you can explore different types of photography as well. And this class is not labeled as a beginner class. If you are a beginner, this is like the perfect place to be. Because we're going to be going through all the basic things, shutter speeds, apertures, ISOs. But if you're a little bit more advanced, everyone has some experience, and some have a little bit more than others. And this class is going to have a little bit more in depth than I think most other classes have. And we're going to get into some more sophisticated topics. So we got some fun stuff planned in this class that, for the beginners, it might go over their head a little bit at first. And that's why it's sometimes helpful to watch this class maybe after 6 months of playing around with the camera. Watch it once and then learn, and then you come back, and when you view it again, you start picking up another layer of information. I teach this class, or at least versions of this class, on a regular basis. And actually just yesterday I was teaching part of this class, and I had a student in my class who was a quote-unquote professional photographer. She made at least some part of her living shooting portraits, but she had been so concentrated on marketing and finding clients and working with them and the business end, she kind of left the whole technical end out dry for quite a while. And she says, I needed to kind of shore up my knowledge. And she was just totally surprised at how much stuff she didn't know that she thought would be very helpful in what she does. And so almost no matter what level you are, there's going to be something in here for you. Now, I've been doing photography for just about my whole life, and I've just had this huge fascination with it. And I've been trying to pin down what is it that's so cool about photography. And I think there's a lot of things, and it depends on who you are. But I came up with one little, I don't know, helps me understand why I think it's so interesting. When you look at a photograph, how long does it take you to decide whether you like it or not? Usually about 1 second. You can tell instantly if it's a good photograph or a bad photograph. And when you look at a good photograph, you might think, well, they just went click. I mean, that's all we photographers do, right? That's the only qualification for being a photographer is just click. And so you look at a good photograph and you go, well, that's good. And all the photographer did was click. That must be easy. And you go out and you shoot pictures and you're like, my pictures are terrible. Why is that? It seems so easy to get good results for other people. Why is it so difficult for me? And I'm thinking about, of my personal favorite photographs, what led up to that photograph? What did I have to do directly, not just indirectly like learning something in a classroom, but what did I do directly to get that good photograph? And I would say I probably spend on average about an hour in preparation. Maybe I'm scouting, I'm shooting test pictures, I'm setting up lights, I'm taking kind of preliminary shots, and then I take a secondary shot, and it's not till the 100th shot that I finally get the one that's really good. And so I probably spend about an hour per shot. I know in some pictures I spend much, much more. In some pictures, yeah, I get a little lucky and I come across them a little bit more quickly. But there's a lot of work that goes in before the picture's taken. And that's a lot of what this class is going to talk about. The knowledge on how to set up your camera, what tools you can use, and a lot of other things. And so that's what we're going to be doing in this class. Is I want you to have a really strong foundation of photography knowledge. And I'd like to give you just a little bit of a preview of what we're going to be doing, because this is not a 10-minute YouTube video on how to take perfect pictures. You are totally watching the wrong thing if you want to learn photography in 10 minutes. This is a fairly long class, and we're going to explore these subjects very much in depth. So let's take a quick look at the different sections, because we have 10 different sections in this class. And this first section is going to be a bit of an experiment. This is the first time I've ever done this with Creative Live. It's called 7 Steps to Great Photographs. Now, obviously, we're going to have 7 steps, and it's kind of the thought process that I and I think many other photographers go through. What do you think about first when you're trying to take a picture? Okay, once you got that down, what do you do next? And kind of the special catch on this talk is that it is completely jargon-free, no technical talk. So I'm sorry if you want to get into shutter speeds and apertures, it's not really a topic here. This is going to be a topic for anyone at any level, whether you're shooting with an iPhone or an 8x10 camera. These are the same issues that everyone addresses when they're taking photographs. So I think it also serves as a really good primer for the rest of the class, because we're going to see some of these other photographs later on in the class, and I'll be explaining kind of the technical behind the scenes on how they were made. Section 2 is all about the camera. So we're going to talk about the different types of DSLRs and mirrorless cameras. We're going to talk about things in the camera itself, like the shutter and the shutter speeds, and we're going to have a long talk about different shutter speeds so that you know everything you need to know about them. And then about some of those other settings in your camera that you need to know about, RAW versus JPEG and things like that. Section 3 is all about the sensor. You know, I was thinking if this class took place 20 years ago, if we could have had a class like this 20 years ago, which I wish we had because I would have loved it. It would have been called film, but now we need to talk about the sensor. We're going to talk about different sensor sizes. We're going to talk about the pixels on the sensors, how many pixels you need to make a good picture, and then we're going to talk about how to set your ISO on your camera and strategies and kind of procedures for where you want to have your ISO set in different times. Section number 4 is the lens. This is definitely one of my favorite sections. We're going to be looking at lots of different lenses. Hopefully we're going to have a bunch of different lens examples in here. We're going to be talking about angle of view and aperture and depth of field, and then probably what I'm most excited about is a whole new section on tilt-shift lenses. And so I actually recently got my first tilt-shift lens, and I've been playing with it because I've been wanting to have a nice little segment on it. So even if, you know, I know 99% of the photographers don't own a tilt-shift lens. Some of you might rent one or borrow one, but I think they're fascinating and they're really interesting, and I got a nice little segment. So you want to stay tuned in for that one. Section number 5 is on exposure. So we're going to talk about how the light meter in the camera works. We're going to talk about different metering modes. We're going to explain how histograms work and what to look for. Then we're going to get into the exposure modes, and we're going to take the knowledge that we've learned about aperture, shutter speed, and ISO, and we're going to start putting it together so you can start figuring out, how do I balance all of these things when I want to take a picture? Section 6 is on focusing. This is actually another one of my favorite sections. We're going to be talking about all the different things in the camera to help you focus, from choosing focusing points, different focusing modes. We're going to talk about lens sharpness and how to get maximum depth of field and minimum depth of field. And there's a lot of things going on involved in focus. And focus is the one thing in your camera that you do out in the field that you absolutely have to get right. There is no computer software that is going to fix an out of focus picture. I mean, there's some things that make it just like 1% better, but if you screw this up out in the field, there is no recovery other than going to reshoot it. And sometimes that's not possible. So you gotta have this nailed down. Next up is light. Obviously very important to photographers. We're going to talk about different types of light, how they affect the pictures that you shoot. We're going to talk about modifying the light with pretty simple devices. We're not going to get into a big studio setup here. We're going to be using mostly, for the most part, just on-camera flashes, your standard Nikon or Canon flashes, and what you can do with them to get interesting and nice results. Section 8 is the gadget bag. So we're going to be talking about all those little toys. And I think this is a lot of people's favorite section because we're going to be talking about filters and teleextenders and close-up accessories, tripods, flashes, and a few other little things in there that you might have questions on. So this is kind of the grab bag of everything else in the class. Section 9 and Section 10 are essentially one big section. The first part of it, we're going to be dealing with point of view, angle of view, cropping, panorama, and there's going to be a little bonus section in here on time-lapse as well. And like any good fireworks show, we're going to have a lot of pictures at the end, so we're going to have tons and tons of pictures in this section, so there'll be lots of ways for you to learn just from looking at my mistakes. In Section 10, the second half of composition, we're going to be talking about subject placement, you know, the good old rule of thirds, and many other concepts beyond that. We're going to be using sharpness to control composition, and then we'll be talking about elements of design. And so that's an idea of what we're going to be covering in this class over the next several days for those of us here who are watching it live. And so, photography is something that I have been involved with since I was 10 years old. I was out on a bike ride with my family, and I found a camera on the side of the trail. I picked it up and I brought it home, and I wondered so much what was on that roll of film. And I'll never know because I took it out, I threw it away, and I bought a brand new roll of film and I started taking pictures. And I took pictures through high school, and when I got into college, I needed to take an art class, and I wasn't the most arty type guy in the world, and so photography seemed like a good way to get my art credits in. And I took one photography class, and I was totally sold. I said, that's what I got to do. And so I ended up getting a degree from Oregon State University in photojournalism, and I graduated to a terrible economy, and nobody was hiring. And so I was looking hard and fast for a job, and I just could not, nobody was hiring. And so I ended up picking up a job in a camera store and worked in the camera store a little longer than I expected. But something that occurred during that time, and I didn't even realize it at the time, is that I was learning how to teach photography in 10-minute increments. And I got very good at dealing with wide levels of photographers, from people who were like, well, what's this thing here? Well, that's the lens. Who didn't know anything about cameras, to people who were hardcore professionals who came in and needed equipment. And so got a lot of practice doing that. And the other advantage was that I got to pursue my own photography projects, which is good for anyone, to have your own little passion outlet in photography. And one of the things that I did is I went on adventurous travels, and I would take pictures. And my buddy and I, just for instance, we went to Iceland, and we did a 6-week bicycle trip around Iceland. We came back and we put all our pictures into a slideshow, and we presented it at the local outdoor store and with the bicycle groups and a number of other places. And so we kind of got used to speaking in front of public and talking about photography. And that led to a job working with Art Wolf. A lot of you will know he's a very famous wildlife, landscape, travel photographer. And I got hired to help him and his TV crew work on the show Travels to the Edge. And so I got to travel all around the world to really, honestly, just the coolest places in the world. We were in several countries in Africa, we were in India, we went to Antarctica, We were up in Alaska with the grizzly bears. It was just lots and lots of fun. And there's tons of photos in this class from that experience. Well, the economy tanked again, and so I had to figure out something to do because the TV show lost funding. And at the time, he had a classroom, and so I started teaching a class. And I went to work, and I started to put together what is the very beginnings of this class. And when I sat down, I was like, how do I do this? I know what I want to say, but I need to show people because I'm a very visual person. And I'm guessing that most photographers out there are visual people. And so my classes are a little bit different because I spend a lot of time preparing visuals for the rest of this class. Right now is the worst part about the class because I'm just talking at you. Trust me, I understand that. We're going to have lots of pictures to look at and lots of visuals. I create all my own diagrams and illustrations to help show how everything works. So if you can see the screen, and that's why we have this monster screen here so that I can be the weatherman in front of the screen. See, we have clear weather in Seattle, blue skies, nights fading away. So we're going to have nice big pictures here. I think this is great to have. Thanks a lot for Creative Live for bringing in the big guns for this class. All right, so whenever I get started on something brand new in life, whatever that is, new little endeavor and project, and I'm sure some of you out there are like, I think I'm going to do photography. What I always appreciate is when somebody goes, hey, John, come here. I got to tell you something. And they bring you over and they tell you what you really got to expect. So here's what you really got to know if you're going to get into photography. If you want to become a photographer, now let's say a good photographer, there's a few things that you need to know. And first off, you're going to need to really learn the fundamentals of photography. I'm not really sure where you can do this, but you should try to find a place where you can learn the fundamentals. Next up, you're going to need to learn how to operate your camera. So there's a lot of different choices in cameras out there, and there isn't just a best camera. There's a best camera for you. You need to figure out what that is, and you need to become the master of that camera with what you do. Next up, you need to learn to see like a photographer. Now, this is a little bit more difficult to teach in a class. I think section 1 and section 9 and 10 in this class will help you out in that regard. But this is going to take experience, going out there, shooting pictures, looking at bad results, comparing them with the good ones, and seeing what worked out. Next up, you're going to need to learn the field skills for whatever it is that you're doing. If you're going to be a wildlife photographer, you need to learn about the wildlife that you're going to shoot. If you're going to be a wedding photographer, you need to learn everything there is to know about how weddings take place and what happens and who does what and when everything is going to happen. You need to be an expert in that field. And finally, you need to get out there and practice, 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 because there's nothing like going out there and shooting and looking at your results to get better. So how does that sound? You guys ready for this? Great. All right, well, let's get started. All right, this first section is called 7 Steps to Great Photos. And as I said before, this is roughly a chronological order of the way that I think about how do I get a good picture. And I'm going to try to do this without speaking technical. This is just jargon-free. It's something that I think everyone at all different levels can relate to. Now, the first thing that's probably happening right now in your mind is, what are the 7 steps? I want to know what these 7 are, because as soon as I know what the 7 steps are, I'm out of here. I can go start taking great pictures. And I hate to disappoint you, but when you see what the 7 steps are, you're going to be like, I already know that. I'm sure all of you already know the 7 steps. And I know in a lot of these classes, they kind of dole them out one at a time, very slowly. Nope, I'm going to let you see them all right here and now. So here they are, 7 steps that you need to consider when taking a photograph. And the reason I'm showing them all to you right now is because they relate to each other back and forth when you're taking pictures. When you're taking pictures, sometimes one of them is much more critical than the other. And we're going to kind of talk about that as we go through. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about each one of these, and then we're going to break them down into subcategories, and I'm going to show you pictures and examples of why they're important. All right, number 1 most important thing in a photograph is, what is your subject? And I would have to say that probably the biggest problem with most bad photographs is they just haven't chosen something good to take a picture of. Subject quality. All right, so unfortunately, we're going to have to use my photographs because they're the only photographs that I have rights to use. So all the photographs in this entire talk are mine, and I apologize if you don't like them. They're the best that I got. Okay, so subject quality. Now I'm up at Mount Rainier, beautiful national park here near Seattle, and I'm out hiking. Now if you've been up to Mount Rainier, which I know some of you guys have, and you start hiking up pretty high on the mountain, there's not much up there. There's snow and there's dirt. And if you hike around in that, your eyes kind of like get bored. And when you come down to some wildflowers, you're like, wow, look at this, there's some wildflowers. I gotta take pictures of these. Well, I know you're excited, but are those really the best wildflowers in the area? Maybe you should continue hiking around to find some better wildflowers. And so I was hiking around and I grabbed one shot because you're kind of excited and you want to get that shot out of the camera. It makes you feel good. But then you really got to keep looking. Is this as good as it gets? And so I was hiking around at Mount Rainier and I found the one on the left and then I found the one on the right. And then I was hiking around a little bit further and I found this little clump of flowers. And there's a trampled trail all around it, which doesn't look very good. But if you get the camera down pretty close to it, those flowers fill up the frame. And there's kind of a good, nice collection of flowers. Now, the other obvious problem that's going on here is I can't see the mountain. It's somewhere back there. There was a very thick fog layer this morning. And it was kind of funny because I really liked these flowers. I think they were the best flowers that I could find in that entire hike. But I couldn't see the mountain. And I set my camera up and I was waiting and I'm waiting and I had a couple guys walk up past me and they were like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm just waiting for the fog to clear. And they hiked on up and I waited there for about 20 minutes. And they come on back down and they go, you know, it's totally clear about 100 yards up the trail. I'm like, but the flowers are right here. And I waited and I waited. And then just for a moment, the clouds broke, not completely, but just a little bit, enough to let the mountain through. And that was the one moment that I could capture that picture. And it was the best flowers I could find. It was the best the mountain was. That was the best moment on that hike for me. And that's what you got to be there for, is really finding the best subject possible. Down in California, they have these great redwood trees. Very, very tall. And when you hike around down there, you're undoubtedly going to start shooting these pictures up at the trees to kind of try to show the height of the trees. And you'll end up with a picture like these, and these are always pretty good shots. They're always kind of interesting. There's very nice lines. We'll talk about compositionally why it's nice later on. But the problem that I have with this is there's a lot of open gaps. The trees aren't as strong and close in the frame. And so you got to hike around that forest. You got to really find the thickest grove of trees that you can find. And what I found is I found two trees that were less than 6 feet apart. I could put my two hands on just the monster trees, and I got right in between them to shoot this picture. And now the trees are filling up more of the frame because they're so close to the camera. And that was the best looking up shot that I could find in actually several groves and several parks that I had been to. Walking along the beaches of Oregon, there's these wonderful little patterns that you'll see in the sand. And when I see a pattern like this, I get photographically excited. It's like, ooh, there's a potential picture here. And I'll shoot a picture of it because it looks kind of interesting, but is that the best little area of it? And I'll look around some more. Well, maybe that one's a little bit better. Well, maybe that one's even better. And so you don't have to shoot the picture of the very first thing you see. Probably the best thing to do is just continue scouting around, looking around what you see. When I was in Egypt and Jordan, they would have a lot of mannequins on the street displaying clothes. And some of them are just more interesting than others. And I didn't shoot all of them. I shot a couple of them that I thought were really the more interesting groupings. If you ever get a chance to go up to Alaska or go down to Antarctica, it's very exciting to see your first iceberg. And it's funny to see people on a boat because the iceberg will be a quarter mile off the bow and they'll be shooting it with a very standard basic camera. And there's a little tiny iceberg way out there. And there's a lot of different icebergs, and trust me, they're not all equal. Some icebergs are a whole lot more interesting to look at and photograph than others. And so once you get those first initial shots out of the way, really start being a little bit more picky about which ones you're taking pictures of. Here in Seattle, we can lay claim to the second germiest tourist attraction in the world. Apparently, the Blarney Stone has us beat out. But this is Gum Wall down near the Pike Place Market, and there's this, I don't know how many, hundreds of thousands of gum on this wall. And it's a very interesting place, and people go down there and they take pictures of the entire wall. But there's some sections of the wall that are just more interesting than other sections. And obviously this section, there's a little bit of a cutout in the brick wall that you can't really see, but is behind the gum there. And I think that had the most interesting lines in the pattern. And so finding the best subject to shoot a picture of is your first step. The next thing is, and you'll hear me refer to this time and again, is that a photograph is a story. Think of it like a movie. You got your main character, and in some movies you have supporting characters. And so beyond the main subject, what else do you have going on that helps support the action of your main character? So think about that secondary element. And so maybe you like the clouds, but the framing of the archway helps it out. A penguin is put in its environment with the icebergs in the background. They're helping support the idea of the environment of where that penguin is. The pyramids on their own are wonderful, but that one lone camel rider down there at the bottom just adds scale and a real sense of culture to that. The Wave, we'll see more about this down in Arizona. It's this awesome location. And having people in the shot is not something I normally do, but I think they add another sense of scale and a place, and now you can kind of put yourself in their footsteps. Next idea on subject is simplicity. A lot of people are trying to capture too much with their cameras. Cameras can really contain a lot of detail, but sometimes it's best to really simplify things down to the most essential elements, telling a very simple, elegant story, a giant tabular iceberg in Antarctica, some horsemen in Mali, and I'm zoomed in super, super close so that there's nothing else. It's just them and their horses. Multnomah Falls in Oregon. Now, I could try to show you the top of the falls and the bottom of the falls so that you see everything, but I think you've kind of seen water go over rock, and you've probably seen water falling into a lake, but I'm going to concentrate on just the most interesting part, make it nice and simple. Same idea here. I'm not going to show you the entire bundle of rope. I'm just going to show you the part that I think has interesting lines on it. Here in Seattle at Green Lake, we have a festival of lights once a year at Green Lake. Nice little place, but just keeping it nice and simple. That simple pattern. The next thing to think about, and this is another area where a lot of photographers, they kind of completely forget about it, is the background. Anybody can find an interesting photograph. If something great is going on and you're walking down the street, everyone's going to take a picture of it. But are you paying attention to the background? And as humans, we filter the background out. We just forget about it. We concentrate on our subject. Now I'm going to warn you, I coach a cross-country team and I shoot a lot of pictures of runners. So I got a lot of running examples in the talks here. So in this case, we got a runner, halfway decent shot of the runner, but what's going on behind the runner? A whole bunch of people who don't give two hoots about what she's doing. All right? Find an area where you got the teammates behind cheering them on. Maybe you can find an area where there's a sign or something else that indicates what that event is. And if you can't have something positive back there, just have nice dark areas. We'll talk about dark backgrounds when we get to the composition section, but here it really puts this runner in a race, a nice clean environment. Finding a nice colorful background, simple, out of focus, nice colors back there. When you're going to photograph a person, what sort of background are you going to have around them? I love traveling in many different foreign countries because they paint their walls really nice colors and just a great texture and color to it. Having those barns in the background. We don't have many of these old barns anymore, but up here in the Skagit Valley, finding the right area where you can have these barns in the background is helpful. Grand Prismatic Spring in Yellowstone National Park. Nice color there, kind of balancing out those trees. In Seattle, what's that photographer doing? Shooting a picture of Seattle. Next up, the eyes. When you're photographing a person or an animal, a connection with their eyes can be very, very helpful. Traveling in India, looking at wild tigers was a fantastic experience. And this is a nice shot. It's not bad. It's in focus. It looks good. But the impact of that tiger looking right at you has a lot more connection. And I really love being able to see the eyes. People, when they look at a photograph, they want to see the eyes. They want to know what that animal is looking at. If you can see what that animal is looking at, you might have an idea of what they're thinking about. A little bit of connection going on there. And the same thing goes true with people, that connection with the eyes. Afghan Girl from the National Geographic cover. Good example of that. You can see the eyes, you know what they're thinking. So that's everything to do with subject, thinking really long and hard about what's going on with the subject. The next thing that you need to be aware of when you're shooting pictures is the light that you're dealing with. Now, sometimes you can change the light and you can wait for a different time of day, or you can move the light stands around. But a lot of times you just have to be aware of what you're dealing with, and that may change how you shoot things. So for light, we're going to talk about the range of brightness. Now, we'll get into this technically later on in the class, but just be aware, at least for right now, that your camera cannot record everything from the bright sun to the dark shadows. It has a limited range of brightness that it can record. So down in California, once again, I'm in the forest in the middle of a bright sunny day, and it can't record the details. You see some of the details on the forest floor are blown out. They're lost. And there's some areas that are pretty dark in there that are hard to see. Coming back either on a cloudy day or early in the morning when it's much softer light, you can see those details much easier, and actually the colors pop quite a bit more. So it's a much better time for shooting that type of work. At dusk time is a great time to shoot because there's very even light. And so here in Seattle, good time to shoot some building shots. I love shooting on a foggy day because it's an easy time to shoot pictures. It's something that your camera can very easily handle. And so cloudy days, misty days often are very good for anyone out shooting pictures outside. Horseshoe Bend in Arizona, I made specific plans to be there in the morning when the contrast level wasn't too contrasty. In the middle of the day, when there's dozens of people walking around this little site, that's not the time to be there. It's right in the morning or potentially right in the evening. The next part of light is the direction of the light. Where is the light coming from? What part of our subjects are being illuminated? Where are the shadows? And we'll talk more specifically about light when we get into the light section. But here I'm actually using an off-camera flash off to the side, where I'm using natural backlight. Side light from the shot here in Australia is really nice for showing texture. You have to be aware of where the light's going to come up. Is it going to illuminate this side of the wall or the other side of the wall? Now, as you can kind of tell here, there's a very strong light over to camera left side, but what you can't see just to the right side, just out of frame of the camera, is a giant side of a wall that's reflecting light into the shadowed areas of her face. If that building wasn't there, this picture would be very, very hard to take because her face would be in very deep shadows. And so just the right place with the light. At the camel auction in Cairo, it was kind of funny because this guy saw me taking pictures, and for some reason he wanted me to take his picture. And I told him to stand here, and he said, no, those aren't my camels. Those are my camels over there. And I said, but no, they're in really bad lighting, and not that direct sunlight is great, but it was better than the alternate choice on the other side. And so I know, well, stand here, it'll look better in this case. And so he happily stood there with somebody else's camels. I apologize about that. Next up is the size of the light source. Are you dealing with a small light source, which would be like the sun, or a small light bulb, or are you dealing with a large light source? So here we are back at the Wave in Arizona, this rock formation, and I got probably my favorite picture from very early in the morning before direct sun got onto these rocks. It's nice, even light. And this might work well for the Creative Live loungers because I'm thinking about making a print of this, putting it in a gallery, and I'm going to title it Bacon. Light sources, bouncing around, nice even light sources is generally what's going to look good on people. And for many situations, it's just easy for the camera to work with. especially if you do macro photography. If you do macro photography, you want even lighting, you want a cloudy day if you're going to work outside. The details are much easier to see. You do not want to be working under bright sunlight if you're doing close-up photography. It's just too contrasty. You're trying to look at these details, and the contrast is going to hide a lot of that information in the shadows. The next aspect of of light is color. And so as we all know, light changes color quite a bit at the beginning and at the end of the day. And these two pictures are just about 5 minutes apart. And so there's a critical time of the day where those colors become very, very intense. And that's a great time to be outside with your camera ready. So sometimes you got to skip dinner, you got to postpone breakfast, or you got to eat it extra early in the morning so that you're in the right place at the right time. The canyons down in the southwest actually look very good in the middle of the day. A little bit of light gets down there, starts bouncing around those red walls, and gets everything this nice warm color. One of my favorite times of day to shoot is well before sunrise and after sunset, when there's just a little bit of light in the sky, a little bit of dusk light in there. Down in South America on the coast of Chile, riding over some hills, was on a bike tour down there, one of my other little adventures. A little bit of fog over there, that nice blue morning, nice color to that. Another aspect of light is where you have light, you're probably going to have shadows. And at first, a lot of people kind of want to get rid of the shadows, but shadows are a great thing. They give you a sense of depth, they add form, and once again, down in those slot canyons, you get some great shadows down there. And so having a mix of some shadows and highlight areas is interesting in a photograph. Keeps your eye moving around. Shooting a cross-country race this last fall, I encountered a very, very tough situation. As the runners were coming into the finish line, they were in the shadows, they'd go into the sun, back into the shadows, back into the sun, and back into the shadows. And so what I decided is that the second area of sun that they ran through, which was only about 12 feet, is the only place that I would shoot pictures. And so I would wait for them to get right in the sun, and then I would shoot pictures right just when they're in the sun, which actually works out pretty good because in the background are the shadows, and they kind of get really dark, and you don't notice the background. Remember, we talked about the background. You want to diminish the background in some cases. And so as the rest of the runners came in, all I did was just simply shoot pictures while they were in the sun, but not in the shade. So you got to pick very carefully when and where you want to shoot your pictures. And so in this case, in Jordan, I'm using that slot of light to highlight my subject and letting the shadows fall dark. All right, next up, we have angle of view. And I'll have to let you know that I had a long talk with myself. It was a debate whether I should have angle of view next or point of view. So do you decide where you want to stand when you're taking a picture and then get the right lens? Or do you choose the lens you want and then find wherever it is that you need to stand? And I think it's more important to figure out what type of shot you're going to take. Is it going to be a wide angle? Is it going to be a telephoto shot? And then decide, okay, now where does that put me as a photographer? And so in some cases, you might need to zoom your lens first before you even put it up to your eye and go, okay, I think this picture needs about an 85. Now, clearly that's going to take some experience to work with. But in some cases, you need to decide what the overall concept of the picture is going to be. Now, the first little part of this is subject size and distance. Now, the reason that you're going to choose a particular lens, which is what we're talking about, what lens are you going to choose, is how big is the subject and how far away do you want to be with that subject? These are some baobab trees in Madagascar, and I wanted to have one tree that was dominant, and I wanted to show that it was in a grove of other trees, but I didn't want them to be as significant. And so thus I chose a moderately wide angle lens and was a moderate distance away. In India, I was across the river, and I chose a very narrow angle of view because that really encompassed the flags that I was interested in, the symmetry and the color of those flags. Penguins in South Georgia Island, showing a little bit of the human and a little bit of the light that's going on at that time. So a wide angle lens in this case, is exaggerating the foreground, and it's making that archway fairly large. I'm not sure. You know how big that archway is there? Does anyone have a guess how large it is from the top to the bottom here? Anyone throw out a guess? I'll repeat it because you guys don't have mics. But any guesses?
300 feet.
300 feet.
Could be 30 or 40 feet.
30 or 40 feet. Stand right here. You can reach up. It's about 7 feet up. So a wide-angle lens can be a little deceptive, but can be a very handy tool, definitely. Down on the Oregon coast, choosing the lens because these are the size of the subjects that I wanted in the photograph. Abandoned breach and haystack rocks. All right, the next part of angle of view is simply going to be composition. So choosing what's in the photograph. And we'll be talking about composition, as you know, in section 9 and section 10. But what's going to be in the photograph? What's your subject? What's the surrounding? What's the environment? What's going on in that particular picture? And so choosing it appropriately so that everything that you want is in the frame and everything you don't want is not in the frame. And so you're often thinking about telling a little bit of a story here. What's going on? What's the environment? Here's our arches down at the Seattle Center in Seattle. So a lot of this is going to be coming up again when we talk about composition towards the end of this class. Final little aspect of angle of view is compression. And so this is what happens when you get a long telephoto lens. Objects that are at different distances appear to be closer. And so those penguins in South Georgia, well, frankly, yes, there are a lot of them, but this makes them look like they're standing even closer together than they actually are. In Yellowstone, makes these two objects seem much closer together than they actually are at that moment in time. Our Blue Angel show makes those Blue Angels look really close to the city of Bellevue, which makes them look very close to the Cascades, which are miles and miles apart. But that long telephoto lens will compress that distance and really make it look as close as possible. And so to get this shot, when I knew we were going to have the super moon coming around, this was a number of months ago, I basically got as far away from the Space Needle as I could, that I was to where I could still see the Space Needle and pretty close to the horizon where the moon would come up. And so this is the key to doing this, is having a really long lens and going a long ways away, because it makes it look really close to the Space Needle. All right, so that was angle of view. Next up, we're going to choose our position. Where do we stand to take the picture? Point of view. All right, so I'll tell you where you should stand. This is going to be the best place to stand is, if I get this clicker to work, best place to be is, well, wherever the best place to be is. And it's going to depend on your subject. You're going to have to look around and scout it out a little bit. Down in Antarctica, came across this giant iceberg. It was 2 or 3 times the height of everything else around it. Just had this one spire that went up really high. And put a little piece of foreground ice, to fill up the composition in the front. And it wasn't really happening. But one of the guys in the boat noticed, oh, look, way over there is another archway that had an iceberg that had a hole in it. I go, well, let's go around to the back side, look through the hole, and frame up this pinnacle peak. And that, in my mind, was a more interesting shot. That was the place to be to get that shot. I recently went back to Yellowstone. I was there, been there a couple times before, and I remember there was a really good spot to shoot the falls, but I couldn't remember where it was. And I got up really early, and I went to one of the first viewpoints, and I looked around like, no, this isn't it. And I go to the next viewpoint, no, this isn't it either. And I spent like an hour searching for the right viewpoint, and the light had totally gone, so I had to come back the next evening. And so you really got to find the right place, and sometimes that means scouting it out ahead of time. In this case, it meant getting down a little bit lower so that you could see the heads of the camels against the blue sky a little bit more easy. This was really frustrating. This is Bryce Canyon in Utah, and I've been there a couple times before. I went there one time just to go hiking, and that was kind of fun. And then I went back, and I was kind of on a photography trip, but I was only there for one morning. And I'm sitting in my tent, and I'm looking at the little brochure, and I'm going, where should I shoot in the morning? And I see that there's Sunset Point and Sunrise Point. I'm like, well, I haven't shot here before, so I guess I better go to Sunrise Point. They probably named it that for a reason. And so I go to Sunrise Point, and it's just chock filled with photographers. There's hardly a place to put a tripod. And I'm sitting there looking at the light going, this is not the place to be. I don't know why they named it that. It's nice to see the sunrise, but it's not good for getting photographs. I need to be 2 miles over there. Well, it was a couple of years before I got back to the park, and I did not go to Sunrise Point at that point. I went way around to the other side, to the other extreme, to where the light was more visible the way it was hitting the hoodoos, and you could see a lot more of the canyon. It was just a much better place. So you don't just take a name off the map and assume it's the right place to go. Where am I going to stand? Well, that little camel in the background is what's dictating where I want to stand. I want to get it right in the nape of that neck. So I think everything probably has a best point of view, but sometimes they get kind of played out. They get done over and over again. So sometimes you just need to shake things up and you need to do something different, and this is where you get to unique point of view. You got to find an interesting angle to shoot something at. And so with my runners, I decided to use a fisheye lens and put the camera right down on the ground and have them run just inches away from the front of the lens, which got an interesting, different angle of view, different type of shot. And then before the races, the team gets together in this big huddle, and I wanted to photograph them from above, but there was no place to go. So I ended up putting the camera on a monopod and getting this shot. As the runners are coming down the path, something we'll talk about in composition is that one of the things that attracts your eye is bright areas. And so you can see in this photograph that there is tons of bright area in here that are kind of distracting from where your eyes should be up on the face. And so how do you eliminate this really bright gravel if you don't want to move? Well, lay down on the ground, you minimize how much of that gravel you see, you maximize the dark background. And now your subject stands out more clearly from the background because we've minimized the amount of bright areas that are distracting. Now I did have to lay down on my belly, and I got my shirt grass stained and I had to wash it, so it does take a little bit more effort. Getting down really low to the ground in Bolivia, the Salar de Uyuni. Getting down really low. Getting down low is very easy for everyone. It's very hard to get up very high. You need a stepladder sometimes. But getting down nice and low, which is really easy if you have a camera that has a flip screen on it, which can be very handy using the LCD on the back of the camera. And down in the redwoods, I shot a lot of these pictures, and I saw this giant log that was hollowed out, so I backed myself into it to get my own hobbit view of the world. Now, I know this is going to disturb some people, but we're going to talk a little bit about tripods. And tripod versatility is going to give you more opportunities for shooting different types of pictures. I know there's a lot of people who hate tripods. They refuse to buy a tripod. They don't want to be that kind of photographer, all right? But what they do then is they go to the store and they're like, I don't want to buy a tripod, I don't want to buy a tripod, and then they buy a cheap tripod. They take it out a couple times, they don't like using it, and so they stop using it. Well, they just bought a cheap tripod. So a good tripod will allow you to get very close to the ground, because while it'd be nice to be able to handhold this shot was on a tripod. I needed to use a tripod in order to get it, but I needed to get it down about 6 inches above the ground. So getting it down very low to the ground can be a big advantage in some scenarios. Down in the Slot Canyon, although this picture doesn't really show it, this picture is about 7 feet up in the air. And I have a very tall tripod too, and I was able to climb up on a rock that was kind of behind this and able to wedge my tripod legs in these really far-flung corners that most people with a standard tripod couldn't get to. And it was really nice because it expanded my idea about what sort of shots I could get. Because if you have a tripod that only goes this tall, all of a sudden you're thinking 0 to 3 feet, that's all I can do. But if you have a tripod that goes taller, more opportunities. In Seattle, there's this great viewpoint south of the city, and I liked the idea of this shot. The problem I had is that there's a lot of trees and junk down here in the foreground, and I was not happy with that. And I'll be honest with you, I was a little bit lazy. I had my small tripod with me, and it's like I knew I could do better, but I had to go home. So I came back the next day, And I got another tripod that I was able to get up above and get it straddling over this other fence so I could clean up some of this foreground here. And once I did that, then I realized not only could I get this shot, but there was another shot that had more wide angle where I could see down below it and get some more lights in there that was completely not possible with the other tripod. It was just, you're in the wrong area. And then once I got this shot, then I realized, well, it opened up this whole other avenue of shooting, so now I could get this shot, which would be impossible with a 3-foot tripod. And so having a good tripod is going to open up more possibilities to you. All right, next up is exposure. This is going to be a challenge. I'm going to try to talk about exposure and not get technical in any way. First off, make sure our clicker is working here. Metering. Your camera reads light and it likes to average light. And so a picture like this is going to be a little bit difficult on a camera without some sort of manual adjustment. Later on in the class we'll get into the specifics of it. But this is a very bright picture and cameras would prefer to darken this down a little bit because cameras think everything in this world is kind of a middle-toned gray. And so you need to get in and you do some exposure compensation or manually take control of the shutter speeds and apertures so that you can brighten up your picture when you do have a very, very bright picture like this or a bright picture like this. We want to keep these nice and bright because this is how it was in the real world. In this case, this dark area inside the bus might throw off a meter. And so you have to do a light meter reading outside because that's mainly what you want in focus and properly exposed. And anytime you shoot around sunsets and you shoot silhouettes, you're trying to underexpose your pictures. And normally, if you don't do any alterations on your camera, if you have it in the green auto zone, it's not going to take great pictures in these challenging situations. So I hate to put you off for right now, but tune back in the exposure section because we'll get into the details of how to set this. Especially sunset pictures with the sun in the photograph. The sun is going to throw off the meter in your camera and you're not going to get the exposure you probably want. The simplest technique for right now would be to just frame the sun out of the picture, press halfway down on the shutter release, and then move it back into the frame. That way you're locking the exposure away from the sun, and then you bring the sun back in. And that's a good short-term solution for right now. Next up is filters. There are certain types of filters that will change your exposure. Now, some cameras can use filters. Most of the good cameras can. There's some basic cameras that can't use filters. And if you have a phone or a point and shoot that you can't screw any filters on, there are some things that you're just not going to be able to do. And that's why people have digital SLRs and fancier cameras. This is from Monument Valley. This is an unretouched photo, as is the next one. And this is without a device called a polarizing filter. Now let's put the polarizer filter on. And all I did was put on the polarizer. No other Photoshop, no other Lightroom tricks. That's just a polarizer. In the right place at the right time, it can work absolute magic. It's typically going to make skies darker, more intensely saturated blue. It's going to cut through some of the haze. It's a fantastic filter for using outside. It's generally an outdoor filter. Nice vibrant colors of the boats in the water, nice blue water. There are other filters, and I'm going to go into these more specifically when we get into the gadget section. Split neutral density filters, and what they do is they darken the sky down. The sky tends to be kind of bright, and the ground is a little bit darker, and this kind of brings the two of them closer together. As we talked about, the exposure range on cameras is limited as to what you can do. And so holding back the brightness a little bit in those clouds so that you can see what's going on. And sometimes you'll have to use both of them to really get the most and best color and best balance in a situation. Probably the most beautiful lake I've been to, it's Moraine Lake up in Banff, Canada. And I hate to bring it up again, but it rears its ugly head again, and that's the tripod. The tripod enables you to do things with exposure that you can't do handheld. If you like nighttime photography, you know how awesome it can be. And if you haven't done it, you got to give it a try. Going out and shooting when it's dark you end up with results slightly different than you expect sometimes. But it's a great time to go out and shoot pictures. These star shots usually take 15 to 30 seconds with a pretty high ISO setting. We'll get into that later. But it's a great time to get out there shooting. But tripods aren't just for nighttime photography. They're for any time you want to get great depth of field. So this whole technique of having the foreground in focus and the background in focus is very challenging to do without a tripod. A tripod makes it very, very simple. And so if you like that style of photograph, you like landscape photography, you're going to have a tripod. In this case, these are fins down in Arches National Park that they're separated by quite a bit, but I wanted them all in focus as possible. Would not be possible without a tripod. So it can really help you out of certain types of binds. All right, we're making our way through this. So here we are at focus. So controlling the focus is a big thing. And in this, first up is lens focusing. So I mentioned this before. Having your lens accurately focused is absolutely imperative. I was shooting the hydro races in Seattle, and I was in the right place at the right time when this boat did a flip. And I was pretty excited because I got, I think, like 14 shots of the boat in the air. I'm like, oh, I totally nailed it. This feels really good when you get the shot. But I took it home and I downloaded the pictures and I started looking more closely at them. And I kind of was like, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh no, the camera focused on the background, not the boat. And I don't know, maybe 20 years ago or 25 years ago, I would have been, well, who cares? I still got the boat in the air. But now all I can see is those houses in the background are in focus and the boat's out of focus. And there is nothing I can do later on to fix that. And so unfortunately, it serves as a don't make my mistake. And it was partially my mistake, partially my camera's mistake. It's a little hard to pin that down right now. But it's ultimately a fail of a photograph because it's not in focus. I'll never post this on my website. So let's get rid of that one. If you want to focus on subjects that are moving towards you, this was a wolf in Yellowstone National Park. And it seemed to not really care about people because it was running right towards me. And I wanted to get several pictures of it coming at me. You need to have your camera switched over into a continuous focusing mode, which is something that some people don't know how to do on their camera. If you want to shoot sports and action and you want to get a series of shots, which you normally do in sports and action because you never know when the right moment's going to be, you need to switch over that focusing mode. And so stay tuned into the focusing section to figure out how to work with the autofocus points and the tracking system. Focusing is also important if you want to do close-up photography. All lenses have a minimum distance. Most average lenses have a minimum focusing distance of, say, 3 or 4 feet. A macro lens will be able to focus down to a few inches. And so there are special lenses. We'll go into this in the macro section. One of the things that is kind of interesting is that a lot of phones and point-and-shoot cameras can do really, really close-up focusing, but it's not good close-up. And the problem is that they're shooting with a wide-angle lens, and if you've ever gone on to eBay and seen somebody selling a small item, and it's all kind of like distorted. It's because they shot a picture of it with their little point-and-shoot camera from 2 or 3 inches away. Ideally for macro photography, you're going to want to be more like a foot or 2 feet or even 3 feet away, depending on what lens you have. But there's a whole great world in small close-up photography. Next up is great depth of field. In some types of photographs, we want to have lots and lots of depth of field. And this is going to be true in landscape photography. I do a lot of landscape photography. And in Zion National Park, I wanted to have this weathered tree branch in the foreground, nice and sharp, but I also wanted the rest of the valley in nice, sharp focus. And so I did need a tripod for this, but I needed to set the appropriate settings with my aperture and my shutter speed so that I could get this massive depth of field. And so if you want that calendar look, to the shots where everything's in focus. It's a good technique for obviously landscape photographers. You'll see this a lot of times with vertical shots, so that you can kind of stretch to what's at your feet to what's at the horizon. Going down to Arches National Park, again, Mesa Arch, very, very popular place. Actually, when I was down there, kind of funny because I scouted it out the day beforehand. I knew I was going to be down there. I know it's a popular place. I know it's been shot a million times before, but I needed to get my shot there. And they actually had a Parks Department security guard there because there's so many photographers, they sometimes have problems. People battling over spots on where to stand. And it was kind of funny because when I showed up, I knew exactly where I wanted to go. And there was a couple people there ahead of me. And one guy had his backpack where I wanted to be, but he had his tripod someplace else. And I was like, pardon me, but are you going to be here or are you going to be there? And he's kind of like, I don't know, where do you want to be? Because he wanted to take my spot, whatever I was going to be. I'm like, I'll be over there. He goes, well, I'm going to be over here then. So, no, I'm going to be over here now. There's not very much space, and so you have to be lined up ahead of time very early. Very tricky spot for getting shots. All right, so next up is the exact opposite of what we just talked about, using very shallow depth of field. Now, shallow depth of field is going to come up a lot throughout the rest of the class. And so we're going to talk about what lenses you need to do this and what it does in your photographs. But the main idea with shallow depth of field is you're directing the viewer's eye exactly where you want it to go. The elements that are out of focus are less interesting. It's not fun to look at out of focus areas, so your eye naturally gravitates to whatever is in focus. So those areas of out of focus are kind of like supporting subjects in your photograph. In this case, it's part of the background, but it adds to the color and the ambiance of what's going on. Really draws your eye to that frontmost flower because it's in focus and everything else is nice and soft. A great way of isolating a subject from a cluttered background. Another key thing for controlling the focus of your pictures is using fast shutter speeds. And so fast shutter speeds, something we'll be talking about very soon in more detail, but what we're doing here is we are freezing the motion so that it is nice and sharp and clear. Now there's a lot of good reasons for using slow shutter speeds, but using fast shutter speeds, we're trying to freeze the action. And what's kind of interesting about this is that this isn't how we view the world. And so you're showing people something kind of new that they haven't seen before. Freezing the action. These birds up in Alaska, these are actually, they're not very remote. You can get to them. You could actually see this from the McDonald's parking lot. There's a little bay right in Sitka, Alaska, where they come in and fish come in and they just perch right there, and you can sit at McDonald's and eat your French fries and watch the eagles catch their lunch as well. Yes, you can see a horse riding through water, but you can't count the water droplets in the air, but you can with a fast shutter speed. Freezing the motion, capturing them up in the air at that peak moment. Next concept in focus is using slow shutter speeds. Capturing time is the essence of what we do in photography. And controlling that with fast shutter speeds and slow shutter speeds is really getting the most out of what photography has. And so this is, I forget exactly how long, it's about an 8-hour exposure down in Moab. Had my bike on the top of my car while I was camping out, and I decided, no, I'll just line that rear hub up with the North Star. Ferris wheel down in Portland, Oregon. And if you're wondering about the weird lines, yeah, I threw a little zoom in. I zoomed the lens a little bit during the long exposure. Those long exposures will get you that cotton candy feel in the water. So some blurry shots, but I think there's good blur and there's bad blur. I like this. I think this is good blur. So this is several seconds in length. And so kind of selectively choosing what's in focus and what's out of focus and controlling that simply with our shutter speed. Next up is panning. And this is a technique whereby you basically keep your subject in frame as you are moving the camera with a slow shutter speed. And if you're really steady about keeping that subject in exactly the same spot, your subject will be a little bit more sharp than the background. It depends a little bit how much blur you're going to get is on what sort of shutter speed you're using. But both of these cases, I'm using a slower shutter speed in the 1/15th of a second range. And panning with the subject so that they remain fairly sharp. The background is definitely blurry, and areas of them, their legs and so forth, that are moving quickly are obviously very blurry as well. I'll use this with the cross-country running team to get some fun photographs that really make the runners look like they're going super fast. The kids love these shots because they look even faster than they normally would. So anything that's moving pretty quickly, in this case there's a new racetrack that opened up in the Northwest, and they haven't really landscaped it yet, and it's kind of ugly because it's just bare dirt ground. So by doing a panning shot, it kind of cleanses all that up by making it a nice soft blur. And in Jordan at the Treasury, horse-drawn carts add some nice action to it. You know, I realize I've been rambling on here for quite some time and haven't taken any questions. I don't know if there's a lot of questions, but I would love to stop and see if we got some questions.
There are always questions from the internet.
Let's take a long question break.
Okay, and let's go back to questions about point of view, if that's all right.
Sure, that would be great.
Okay. Princess A31 says, what does John mean by frame the sun out of the picture, then bring it back in?
Okay. So if you wanted to take a picture of a sunset, what you would do is figure out where you want to take your picture, and the sun's going to be in your picture, at least in this one. You would move the camera so that the sun is out of the frame. You would then press halfway down on your shutter release, because then your camera would lock the focus in, and then you would move it back in to the position that you finally wanted. Now, there is potentially a technical error. When I said press down, it will lock the exposure. Some cameras it will, some cameras it won't. You want to stay tuned in for the exposure section, because we'll go through that in more detail at that point, because there's a number of ways of controlling it. But what you're doing is you're basing the exposure on an area near the sun, but not with the sun in it.
Got a couple questions that are relevant to what you were just talking about. This comes from NJPKL, and they have two questions, but they're similar. What shutter speed would you use to capture a flying bird? And what shutter speed would you use to create that cotton candy effect with the flowing water and flowing fog, that type of thing?
Okay. So the flying bird, I got some great examples coming up. And for those of you who haven't been to my class before, sometimes we joke there's a slide for that, and there will be a slide for that. But just as a quick answer right now, 1,000th of a second would be a good starting point. And for the cotton candy effect, 1 second would be a good starting point. When I say a starting point, that means that's a good first try, and then kind of try some other shutter speeds to see exactly what works in that situation. We have a question in class.
Yeah, on that shot that you showed with the water speedboat, whatever you call it.
Oh yes, this is the hydroplane.
Hydroplane.
Yeah.
If you had a 51 focal point, would you have caught the?
If I had more focusing points, would I have caught the boat?
Yes.
I think possibly so. I was using a pretty good camera, but it didn't have a focusing point low enough to where the boats were. And in retrospect, I'm not sure exactly what happened at the moment, but if I could go back in time, I would manually focus on the curve that the boats were coming around, because there's a pretty big area that they're going to be in focus. I don't really need to autofocus. They are moving a big distance, but I'm so far away, it's all relatively in focus. I would just manually focus on the peak of the turn, let them come through, and shoot those pictures. That would be what I would probably prefer to do. And I think what I did is I hit the autofocus button, and it suddenly focused on the background. Now another option would be to choose the lower focusing points or to tilt the camera down a little bit. I don't like that composition, so I would have to choose the lower focusing points. But that might have solved that problem. I think we have another question in class.
Yes, you said that you really like overcast days as far as light goes, but sometimes it feels like really cloudy days make things look really flat and washed out. So how do you work with that?
Well, I do like cloudy days, but I love sunny days as well. And it really depends on the type of subject that you're shooting, and it really varies in some ways. The middle of a sunny day is just really harsh time to shoot a lot of pictures. And so on cloudy days, you may have to find yourself working in certain areas that are either blocking some of the light so that there's a little bit more shadows. Is there any particular type of photography you're thinking of? People photography or cityscapes or?
Well, yes, especially maybe people in cities or people out in nature. It just seems that some days colors really pop, and other days everything looks washed out.
Right. Well, I think you need to get a good clean exposure when you do it, and we're not going to get into this in this class, but kind of afterwards, most of the pictures, and we'll talk about RAW and JPEG, but a lot of the pictures, you need to add a little contrast to those cloudy days, and that's where I get some of that back. It's nice that there's a small range that you can capture, and it's not enough to where it looks fakey, but just enough to kind of bring back
like
a
the
little
high
bit of
dynamic range.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. A little bit of post-processing in there.
All right, something about exposure. Well, first of all, I want to say about tripods. You mentioned that if you're doing landscape photography that you have to use a tripod.
Did I say have to?
Or you should. I think you said have to. It was like
Well,
encouraged.
let's run the tape back because I want to see exactly what I said. But
I'm
go
not
ahead.
going to
Go
quote you.
ahead.
I'm like, no, Dowdy. But it was interesting because I had like a little aha moment myself, because I always tell people I'm not a landscape photographer. I can't take landscape to save my life. And maybe it's because I'm not using a tripod.
Well, I used
Possibly.
a tripod a little bit, and then I didn't. And then when I was assisting with Art Wolf, who basically uses tripod for everything, well, not everything, but just about, I really got to see the advantage of it. And it's one of those things, you will not find a serious professional landscape photographer who doesn't use a tripod on a very regular basis. Is it possible to shoot landscape stuff without a tripod? Absolutely, of course. But you're going to kind of hinder yourself because you're going to end up in a situation where you would like to have lots of depth of field, and you can't because you don't have a tripod. And your choices either are to have shallow depth of field or to bump up your ISO and have a very noisy picture that doesn't look nice and smooth and clean. And so you run into some serious compromises. If you're new to photography, we have tons of compromises. We're totally having to compromise all the time. And the compromise the landscape photographer is I'll bring a tripod and get a perfect shot. The compromise there is that I'll bring the tripod rather than compromising the quality of the photograph.
Okay, excellent answer, thank you. Another question follow-up for that from Fatma. Are all your shots taken with a tripod?
No, definitely not. Every time I shoot sports, not using a tripod. If I'm shooting people, there's no tripod involved. If you see me shooting kind of like street photography things, no tripod involved. But I will, if I'm going to go out and shoot pictures, I determine what type of pictures I'm going to go take and whether I'm going to use a tripod, and I try to bring the tripod with me, at which point, if I brought it all the way out there, I might as well use it. So I do try to use it for a lot of my things. If it's possible to use a tripod and it's not too inconvenient, I will, because I know I'll get better results. And I always like better results.
As do I. Question from Pro Photographer, and actually I want to add on to this question because I'm curious about it too. What percentage of your shots do you need to crop after a shoot? Because I noticed a lot of your shots are really well framed. So I was like, are you doing that mostly in camera, just from your eye, or do you find that you have to crop, afterwards when you take the photo?
Well, there's kind of a special scenario that's happening right now, and that is the camera that I shoot with, right here, shoots in a 3:2 aspect ratio, And the screen that I'm using right here that I want my pictures to look wonderful on is 16 by 9. And some of the pictures that I framed up perfectly in camera, you're going to see black bars, columns on the side. But a number of the times, I like the wide format that fits on this HD screen. And so I've cropped my images so they are full screen. So you can see them at home. They're nice and big, but they also fill up the screen here. And so kind of keep an eye on that. But kind of continuing on answering the question, you should always try to shoot as tight and exact as you want, to keep it as good an image. You don't want to have to crop later. But I do end up cropping little tiny bits here and there. I'm trying to think of the most cropped image I have. And like, I would never crop an image to half its size. I mean, if you recall the shot of the camels in the desert with the one camel kind of in the neck, for some reason I like that image square. And I cut off a pretty significant portion of that image just because I felt it seemed framed right. And it really comes down to that simple idea of crop out everything you don't want in the picture. And unfortunately, the formats that whenever you buy a camera, you're buying into a certain format size. The mirrorless camera shoots in a 4:3 aspect ratio, which is very similar to 8:10, which in short is a little bit boxier. The Canons and Nikons and SLRs are a little bit more elongated, and then the HD screens are even more elongated. So you have to kind of think about what's your final output. And a lot of the things that I do now are teaching where I'm using an HD screen or an HD projector. So I'm kind of thinking more, how does it look wide like that? And it's very hard because I have some nice vertical images that are scrunched down very small on here. And so we have a whole section later on it's kind of buried into the composition section on framing. And I'm going to show some exact examples of what I shot in camera and how I bring the corners in to crop it in for various reasons. So a long answer to that.
Awesome. A lot of people in the chat room earlier are always amazed at your photos of Seattle, and quite a few people are wondering where you shot them from. Like
I have all sorts of locations. It's very easy to do a reverse search now. If you look at the photograph, you can do a Google Maps and find out all these little locations. And I've lived here my whole life, and I've enjoyed shooting pictures. It's a fairly picturesque town, and we got the mountains nearby and lots of water. And I hope there's not too many pictures of Seattle, but we'll see some of them again. Most of them all are just public areas and public parks and just the right overviews. And a story that I'll share more with you later, but I came up with a concept for a new shot, and I had to do some research using Google Maps trying to figure out where in Seattle I could take the shot. And then I went and I drove to the location, I walked around different blocks, and I found out the little location. And so the light wasn't very good, so I had to come back. I came back another time, and the light wasn't quite right. And I have a very specific shot that I'm trying to get, and it only happens twice a year because the sun needs to be in a certain location. And when it was at the right location at the first time, it was a cloudy day, and I couldn't shoot the picture. And then on the next time around, there were some other elements that weren't in place, so I have to wait another year to get the shot. And so these things are kind of like little hidden areas. And if you type in any city and just, San Francisco viewpoints, there's going to be some obvious places. But it's really fun to try to find your own and unique little ones that you've discovered that not everyone else has.
All right, we have about 8 minutes before break. Do you want to take some more questions, or do you want to continue?
To break with questions.
Okay, great.
I've got one from Lauren Vale. I have a feeling this is going to be one that a lot of people want the answer to. What camera/lens combo would you suggest for an intermediate photographer? I know a lot of people are probably trying to make the jump from maybe something small to something big. What would you suggest?
Well, I have a great answer for that, and it's going to come up in about an hour. When we talk about cameras. But to give you something to go off right now, I think for beginning and intermediate level photographers, generally the Canon and Nikon DSLRs, they may not be the most exciting place to go. I mean, there's some other interesting things happening in photography, but that's kind of the safe route to go because there's lots of lenses. And, I know there's some Sony and Pentax lovers out there, and a variety of other camera owners, and I'm just kind of throwing them to kind of where there's the biggest game in town. And there's some other great cameras. I own an Olympus camera, and so there's some other great models out there. It's really kind of investigating and knowing what you want to do, finding out what you want to do, and then kind of figuring out how these other cameras. So the camera section later today is going to be awesome. You might want to wait off purchasing until we go through sensors, which is going to be in the third section of the class. And then you'll kind of have a really good idea about what sort of camera you want to have at that point.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
So there's more to come. There's a slide. There's a whole section on that.
Well, speaking of more to come, that might be your answer to this follow-up question. And actually, I'm just curious. Speaking of crop sensors, full-frame sensors, we're in a place now where full-frame cameras are becoming kind of like reasonably, a reasonable for
the
even someone beginning.
quote-unquote affordable $2,000
Yeah, exactly.
camera.
Would you ever suggest, or do you have a preference on whether someone should start with a crop frame or a crop sensor camera as opposed to a full-frame camera? Does that matter?
I totally have a slide for that.
Okay.
I have a very specific slide
To answer that
asks the
question?
question,
Okay.
should I buy a full-frame camera? And since I like doing things with illustrations,
Sure.
we'll save it for then.
Okay.
But I think we have a question in class we'll go to next.
I think it was Bryce Canyon that you had mentioned that the first time you went, you were only going to be there in the morning, and you were trying to figure out where you were going to shoot from.
Right.
To you, in a situation where you're only going to be somewhere for a very short period of time, is it more important to you to find a good background or a good foreground? Or does it matter?
I would go back to the exact 7 steps that we're talking about here. Where is the subject looking its best?
Mm-hmm.
And so more often I would say be the background than the foreground, but it's wherever the subject is going to look the best.
Sure.
And if you're in a place one time, which anyone who travels, you're often in that place only one time, there's only so many things you can do. And I think the internet has made things a lot easier. If you have a smartphone, you can do apps on where the sun's going to rise. You can research where other people have taken photographs. And so a lot of the legwork has already been done if you have the time and access to research that data. And it's always challenging because you're compromising. Well, if I go here, I can get this, and I can go here, I could get this, but I don't know what the weather's going to be like, and I don't know what it's going to look like, and can I be in 2 places at the same time? And so I'm really excited about the drones because I'm going to have like a whole camera on drones firing from multiple locations, and I can shoot pictures in 100 locations at one moment in time.
That'll be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, another great question from Pro Photographer. How many shots on average do you shoot for each subject?
Interesting shot. Well, that's definitely going to vary quite a bit. I was trying to think if I've ever just nailed it on the first shot. I can't remember. I hope that I have at some point. But generally what happens is that when you look at the world, you're looking at the world with 2 eyes. And you're filtering everything you see with your brain. And you're kind of thinking, well, okay, this looks good because I like what I see. And then you shoot a picture and you look at the back of the camera and you're like, no, that's not really kind of what I was hoping for. Something's wrong here. That wasn't what I saw with my own eyes. And so you got to do something to change it up. You have more depth of field, you have less depth of field, you move left, you move right, you go up, you go down, you try a different exposure. And so it's learning. And photography has gotten, I don't mean to offend anybody, but it's gotten so much better with digital because now you have this instant feedback loop. Back in the days of film, it was a very slow learning process, which is partly what I think is helped fueling the explosion in photography now, is that you can learn so much more quickly. Back when I was in school, it was a laborious process. I mean, probably my first class that I took in photography, I probably shot a total of 12 to 15 rolls of film. I mean, I can shoot that in a day if it's a good day now. And so that learning process of learning what you shot at, and how many shots does it take? 10? 10 might be a reasonable number. Sometimes more, sometimes less. But usually it takes me about 10 to get it right.
That's really good to know. So keep shooting, right?
And the question is will that number ever go down? If I shot the same thing over and over again, so if I shot headshots in my home studio, I'd have it on the second shot at the very least. I mean, because, oh, okay, well, that light needs to be moved 2 inches. You know, if you're doing in a controlled environment, then it's going to be pretty much right first or second shot out. But when and some people may be wondering, and you're getting an idea of what type of photography I do. I like doing everything. I mean, if someone right here in the audience said, hey, John, you want to go out shooting on Saturday? I wouldn't even ask, what are we going to, well, I would eventually ask what we're going to shoot, but I'd be like, yeah, let's go. And like, what are we going to do? You're going to shoot a wedding, you want me to assist you? Well, okay, I'll do that. You want to go up to Mount Rainier and shoot landscapes? Okay, that's fine. I'm going to come over to your house and shoot dead moths with your macro lens. Okay, well, that sounds like that might be interesting. I mean, I'm interested in all different areas. And some areas are a little bit more accessible and easy for me to photograph, but I enjoy all different types of aspects of it. Another question in class.
Yep. What percentage of the shots that weren't great do you keep?
Okay, that's a good question, because the editing process, and at some point, I've been really busy creating classes, but one of the classes I want to create is called The Art of Editing. And it's how you go out and you shoot a bunch of pictures, you download them into a program like Lightroom or iPhoto or Aperture. All right, now what do you do? And I don't know that anyone has a class on how you figure out what you get rid of, what you keep. Do you actually delete stuff? And I am more than happy to delete stuff. The nice thing about the new programs, I use Lightroom and I'm a big Lightroom fan, is that I can compare two images and I can be absolutely confident that I got the good one, and then I throw the bad one away. And my photographic collection is probably surprisingly small. I've been shooting pictures. Now, I haven't scanned in everything I shot when I was in college and stuff, but I have around 50,000 pictures in my Lightroom catalog. I do have a couple catalogs, and actually the number's probably closer to 75,000. And I don't know if you include time-lapse photos and if you include negatives. Okay, so the numbers are weird, but there's plenty of people who have more pictures. I am on no race to have the most number of pictures. You know, I've shot 1 million pictures. You know, that doesn't matter to me. And so I'll go out, I'll shoot my 10 pictures or so to get my subject, and I'll keep the best one, and I'll keep a number of the other ones that maybe someday will reappear as good. And one of the things for this class, as I was preparing, trying to find more examples, I was going back with new Lightroom technology, with new eyes, because our eyes, well, physically they change, but mentally our judgment about our photographs change. And I went back to some older photographs, and I'm like, oh, you know, I think this one could be good if I did this and that and that, and ooh, I got a new shot, and I didn't even go out and shoot pictures. And so you don't want to throw away everything, but you know, I think you do need to edit your work simply to see where you made mistakes, and that's part of the learning process. And so you'll learn almost as much editing your photographs as you will shooting them. And so I throw away, depending on the type of shoot, 50% of my shots. If I shoot sports or wildlife, I might throw away 60 or 70% of the shots. There's a lot of hit and miss in that type of photography.
Awesome. All right, well, it's about time for us to take a 15-minute break, but I would love to ask you what you have in store for us when we get back from break.
Well, it's going to be interesting because I don't have a lot of material left to finish the 7 steps. So we're going to get into timing, exactly when you shoot your picture. And everyone's kind of got their own thing about photography. You know, some people say photography is all about light, and that's the second most important thing to me. For me, it's capturing the moment. It's what we do in photography that is different than everyone else. People who shoot video, that's wonderful, and they capture great stories, but they can't capture short moments the way we can. And so really keying in on that, and that's what we're going to look at next in this class. But then at the end of this class, what I'm going to do is take a few of my very favorite photographs, which you haven't seen yet, and I'm going to go in and talk a little bit more at length about them, about how each of these 7 elements affected the way I shot that particular photograph.
Awesome. Well, I've been a photographer for 13 years now, and just in the last hour, I've learned a ton of stuff. So I'm really looking forward to what you have on tap for us. I can tell the chat room is really loving it too. I want to read you a couple of these quotes, which are great. Alex Sabian says, if I ever meet John in person, I'm going to tell him that my takeaway from his class at CL is where to capture bacon in a nice light. PC Masters 8941 says, John Gringo is my photography god. I have learned more about photography from him than any other trainer or workshop ever.
Wow.
And we're just getting started. So that's great. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. I think John and I are going to go take some pictures of dead moss here.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in 15 minutes. Welcome back to day one and the fundamentals of digital photography with John Gringo. John, shall we continue?
I think we should.
Okay, let's do
Get
it.
some more material. All right, so next up we're going to be talking about timing, the exact moment you take a picture. So what are some considerations that you want to be thinking about when you exactly click that shutter? Well, the first thing is, what's the peak moment? I mean, that's when we often want to take our photographs, is the very best moment. Now, one of the most beautiful locations I've ever been is the Tak Sang Monastery in Bhutan. And I think I may have some other sections on where I tell a little bit more about this, but I'll tell you a little bit about right now. It's this beautiful monastery way up on a cliff hillside, and it took me a while to figure out the right place to shoot a picture, and I had to wait and wait for this gust of wind to blow this line of prayer flags all the way up and over like that. That was actually, the actual peak that it went up to. But I had to wait. I had to wait and wait, and I had to first identify it and then wait and wait and wait. And then it was there for just a second, and then it was gone. So you really have to be aware of what's going to be that great little moment. And sometimes they're very subtle little things. In this case, this is with Travels to the Edge, and we were in West Africa. I believe we were in Togo, if I recall correctly. And they were basically building a mud floor for this open area. And right at that moment when she's jumping, there's just a little bit moment where you can see that action that is better than normal. And so I took a bunch of other pictures, and the ones where she was pushing down and had her feet landing on the ground just weren't as interesting as a little bit in the air. In the Sahara Desert, salt train on the camels, where they ride out into Timbuktu, actually well beyond Timbuktu. They fill up usually 10 or 20 camels with salt tablets, and they ride them back in to Timbuktu. Coming in, and as they're being greeted, coming into this very small town, the two gentlemen meeting, and that moment of the handshake, you can just see that little bit of a gesture in there is a very key moment. Up in Alaska, I do a tour up in Alaska. I'll be doing a tour this year. You can join me up in Alaska on a boat. We have a special photo tour we do up there, and there's a beautiful little inlet where the boat comes in, and it's one of these areas that the big, large cruise ships can't get to. You need to have a small boat because it's a really tiny place to get in there. And had this wonderful fog come in, and wake up early, and waiting for that fog to kind of clear a little bit over the hillside so that you can see some of those trees. And so there's going to be a moment when it's kind of at its best look, and that's when you got to be there and ready to shoot. From the same trip up in Alaska, get to see lots of whales up there, which is always exciting and fun. Can get a little tiring to shoot because, just a humpback isn't that interesting, this black mound in the water. But having that one little tail out of the water gives this moment a little bit more significance than the one that was a half second before it. In Cairo, Egypt, again, just street photography. This one guy coming through on this, I'm not sure exactly what you would call it, a tri-motorcycle or something, coming through this area where they're selling a lot of clothes, and it's just very colorful in there. And there was one shot that was good on this one, and there wasn't even a second shot. So this was maybe one shot where I got it pretty right the first time around. But there's just a certain moment, especially with the gentleman in the background, he's kind of framed in there nice so that you can see him nice and clearly, not cluttered up with the background. This last January, I decided to shoot pictures of the Space Needle from a completely different location, and this is over at Gasworks Park, for those of you who know Seattle. And I wanted to get down really low to the water so that you can see some reflections in the water. And I was unsure of some things, and I was trying some different things with the camera. And what I actually did is I had two cameras with very similar lenses set up in the same location. And I had one camera running one set of settings and another camera running a slightly different set of settings. And this was a good moment, but it was the other camera that had a slightly longer shutter speed. That you'll notice these streaks over here on the left-hand side. They're a little bit more continuous. They're more broken up here, and they lose a little bit of the emphasis. And this is the better moment. It's the exact same moment, but it was just a little longer moment. And if I recall correctly, I believe this was a 4-second picture, and the one on the left was a 2-second picture. And so, that extra edge in the photograph, now sometimes it could go the other direction. So I'm not saying that 4 seconds is better than 2 seconds. It really needs to be timed perfectly for what it is that you're doing. Kind of the next concept in that timing is gestures. And when we talk about gestures, they're movements of the head, movements of the hands, the shape of the body. What's kind of amazing is that these two photographs are taken within 1 second of each other. I shot a whole series of pictures, and I shoot a lot of pictures of running, as many of you now know. And sometimes you want to show runners at their best, and sometimes you want to show runners at their worst, depending on what the message that you're trying to get across. But that's a pretty huge difference and a very big statement taking place in less than a second. And so when you're choosing a sports photo, this is where the motor drive comes in. Very, very handy. When you have a runner up in the air, it gives an era of elegance, grace, finesse. When you have a runner, what I call toeing off, they're just pushing off with their toe. They seem powerful, strong, very competent in what they're doing. And so these tiny little gestures, the movements of the head, the face, pretty intense. Face is the window to the soul. And so each of these pictures has a slightly different feel to it, depending on where their legs are. And so what I'll do is I'll go through and I'll edit that one out. I don't like that one because he had his eyes closed. And then depending on what I want, I might choose one or the other of these shots. Here's 3 more shots from a cross-country race. So as I look through these, which one do you like? Think about that for a second. Which one do you dislike? Which one would you get rid of? Well, here's my thought. Let's get rid of that one. I like these 2. Which one of these 2 do you like now? This is my favorite. I like that her arms are in this position so we can see her, we can see the jersey, we can see the number, everything, nothing is obscured at all. And sometimes your choices go back and forth. Nothing's really truly right or wrong here, but that's what I chose. This is one of my favorite pictures from India, and it's a very, very common spot. There's millions of photographs from here. It's Varanasi, and in the morning people come down to the river to bathe. It's a ritualistic thing that they do. They're going out in the boats, they're crossing the rivers, there's a lot of activity going on. And for me, this guy here makes the shot. You see him pushing off on that pole, and you can really sense what that would be like to be on a boat and just pushing off on that pole to get that boat a little bit closer. But there's a great gesture in that stance. His legs really, really make the shot for me. It's the anchor in that shot. This is just at our Woodland Park Zoo here in Seattle. And so 2 shots, very similar. I prefer the one on the right. Just the simple separation of the back legs is a little bit more clear, a better outline than on the left, where there's kind of obscure, they're kind of muddled as to what's going on. And I know we all know they have 4 legs, but it's just nice and clear to the eyes in this case. Back again at the zoo, just for fun. Looking at those facial expressions. Each one of those has something different to say, but I love this here. What's going on? Back on the streets in Egypt, the foot on the ball, the hands raised in the air. We can identify with those movements. That moment where there's just a little air gap between those noses. Kind of that perfect little moment in time. Up in Alaska, surprisingly, is where I shot this picture. We take the boat up there, and right next to the picture you may remember just a few minutes ago of the trees and the fog is where I shot this picture. And these hummingbirds will come into the boat because they put out a hummingbird feeder. And I took like 500 shots of this bird. And I got one shot where its back was arched like this. All the other ones, it was kind of more in an upright position, but this one is more horizontal. And that was the one that really stood out. And then, of course, that little tongue. Look at the little tongue. Now, the best time to take a certain picture has to do with the lighting sometimes. And so this is where timing relates back to the light. So one of the places you've probably seen some of my pictures from Seattle is from Cary Park up on Queen Anne Hill. It's a standard spot. In fact, I was just up there the other day shooting some more examples for this class. It's a great spot where you get to view the city, and if it's a clear day, you get Mount Rainier in the background. This is taken moderately late in the afternoon, not a great time of day to be there. It's not terribly bad because it is a clear day and we can see Mount Rainier, and that doesn't happen all the time here in Seattle. But waiting until a little bit later in the day. And so now we have some nice warm light coming in. It's a little bit more even toned. And if we wait a little bit later, we get to my favorite time of the day, which is that dusk time. And so now some of the lights in the buildings are starting to come on, and so they're starting to pop out. And then especially on some of these buildings over here, they're reflecting the sunset, which is taking place somewhere over in that direction. And so they're adding a little bit of a warm glow. So the best time to take the picture is in exact response to what the light is doing. In Bolivia, one of the most unusual atmospheric situations I've ever been in, and it looks like this picture is totally photoshopped, whacked out. What did he do? He went crazy in Photoshop. Not the case at all. What happened is that there is a large cloud bank behind this mountain, and as the sun set, for some reason, it had this very unusual salmon hue to it. And it was absolutely beautiful, and the mountain just popped out in front of it. And it was really, really good light for about 5 minutes. So there's 5 minutes of some really good picture taking, but this was the best of the pictures of that 5 minutes. Great spot for photographers, Yosemite Valley. Half Dome here. And I love this gradation, this pink and blue in the sky. You'll get that right at sunset. A little bit of a spotlight in Kenya coming in on the zebras. Just a little break in the clouds. Didn't last very long. And so these moments don't last very long, and so they're challenging to get, and they do play out in the photographs. They do come up as special in the photograph because they don't look like the standard photograph. There's something unusual going on about it. Upper Antelope Canyon. This picture does not represent what it's really like to be there. If I really wanted to represent what it's like to be there, I would have about 75 Japanese tourists in here and 6 Germans. There's just filled with people at this point now. They do these tours there, and it's really hard to get a photograph like this, and they have to usher everybody out. At one point, it was this nice, solemn place you could go, but now it's just run amok with tourists, and they try to clear people out. But you want to go here in the middle of the day because you get the light shaft at the peak of the sun. You go there in the morning, you go there in the evening, you don't get nearly as good a light because this nice hot shaft of light, sometimes we call them God beams coming in, really add a lot. And do you guys really want to know the full story? Yeah. There's a guy standing behind this little wall over here, and he reaches down and he grabs up a whole bunch of dust and he throws it up in the air, and then he hides around in the backside while everyone's cameras are clicking off, which is why there's kind of some atmosphere in here. And so there's tons of photographers, and I just totally blew the big secret about this mystical place. And so everyone walks out of there with their hands really dirty because everyone's trying to get it in their shots.
Thank you for sharing that amazing secret information with us, John.
You're going to get the full story here. All right, kind of next up in choosing the right moment. Sometimes the moments are happening so fast, you will not have an opportunity to figure out what the best moment is by just watching the scene develop with your own eyes. And this is where the motor drive on your camera, and I don't even know if we call it the motor drive anymore. This is back in the days when we had film, you know, and we used to have a motor drive that we attached on the bottom of our camera that would drive the film through our camera. And now it's how fast we can shoot from shot to shot. And I got a chance, don't get to do it very often, but I wanted to be a sports photographer. That's what I really wanted to do in college. Got a chance to go back and shoot the Seattle Seahawks earlier this year. And I was using the motor drive a lot. So you find your best location on the field where you can get to. You get your lens set, and you try to make a guess as to what the players are going to do. And if they go to where you're going, you hope your autofocus system is all set on them, and then you just fire that motor drive off when they're coming through. And in this case, I got 4 good in-focus pictures here. Which one is the best? Clearly this one. I'm not going to talk a lot about sports shots, but my idea of a great sports shot, there's a lot of them, But in general, a good start is if you can see your subject's eyes and if you can see the ball, if they use a ball. If you can't see their eyes and you can't see the ball, there better be something else pretty interesting going on. But that's a good start to sports photographs. And so here, nice moment. Look at this gesture. You can really see he's trying to turn as quickly as possible. Good moment. Down in Antarctica, whale coming out of the water. Great time to have a motor drive because you just don't know how far out of the water it's going to come. Which photograph do you like? Which one's the peak moment? Did you guess that one? Back at the hydroplane braces. In this case, they're not flipping over for me. So I'll shoot them coming through. And what do I like here? Well, I like one with 2 boats, but I also like one with 1 boat. And the motor drive will give me the opportunity to go back and really figure it out later because it's just happening too fast, real time. When the cross-country team goes to state, as they have every year for the last 30 years, I shoot a lot of pictures. I don't leave anything to chance at that point. My motor drive is going nuts because I want to get the right shot, and I'm more than happy to delete these later. It's very easy to do that. Very difficult and expensive in the days of film, but with digital cameras, very, very easy that you can go in and you can pick those things out later on. So I think maybe we should throw it back to some questions because that might have brought up some ideas. I don't know.
We've always got questions, John.
But you know what? We'll open it to any of the questions that we had before because we got some time.
Okay, great, because we have a wide range of questions. Quick one off the hummingbird that you were talking about earlier and that shot. Which shutter speed did you use? This is actually a really common question. We're getting this a lot. And I was wondering the same thing about the hydroplane shots. Like, what range do you normally have to be in to capture that kind of action?
We are going to go through that.
You have a slide for it.
Well, the whole camera class, the big section, let me just check my notes here. And we're going to be talking about shutter speeds. I got this like huge section. We're going to talk about every shutter speed. And I'm going to show some hummingbird pictures. But just to tide you over, you know, we're in the thousandths of the second. Okay. So around like 4,000th of a second on that one. It's one of the rare times I will really use the super fast shutter speeds on my camera.
Okay, great.
But there's a lot more to come on that. And the hydroplanes, probably around 1,000th of a second.
Really? That's slow?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not slow, but for a hydroplane, how fast do those things go? Like 300-400 miles an hour?
Well, those ones are probably doing in the 150 range.
Wow.
But you're kind of far away, and it has to do with your angle of view. If I was like on them and shooting pictures from a hydroplane, then I would need to be maybe faster than that. And so, yeah, I got my shutter speeds dialed in. We have a question in class?
Yeah, on that street photography that you did in India with that guy motorcycling.
Yeah.
So you had to stand in that spot waiting for the right subject to come in and pop him up. Is that how the thing works? Because you have you had a background, you have the plan, and you're just waiting for the right subject.
Well,
to come
that was anticipation and luck. Because I was walking around the streets, and I was moving around the way any tourist would move around an area. And I got to an area kind of like, oh, this is kind of nice. And then all of a sudden, this guy starts coming through on the motorcycle. And I'm like, ooh, I got to get ready right now because this is good because I don't know if it's going to happen again. And so I only had about 10 seconds before that picture, before I kind of like, oh, this is kind of cool. And it was developing right in front of me at that time. And kind of the hard thing at that one was getting my focus set right because normally when you have somebody coming towards you, you'd want to have your camera in continuous focus. And in this case, I knew that there was only really one picture, which was right when he's in that certain area with all the clothes around. So what I did is I just focused on the ground where he was going to be, because you know where he's going to be, and I just focused on that, locked it off, and then took the picture. So I just got one picture of that. But it was a little bit of anticipation. And so that's one of the things about photographers is you have to anticipate the moment. Which brings up another thought that I had. And one of the things that you need to know about your camera, one of the things I said at the very beginning of the class is you need to master your camera. One of the things that all cameras have is shutter lag, a delay from the time you press the button to the time the picture is taken. It's a fraction of a second, but that fraction varies from camera to camera. And it depends on your focusing system as well. And you need to practice with your camera shooting things that are very critically timed. If you go to a baseball game where they're trying to hit a ball on the bat, try to get the ball and the bat together. It's nearly impossible. If you try to shoot the picture right when you hear the crack, that's way too late. And so you have to shoot the picture as the pitcher, you got to shoot the pitcher as the pitcher, is throwing the ball and is somewhere getting close to the batter. And it's how fast you react, it's how fast your camera reacts, it's how fast your camera focuses if it's trying to focus. And so you have to be aware of these slight delays when it gets to the critical moments.
So in that same line, would you say if you had one focus point as against 51 focus point, 51 focus point would be slower than the one focus point?
Well, in the case that you were mentioning of the person on the motorcycle coming down the alleyway, I had one focusing point, and I just quickly focused on the ground where they were going to be. Now, you could use 51 or 39 or 101 focusing points, whatever you have, but that's why a lot of photographers simply choose one for basic photography, so they can be very precise about what they're going to focus on. And so we'll talk about focusing points at length when we get there. But for general purpose, for kind of somebody who's wanting to get better at photography, I recommend just one focusing point, the one in the middle. Doesn't mean that's where you're going to focus and keep your subject. That's kind of a separate issue, so don't get me boxed into a corner as saying something I didn't say.
Okay, question from Sophila is wondering, when you were describing the little break of light coming through for a split second on the zebra, how do you manage to take the shot? As usually a significant change in light that would require you to adjust your settings.
Well, I'll be honest and admit my humanity is I often screw those up. And generally when the light's breaking in and out, you get sometimes you get a couple chances. And so you have to kind of anticipate those changes and go, oh, it's kind of breaking in and out. I'm going to be ready for the next time it breaks, and I'm going to adjust my shutter speeds or my apertures or make some sort of change to be ready when that moment comes. Unfortunately, if something else happens while it's dark out, then you're kind of screwed. So in some cases, you could shoot in aperture priority and let the camera figure things out, and that's kind of a lazy way of dealing with it, but that might solve the problem in some scenarios. There's a lot of different solutions to different types of problems, and so anticipating, a little bit of guessing, and if you shoot enough, you're going to start to be able to get general exposures correctly. I was actually listening to another photographer talking about Ansel Adams in one of his famous shots, Moonrise over Hernandez. Moon coming over a small village. I'm sure all of you have seen it. If you saw it, you'd recognize it. And a little thing I didn't know about the story was that he didn't have his light meter with him, and he was guessing the exposure. But obviously he's a master, he's the grand master, and he can guess exposures. And once you get more used to photography, you can start guessing things pretty quickly. I mean, I could probably guess what exposure I would need with a camera in here, good enough to get a reasonable picture. It may not be perfect, but I'd get within the right range. And you can start playing those games whenever you want. Just, what shutter speed and aperture would I need right now? And what if I had a sunbreak? I would probably need to adjust it 1, maybe 2 stops. And so the more you experience, the more you can be 1 or 2 steps ahead of everything else that's going on.
Fantastic. You know, we've got this topic coming up several times in the chat room, and that is people want to know, what is a motive drive? It's the same as burst mode, so when you use that lingo.
Yeah, I may not have clarified that. I'll actually be talking a little bit more about that in the camera class, detailed explanation, but motor drive is the same as the burst mode. I think Canon calls it drive, Nikon calls it the release mode. Other companies may have similar names. It's basically when you press down on the shutter release, the camera continues to take pictures. Now, one of the things you need to be aware of, something I get more into in my fast start camera classes, is that your camera has a buffer, which is onboard memory, that all your pictures go to. And you can only shoot X number of photos in a given amount of time. And your camera's memory buffer fills up, and suddenly your camera goes from shooting 5 frames a second down to 1 frame a second. And so you do have to keep an eye on what your buffer is, how big it is. For most people, it's around 10 shots, okay? I know on one of my cameras I can shoot about 17 shots when I'm in RAW, but if I shoot in the JPEG format, which takes up less space, I can shoot almost continuously forever, hundreds of shots. And what that means is how fast can I shoot at 3, 4, 5 frames a second until it fills up. And so when I'm shooting sports, I will shoot in short bursts. I'll shoot 3 or 4 pictures, and then 3 or 4 pictures. It kind of depends on the type of sport. If they're going to come through and I need 6 pictures, I'll shoot 6. But if I could shoot 100, then I might shoot them in smaller bursts. A little burst here, and a little burst there, and a little burst there. And so it's just sequential shooting.
Cool. Another question before continuing?
Sure.
Okay. From Jackie1414, and also something I've always wondered too, do you ever use manual focus or do you just use autofocus?
I use manual focus. Well, I use manual focus whenever I'm on a tripod, just because there's really no need for autofocus at that point. With modern systems, I'm going to show you some great techniques in the focusing section, some advanced techniques. A lot of photographers will use the screen on the back and they'll magnify in and they'll manual focus. I love manual focus. It's just something smooth and quick about it. One of my laments about modern cameras is that back in the days of manual focus, they had really nice, smooth lenses. When they were really good, they were like butter. Just this really smooth. And now they're not quite as good at manual focus. The throw, how far you have to turn, isn't as good. Whenever it comes to action, though, my camera is way better than I am and way better than most anyone else out there. I remember when, back in the days of manual focusing, I bought my first big lens, and it was a manual focus lens. And what I did is I went down to the soccer field where they were just playing some rec soccer matches down there, and I focused on them for 2 hours. I didn't shoot a single picture. I was just focusing, because learning the way a professional should focus to get professional athletes in focus is very, very challenging. Back in the days before autofocus, man, you got to give those sports photographers credit for getting certain types of shots, because some of them could manually focus with a runner and they're like, oh no, this runner runs a little bit faster, so I'm going to have to move a little bit faster. And nowadays it's so much easier. I mean, it's not total cakewalk, but it's so much easier with autofocus if you got the right pattern set up and you got your camera set up in the right way for doing that type of thing.
Awesome, thanks. All right, do you want to go on to the next section?
Okay, so we've talked about all 7 elements, and so what this final section is, it's actually not very long, is just a few of my very favorite photographs. And I hate blowing my favorite photographs right at the beginning of this long workshop, but hey, we're here. And then I'll talk a little bit about how they were created and how each of the elements kind of made their way in importance. So this first picture comes from Zion National Park. And I was down there for about 3 days of shooting. And this is the Virgin River. And I walked up and down the river for probably about 2 miles. So do you think this is the best subject I found on that river? It's the one that I'm showing you. So yes, it is. So when it comes to the subject quality of rocks in the river, this was the most interesting group that I could find. And so the subject was very, very important. Now when it comes to the light on this, this is also important. This is the type of shot that just doesn't work well in bright sunshine. And if you've been to Zion National Park, it's a big canyon. When the sun gets up about, say 11 o'clock in the morning, the whole canyon is filled with sunshine, and this shot is not possible. And then about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it goes down on the other side, and then it becomes possible again. So this was taken in the morning. It could have been taken in the afternoon, but the light is really critical, not having direct sunlight on it. It could be cloudy. It could be a sunny day. I just don't want bright sunshine on this. The angle of view really wasn't a big deal. I mean, you take a zoom lens, you take a telephoto, wasn't that big. You could get a little closer, a little bit further away. Now the point of view, where I had to stand to get the picture, was extremely critical, partially because I wanted these 3 different groupings to be lined up in a certain way. And on the shoreline, there was all these trees, and there was a very limited window in which you could look to actually get. Now you could get closer to the river or get back, so you could use a number of different lenses for this. But it was very critical where I was standing. The exposure, this is where I had to have a tripod. I had to hike around with my tripod, so that was the compromise I made, is I had to carry extra weight along with me. But the tripod enabled me to set a really long shutter speed to do this. And then with focusing, I wanted to have the background rocks as well as the foreground rock in focus. And so I needed the tripod, I needed to have my depth of field set so that I got all of those elements in focusing. And so those are some of the things that were pretty critical. The timing of the shot literally wasn't a big deal. I could sit here for 3 hours. I could shoot this shot any time of day except for that little window in the middle of the day where the sun is shining on it. So I could sit there in the afternoon and come back and get the same shot. In fact, I came back the next day to try it again to see maybe I could do it better. And I could just duplicate the shot again and again. Now, if you go back to Zion, chances are that these rocks have moved around and the river's at a different level, and so it may not be possible now. But it had a pretty wide open gap as to when I could do it. All right, let's try another picture. So this is our city library here in Seattle. It's a very unusual, it's a little bit of a controversial choice of a building. And I hadn't really spent much time down there just because it's, you got to take the bus into town and hard to get in there. But it is a very fun building to photograph. I'll show you some more pictures of it later on. And I really like this angle. It's across from I think it's the county courthouse. And there's this wonderful walkway that leads up to it that really, leads your eye right to it. We'll talk about leading lines later on. And so what's critical about this? Well, it's a really interesting building. It's one of the more interesting buildings in Seattle. So it's a very good subject. Light-wise, notice the sky in the background, that blue. That means it's not nighttime, it's not daytime. And so there is a very, very short window of time for getting the light correct on this. And so I very specifically went down there on a sunny day when I knew I would have blue sky, waited for the sun so that I would get this nice blue in the sky because I wanted that type of lighting. Now, in the foreground, you can see that they turn these lights on. And what's kind of interesting is 5 minutes before the shot, they didn't have these lights on here. And these lights really add to the shot, I think. They help bring a little bit extra sparkle to it. Next up, angle of view. Well, I don't want to get too much of what's going on around here, so it needed to be the right focal length lens so that I could get the top of the building and enough of the bottom. Point of view, well, the building only looks like this from one side. And the other buildings on the other side of the library are pretty close in, and it's kind of hard to see the whole building from top to bottom. So that was important. Exposure, at nighttime like this, you're going to need a tripod, so I definitely needed a tripod for that. And then for focusing, I got maximum depth of field so that I could get everything in focus from the background to the foreground. And then the timing goes back to relationship to the light in that case. And one of the other things, and I got another special little section on it, you'll notice these little starbursts here. That's another little added benefit with the particular aperture I set. And so there's a whole little section in the composition on doing these little starbursts. I'll save that for later.
You have a slide for that, right?
I got a slide for that. Yeah, I got a section for that. So this is a couple of three king penguins from South Georgia Island. Love going down there. It's not an easy place to get to. It's not cheap, but luckily I was working when I went down there. But these penguins came down, and two of them decided to scratch their butts, but one of them didn't, and I kind of like that. I think it was kind of interesting. All right, so these subjects are great. Penguins are great. I love these guys. You're going to see lots of pictures of penguins in the rest of this talk. The gold on them, the black, the white, beautiful, beautiful collection. So what's nice about this is that they're in focus and the background is totally out of focus. Your eyes are totally locked on the penguins. Angle of view, I'm shooting this with a telephoto lens and it's pretty tightly cropped. You don't see anything other than penguins in this shot. It is very, very tight in there, so I'm keeping your eyes right where I want them to be. Now you'll notice my point of view, am I standing up or am I really low to the ground? I mean, I'm probably right about chest high on a penguin, which puts me at about 1 foot. So I'm right down on the ground. I'm getting my belly dirty with gravel and beach on there. But I wanted to get that nice, low, straight angle look so that we're almost looking up at the penguin. Focus, I kind of already talked about the shallow depth of field, so there's no distracting elements. And the timing of this shot. This didn't happen for very long. This was a one-shot type deal. I mean, I got some other nice shots of them walking out and standing there, but there was only one nice shot of the center one in that position and the two on the side like that. Those gestures, we talked about the gestures, and there's a bit of symmetry as well as asymmetrical in this as well. Nope, I forgot to bring in all of them, but yes. So this one, pretty much everything. The exposure was very easy on this. It was pretty consistent lighting on it. The light really wasn't too particular on this. It was it wasn't a pure sunny day, it was a little bit of overcast, which made it pretty easy. And so that wasn't really that difficult to deal with. So most of the elements were pretty critical in this shot. Do we want to take a quick break for a couple of questions?
Yeah.
We do have plenty. Let's start with this one. This has been asked several times in the chat room. Regarding shooting JPEG versus shooting RAW, when would you choose either and why?
I shoot RAW pretty much all the time because I want to get the most out of my pictures. The reasons for shooting JPEG run along the lines of I don't have the right software, I don't know how to deal with RAW images, I don't want to fill up my hard drives, and those aren't really good reasons that good photographers would shoot. Now, I do shoot some JPEGs when I shoot sports because I don't want to fill up my hard drive with thousands of pictures of high school runners. And also my camera can shoot a little bit faster when I'm shooting sports. So there's a lot of sports photographers who will shoot JPEGs, and they're getting enough quality out of their images. Most people, if you're serious about your photography, you should either be shooting RAW or you should plan on shooting RAW in the near future. You do need to have the right software and so forth running. I'll have some great examples coming up in, I think it's the camera section next, section 2, about why it's helpful to be shooting in RAW. So for most people, if you really want to get the most out of your images, you're going to want to shoot RAW. If you shoot JPEG, that would be the equivalent in the days of film of turning in your roll of film develop, and then when you go and you pick up your film, you get your 4x6s. Remember getting your 4x6s? And you remember in the back, or maybe it was in the front, they came with the negatives. And you go, negatives? Who needs negatives? I just want my prints. No photographer would ever do that. And that's essentially what you're doing when you're shooting JPEGs. Question in class, maybe?
When it comes to your depth of field, obviously on this photo you had talked about it having a really shallow depth of field, but you probably took this with a big telephoto lens, right?
Correct.
So did you take maybe a shot prior to find out, relatively speaking, what that depth of field is when, you're in that close, or are you just good at guessing?
I knew what I wanted, and I knew what my lens did. I knew my equipment really well, and this is where being masters of your equipment pays off. And so here I was thinking, okay, this is kind of cool. I want a shallow depth of field, so I'm going to set it at 2.8, and I'm going to get in nice and tight and close and fill the frame as much as possible. And I know if I do that, the background will go as out of focus as it possibly can.
Gotcha. So you knew that you wouldn't accidentally, it wouldn't be too shallow for the entire animal.
Well, for this, because they were all pretty much lined up, there is hardly a thing as too shallow.
Gotcha.
And so it was easy to deal with in that scenario. Now, if one of these had been 2 or 3 feet in front of the other ones, that would have been a bad situation because I wouldn't have got the shot.
Sure. Thanks.
Sure.
A quick follow-up question about the JPEG RAW thing.
Yeah.
Do you ever find yourself in a situation where you're going to be shooting a lot of photos quickly and you don't want your buffer to fill up, so you just switch to JPEG just to make sure that you never run out of space in your buffer?
That would be the sports scenario. And so if you are shooting a sports situation, sometimes it would be a better idea to go to JPEG. And a lot of sports photographers will shoot JPEG because they need the buffer space. They need to be able to shoot more pictures at any given time. And what they're doing with their sports pictures is they are typically not making 36 by 40 enlargements and hanging them on the wall. They're going in the newspaper, they're making 5 by 7s, even 8 by 10s. And so, yeah, it's generally not too much fall off to do that, although, I make all sorts of mistakes. I was at the state championship meet shooting JPEGs, and I had set my camera, someone had mentioned in here, or maybe it was the question coming online, I had set my camera for the shady situation, and there was a little bit of a sun break, and I didn't make the manual change in the camera, so I shot pictures for about 30 seconds, and they were all overexposed, and because I shot them JPEG, I blew it. If I shot it RAW, I would have been able to save them. And I was wishing I had shot RAW. And so sometimes I'll switch it over to RAW when it gets really important, because that gives me a little bit of, the nice thing about RAW is that if you screw up the exposure, it gives you a little bit more leeway. I prefer to get perfect exposures in the field, and in general I rarely delete, but I can't remember the last time I shot a RAW picture and had to throw it away because I didn't get the right exposure.
Great tips. Sam Cox from Loveland, Colorado, who always has wonderful questions for us.
He's had a
Hi,
question
Sam.
in every one of my classes. Good to see you, Sam.
And usually every category too is
Yeah.
like a perfect question. And this one I really like. He says, John, you seem to carefully plan many of your photos. The library building in Seattle, for example. Do you keep written records of your plans so that you always have plenty to shoot?
No, I don't keep any written records. There's this one shot I told you I've been planning about for a year, and I do have that on my calendar for 2014 and when I can get that shot. That's about the rare time that I'll do that. No, most of the time I don't. It's, the penguin shot, that was a spur of the moment. I didn't know I was going to shoot this picture 5 minutes before this one. The library, I have been back to that same location a couple of times. It took me a couple of times to kind of get it nailed right. I was there at different times a day, and it didn't really work out. Come back here, ooh, this looks pretty nice, but it'd be nice if this happened, and getting it worked out. And so there is some trial and error. And this varies with the types of photography that you do. Sometimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't.
I want to be conscious of our time here. It's 11:30.
Okay.
You want to take some more?
We can go through a couple. I only have one or two more of these, but we'll do another one and see where we are.
Okay.
All right. So I took a long trip, 3 weeks, down to the American Southwest. And this goes back to Sam Cox's question. And so I was going down to the Southwest, and what do I do when I go on a trip? I Google the locations, and if you go to Google or Bing or whatever your favorite search engine is, you can look for stuff on the web, or you can look for images. You can also look for videos and other stuff. And I click on the Images tab. And so I'll type in a place like Grand Canyon. Go to Images. Boom, hundreds of images of the Grand Canyon. And then I'll just start scrolling around, finding images that I like. Ooh, that looks good. Now, is that from the North Rim or the South Rim? Now, is this winter? Is this summer? Where is this taken from? And then I'll start finding, oh, here's a good photographer, and he went here, and that looks pretty good. No, that gives me an idea. Maybe I'd like to try that over here. And I'm not trying to copy their photographs. I'm just trying not to waste my time. And the American Southwest is a beautiful area, and there are some areas that are a lot more beautiful than other areas. And one area, I just found a little dot on the map. Actually, wait a minute. I found the dot on the map afterwards. As I was driving by, there was just this trailhead. I'm like, well, this might be kind of interesting. It looked like it led off to an interesting area. And I took lots of pictures. But here is my favorite picture from this evening of shooting. And it's a little rock formation, and it's so small. This is insignificant in the Utah area. So I would like to go in and submit a name. I would like to call this Space Needle Rock. And so what happened is I hiked into this area, and I was there for an evening, for a couple of hours, shooting around, and I figured out my angle of view and what I liked, and I didn't have the right lens with me. I had another couple lenses back in the car that were kind of special situation lenses, and I didn't bring the lenses with me, and I didn't want to hike because it was a long way back to the car to come back. And so what happens is I shot it through the evening, and I said, well, I'm going to come back tomorrow night. And so what I wanted to do is come back, and I wanted to shoot a night shot. And what happened is I needed a lens that let in a lot of light. It was an f1.4 lens because I needed to get the stars. And so I needed to let in a lot of light for that. And as I was waiting, this wasn't the picture I was planning to take. I had grandiose plans to take a shot that was not this shot. And I'm not even going to show you what that other shot was because it sucked. It did not work out. And as I was waiting to take this other shot, I just took my flashlight and I started lighting up some of the rocks just to see, what it would look like. And I lit up Space Needle Rock over here, and I was like, wow, that looks really good. And so then I started lighting up the other rocks. And the way that I took this picture is that I had figured out exactly where I wanted to set the camera. And if I lit it from where the camera was, it would be very flat lighting, which means the light is coming from the same place the camera is, and you're not going to notice any shadows. And so I set my camera on a 10-second self-timer, and I ran several yards off to the side so that I could be over here shining my light all over the rock. And then I'd come back to the camera, and I would look at the results, and I'd be like, that looks like that needs more, and this needs less. And it felt like the old days back in the darkroom. I don't know how many of you have worked in the darkroom, but if you're like burning and dodging an area, okay, this needs some more light, okay, we're going to block this out here, and then you grab a little device and you're shaking it, and you're doing the same thing with the flashlight here. And so this took probably 20 shots before I got the mix of light right, the way that I thought it looked pretty good. And so in this whole area, there's a whole bunch of these little stacks of rocks, but this was clearly the most interesting form, shape, and color. So they were the best subjects. The lighting was critical, the flashlight, and the stars back there, and so that's a big part of it. Angle of view wasn't a big deal. There's a big open area here. I could have shot this with a 200 millimeter lens. I could have shot it with a 20 millimeter lens. They would have slightly different looks to it, but the basic concept would be there. But I did need to be in a very specific spot within that lineup to see that profile of it. The exposure was tricky, definitely needed a tripod. This was about a 30-second exposure. In order to do that, gave me lots of time to light the rocks with my flashlight. Focus on this was dead easy. Just manually focus on the rock, and that's basically all you do. So that part was very, very easy. So some parts, very important. Some parts, not so important. Do another one here. One of my favorite pictures from South Georgia Island. And so when you go down there, there's lots of icebergs. And as I mentioned at the beginning, you see your first iceberg, it gets pretty exciting. In fact, on one of the boats I went down there, you do this 3-day trip across the Drake Passage, and you better have your Dramamine with you because it's a rough ride. And they were handing out a bottle of champagne to whoever spotted the first iceberg. And I kind of thought that that was a lazy way of the captain of avoiding icebergs. But it kept people out looking for icebergs. Not all of them are the same. This was one that was actually over in South Georgia. And it took some rough riding in a Zodiac, circling this thing. This was not the picture that I thought I was going to take. Over around the left-hand side are some really interesting, you can just kind of see these little fins here where that kind of runs in. There's just a really interesting pattern over there that kind of attracted my eye first, but it just didn't play out right. The light wasn't right, it just didn't work out. So we came around this side, and you could really see that jagged edge on it. So this was, by far the most interesting iceberg I saw that day. And so we're starting off with a good subject, and the lighting on this is really nice because we got this dark sky in the background, and dark skies are one of the best things ever to have in a photograph, which makes Seattle very good for photography, is dark, stormy clouds. Next up, angle of view, it's not really that particular. It's just a basic zoom lens in a normal range, so there wasn't anything tricky about that. Point of view, you got to get at the right spot so that you can see the jagged edge on this, so you can see the shape. When we talk about composition, shape is really important. If we were another 30 yards this direction or that direction, the iceberg looks completely different. Exposure was a little bit tricky on this one. There's a way that I would like to have shot this if I was on ground, but because we were in a Zodiac doing this sort of thing, I had to have a much faster shutter speed, and I didn't have the depth of field that I would prefer to have. And I had to bump my ISO up a little bit. And if all that sounds a little confusing, stay with us. We'll diagram that later. But I had to make some compromises in order to make that happen. And so focus was easy, and the timing was critical because this whole thing hinges on this wave right here. This wave crashing over happens about once every 10 seconds. Now, you could shoot it once every 10 seconds if you can get your boat back to the right position. But there is a timing element that was just right, that I don't have any other photographs that were just right the way this one was right. So there's a few things that are really important, other things not so important to it. Question?
The really dramatic blue, is that post-processing, or did you get lucky with the light?
This is very, very much the way it was.
Really? Wow.
I did darken the clouds just a little bit. What's happening is that the iceberg has a low shelf below the waterline here. And these icebergs are very bluish. And so what's happening is the water's probably only 2 or 3 feet deep here, and it's a lot of that blue from the ice is reflecting upwards. And so a little bit of, no, I don't think I did this in Photoshop. I think I did it all in Lightroom. So just a little bit of Lightroom, a little darkening on there just to add a little bit of contrast. Any other, maybe take a couple more questions here.
Okay.
We're doing good on time.
I have a question with a follow-up question.
Okay.
First one is from Design Edit from the UK. How do you get so many pictures in public places without any people in the shot? Is it because you're generally there early or late in the day? And would the pictures still be good if people wandered into your shots?
Sometimes I love people in the shots, and sometimes I don't like them. You recall the wave, that lined rock formation. I was lining up the shot. Well, I had the bacon shot. Okay, you remember the bacon shot? Okay, no people in that shot. I like that one. But I was lining up the other one that had the 2 people walking in. And I had it all lined up, and there was no people in there. And I shot a couple of pictures. And it's kind of an interesting location because they only allow 20 people a day to go in there. So it's a very quiet moment. You hike in, and there might be a couple people, and it's like you're at a really nice library because everybody's whispering. Nobody wants to make a lot of noise because there's only special events. And so it was kind of funny because I set up, and they walk in, and they're like, oh, this is cool. Oh, I'm sorry, we're in your picture. I go, you look great, walk on up. And they added perfect scale for it. And so sometimes I love the people in the shot. I mean, I love shooting people pictures, but some of these situations, I just don't like the goofy looking tourist. And so they kind of have to look the part to be there. And so there's some people that I prefer to avoid and other people I love to have in my picture.
Very cool. All right, so my follow-up question for that is from Steve. And so with the best light in the morning or evening, what do you find yourself doing in the middle of the day?
Well, it depends on the type of trip you're on. I've been on a number of road trips, and kind of in that mode, what happens is I go to the great location first thing in the morning, and then in the middle of the day, it's either drive to the new location. So there's a few hours driving to the next city or the next canyon or the next park or something like that. Or I wake up really early, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning, and I work hard in my photography till 10 o'clock. And I come back and have lunch, and I take a siesta, nap, I wake up, eat another lunch, and then I go out and shoot again. Totally missing dinner, and then I come back and I eat a late dinner. And so it depends on the type of trip, whether you're traveling alone or with groups. And so it's a whole nother travel photography. That's a whole nother class right there. But if photography is really important to you, you'll start making those compromises, whatever they happen to be. Can we schedule dinner an hour later? Because I'd like to be in the right location. And it's only going to be right for these 20 minutes. So can we just move dinner back an hour? Or, hey, do you mind if I go out in the morning and I'll be back for breakfast? And so there's certain compromises you have to be willing to take to get to yourself in that right location. And so, yes, I have found myself in the middle of the day with hours and hours to kill. And if my computer has power, I'll maybe be editing my images. I'll be reading a book. I'll be taking a nap. I'll be doing something else that's just more touristy, that I'll be in a museum looking at something that isn't great for photography. So you got to really schedule those photography hours, if they're important to you, where you want them. We have a question in class, I think.
With all those amazing locations that you've been, will you do anything to get the shot? I mean, with the wolf running towards you, for example, or with the icebergs, do you really have to kind of balance your personal safety, or do you just go for it?
Interesting question. Definitely there is an issue of personal safety, and this can come from natural events, being in bad locations, or maybe in bad parts of town where cameras or other things worse can happen, stolen and worse. And so all of that, plays into a part. I mean, I like going downtown Seattle shooting, and Seattle's a pretty nice, friendly city, but there's kind of another layer of society that is all around any major city in the world. And I try to be a little bit more careful about when I'm doing certain things, but I try to be aware of my surroundings. And as much as I love my cameras, if you want to kill me, go ahead, take my camera. I'll buy another one of these. As much as I would be really, really mad to have a camera stolen, and I've never had one stolen. But I take it. I mean, my personal safety is very, very important. And for anyone who's traveling, what I tell people is your health is just paramount. If you're sick, you don't want to take pictures. And so you got to take care of yourself. I know I was working on one of my adventure projects was climbing Mount Rainier and photographing what it's like to climb Mount Rainier. And okay, so me and my buddy were shooting all these pictures and climbing Mount Rainier. I climbed to the top of Mount Rainier. Guess how many pictures I took? 4. I was totally exhausted. Just like, okay, click, yeah, maybe one more. And I came back home and I only took 4 pictures. So you got to be healthy, you got to feel safe, you got to feel comfortable in the environment you're in. And everyone, I think, might feel like I do. It's like, well, I don't do anything extreme. And then I look at somebody else and I'm like, you're nuts. And you might be calling me nuts right now. But I mean, it's a matter of your experience and what you know and what you're comfortable with. And it's good to expand your horizons in some degrees. All right, next picture I'd like to show you is the picture that I have left as the cover shot on my website for the longest period of time. And it's kind of amazing because it's the fastest shot that ever went from click to print. That was like, when I took that picture, I was like, okay, this is going to make a nice print. And I had it printed and mounted on the wall by the end of the day. And that just doesn't happen very often. And so here's the shot. And so it's another shot from good old standard Cary Park on Queen Anne Hill. I've shot there so many times. There is no place in Seattle that has seen more pictures of Seattle taken than this park. But I woke up one morning, and I don't know why I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, wow, that's like really unusual clouds and fog. I've never seen it quite like this. And I'm like, I'm pretty tired. I think I should go back to bed. And I went back to bed, and I couldn't go to sleep. I kept thinking, there's something good out there. There's something really nice that's going to happen, and I'm totally going to miss it if I stay in bed. And so I was like, okay. I'll go grab all the gear, and I'm driving down. I'm like, ooh, this is changing really quick. I better get someplace now. And so I don't have a chance. I wish I could have explored the city. I wish I could have frozen this moment in time and explored the city. But it was like, okay, I better just go to the safe spot because I know I'll have a view of the city. And so we had this lower layer of fog. We had an upper layer of clouds that was blowing over. I only got, it's kind of technically lying here, but I only got one shot because this little opening in the cloud was only there where I could see the Space Needle for one shot. And I say technically I'm lying here because this is a stitched panorama shot. And so the shot when I took this picture of the Space Needle was the only one that I got where that was really clear, where you could pretty well see it. And so, of course, this is a very rare event in Seattle where we have the distance. It's about 70 miles line of sight to Mount Rainier, so it's pretty rare that it's crystal clear. And getting this nice little, I love gradations of color. That orange to blue is so nice. And so, good subject matter. City's pretty good. And I apologize if I got too many shots of Seattle. I live here, and it's really hard to get to New York and other beautiful cities in the world to go shoot pictures. So you shoot what you have available to you. So we got a pretty good subject matter. The light, I think, is spectacular in this. Angle of view, no big deal. Pretty standard, basic zoom lens. 50 millimeter lens would do a pretty good job. 35 millimeter lens would be fine. Point of view, you need to be in the right spot to get the buildings and be able to see Mount Rainier. So the point of view is pretty critical in this. I was using a tripod. This is a panorama stitched image, so there's actually about 3 or 4 images that I've stitched together. And the timing with the cloud and the light was very, very critical. Focus was super, super easy. Just focus on something a mile away and you're totally fine. And so some things critical, some things not so critical. Any questions on this particular one? I do have, I think, 1 or 2 more.
Okay, well, I just want to add, actually, just to this before you can move on, that I love all your images of Seattle because it makes me fall back in love with my city. Like, I want to go explore my own city again.
Yeah.
It's so cool. So
well, good.
thanks. Okay.
All right, so the next image is one that I didn't plan on taking. I was hoping to do another shot, and this was like the result of it. So sometimes I go out with these high hopes of this is exactly what I'm going to get. And very rarely is that exactly what I'm going to get. And so let me bring it up here. This is from Yellowstone National Park, and there's a lot of trees that are burned out because of the great fires they had there in 1988. And there was another strand or another grouping of trees that was nearby that I wanted to get, but it was just these that had the cleanest, best lines in it that I thought worked best. And of course, this is very critical in the time of day that it was shot. And I jumped through that one a little too quick. Let me see if I can jump back. And see if I can go backwards on this clicker. Okay, so really good subject material as far as the trees, nice, clean, and in this case, I don't want leaves. I just like that completely dead stick tree. Angle of view, I didn't want to get the other trees. I don't want to have these other little remnants poking in from the side. I wanted to keep it nice and tight on there. So my point of view of where I had to be on the boardwalk to get this was pretty critical. The exposure was pretty easy to get, actually. Just set it up, look at it. There's no real depth of field that you need, so You don't need to set great depth of field. This was shot on a tripod. Focus was really easy. Timing, you're only going to get this little gradient of light in the sky for about 5 minutes. Maybe half hour, 45 minutes after sunset. It depends on the situation. All right, you saw the next one, so let's go ahead and go right to it. So one of my very favorite photographic opportunities and situations was when I went to Cairo, Egypt, and I had a good friend here in Seattle who was showing me the city, who was an expert and knew all the places in the city, and she knew a lot of people who were there. And the key thing on this one is that she knew somebody who had a friend, whose brother, whose mother, this long lineup. And in any case, this person worked for the Ministry of Antiquities. And she somehow convinced them, okay, this is very laughable, that I was a big name photographer coming into Cairo, Egypt, and that I should get a special photo pass to go see the pyramids before sunrise, which they don't normally, everyone gets in at like 10 o'clock in the morning when the sun is, way up there. And somehow I got this pass to go in there at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I got a driver, I got a security guard, and I got my guide, and I have no idea where I'm going. Not completely true. I'd never been here before, and they let us in the front gates, and I had done some Google researching. Okay, here are the pyramids, here's the city, they got some roads here. Where does the sun come up? Where's the east? Where's the north? Where do I want to be? What's going to look good? And I was convinced I knew where I wanted to take the shot, which was way out someplace else. And I went way out there, and it didn't look right. And so I said, no, quick, get in the car. We got to go back down here. And so I was running around trying to get things in the right place. And there's other pictures where I had the sun peeping out from behind us. And I didn't like that because it seemed a little too contrived. And I just kind of like the balance of where the sun somewhat mimics the position of the pyramid on the other side. So there's some nice symmetry going on. It's not the ultimate shot. The shot that I would like to try to get, which I didn't have time, is to run backwards, maybe a half mile, and have a gigantic telephoto lens so that the sun would be bigger in the sky. That would be kind of my preference, but I'm pretty happy with this one. All right, so the pyramids in Egypt, great subject material. The light, now what's kind of funny, Egypt is kind of similar to India in that you don't really see the sun come up over the horizon. It kind of emerges from the air. There's kind of a log of contaminants in the air. And it will kind of suddenly, oh, there it is. It suddenly just pop out. And so there's only a short period of time where there's a nice color, where you can actually see the sun, and there's a nice color, and then in 10 or 20 minutes, it's kind of lost all its color. So the timing on that is really quite critical. So the light and the timing are all interconnected there. Getting the point of view, I was running back and forth with my tripod. I was running around like a chicken with its head cut off, trying to figure out where I want to get the stuff lined up, because the pyramids are at slightly different places, the sun's coming up, and luckily it was a pretty big open area, so you're free to move around. Exposure was a little tricky. You wanted to get the right exposure so that you got the darks correct and you got the lights right. And so using the histogram on the back of my camera, making sure I didn't overexpose or underexpose was really important. And so, it's been done before a million times, but you know what? It's the one that I got, and so I'm happy with it. All right, I think we're onto the last picture here. And I don't have enough of these. I wish I shot more people pictures. And so I'm leading a photo tour. I do photo tours from time to time. You can check my website out if you're interested. And we were doing a photo tour in Jordan. And what's kind of funny is that during a bout of unemployment and a lot of free time, I decided to list all the countries in the world and rate them on a scale of 1 to 10 how much I would like to visit that country. And at the very bottom of the list was Jordan. And somehow I got an opportunity to lead a tour there. And I said, I don't care if it's a 1 on the list, I'm going there. And the fact of the matter is it was awesome. It was fantastic. And so I truly believe that any place can be great for photographs, even if you don't think it is. Because photographers can look for anything in great pictures. In this particular case, our small tour group was having lunch with some locals. They kind of invite locals in so you can have lunch and converse. And there was a mother and a father there, and they had a young boy and a daughter. And the young daughter was so friendly and so nice, and she was so cute. And there was this other kid who was running around, who was just a little brat. And he was like, you're not going to work with this little kid. And she was so congenial. She would sit here, she'd stand here, she'd show her clothes. She was fantastic to shoot, and I shot tons of pictures of her. And when we first got there, he had the turban on, and he looked really good, but he didn't like it, so he'd like take it off. And I asked his mother, would you mind putting that back on him? And she put it back on him, and he was just totally concentrating on drinking tea. And he didn't care about anybody, but for one moment, he had his fingers in that little perfect form there, and he just like glanced at me for just a second, like, what are you doing? And it was this just great moment, catching connections with the eye. So what's important about this? Well, his sister was great to shoot, to photograph, but he really is the one that stood out. He's the one that had great eyes. The light on this was really simple. They're just in a tent, and there's just a big open side of the tent. There's a bit of a canyon wall. Nice, even light. It's not in direct sunlight. One of the most basic things you'll learn is don't shoot people pictures in bright sunlight. Angle of view, not really super critical, but I'm very tight in. It's just a head and shoulders shot. You don't see anything else that's going on. Point of view, I got down a little bit to get more in his eye level. He's sitting on the ground, and I'm not standing up real high and shooting at a steep angle. I wanted to get down, look him more eye to eye. Exposure was pretty easy because it was even lighting. Focus was critical, and I wanted to make sure that his eyelashes could be individually counted. His eyes are in focus, which is what you want in focus in a person, is the eyes to be in focus. And the timing, I shot about 8 pictures of him. 2 pictures were at least pretty good, and this was the better of the 2. But just, the gesture in the hand and the way he's holding the tee is just one moment that is not duplicated in any of the other shots. And actually, Rose, I think I got a couple more pictures here, so I'm just going to keep moving through these. All right, so back from my recent trip down to the southwest, one of my favorite shots was from Monument Valley. And I went down here. I was going to stay here for one evening, so I was going to shoot a sunset and a sunrise, and then I'm out of there. And I went through in the afternoon. Somebody asked what I do in the afternoon. I was scouting locations. Bad light, went around, shot pictures, and I was like, okay, I want to do my classic mittens. They call these the mittens. I want to do my classic mittens shot, and I looked all around. I spent probably about 2 hours finding the perfect spot. And then a rainstorm came in, and the whole place just flooded and looked terrible. And so I sat in my tent as the rain was coming down saying, well, there goes my sunset shot. But then it started to break. And I went out to shoot, and I didn't think that anything was going to happen. And I ended up in a totally different area than I scouted. And I ended up in this place that I didn't want to be when the light was absolutely perfect. And so I was like, I need something in the foreground. And this clump of grass, as weak and pathetic as it is the most interesting thing around that I can find to put in the foreground. And so that's why I ended up there. And so it wasn't my preferred shot, but it's the best I could do with what I was given. And so the mittens down here, of course, make for great light. Good subject material. Type of lighting like this doesn't happen too often. Angle of view, trying to get all the mittens in as well as some of the foreground. My point of view is down nice and low, close to the ground. Exposure was a little tricky because the light was changing quite a bit. Focus is fairly critical because I wanted to give great depth of field from foreground to the background. And as I mentioned before, the timing on it was critical because that sunbreak just lasted for moments. And I realized that we have now come to the last picture now. And we're going to go back to the penguins. Maybe my favorite shot of all time. And so the penguin and the seals. And you know what? I think there's another section in this class where I go in and I show some of the behind the scenes. So I'm going to save some of the story for that. But clearly we have some good subject material. Anytime you can get 2 completely different animals in the same shot, that's a good start to a shot. The light is nice and even, so we can see the tonality of everything nice and easily. It's not blown out in bright sunlight or really dark shadows. Angle of view, wide angle, shows the environment that they live in. Point of view is I got down nice and low. I'm on my elbows and knees, nice and close on them. Exposure wasn't too hard, but I wanted to get enough depth of field to make sure that the penguin's in focus, the seals are in focus, and the background is reasonably in focus so that you can see the environment that they're in. And then the timing of this shot, I only got one shot that's anywhere close to this. Because these two seals up yelling at each other, what was kind of nice is that the penguin closed its eyes, and you can't see the seal's eyes. And I said before that you should have eye contact, and that's a good thing. Well, for everything I say in this class, you can do the exact opposite as well. So break any rule you want, and there's always going to be a chance that it can work out in a different type of shot. And what I like about the fact that you can't see any of the animal's eyes, it's like they don't notice that you're there. It's like for a moment you're invisible and you're totally in their world. And so it really puts you in with them. And so there was only one moment where I could get that shot, the right timing and everything else. So there you go, folks. Those are your 7 steps. Maybe you'll think about these steps a little differently now. But that's kind of the chronological order. And just be aware that sometimes one aspect is super critical and another aspect, doesn't matter. Or it could be super critical. Now, just to kind of give you a preview of what we're going to be doing and some other things that you need to know about, talked about having a good foundation of knowledge in photography. And so when I'm out shooting pictures, I'm thinking both technical and artistic. And what's kind of interesting is most of us could probably say that we are more in one camp or the other. I'm more artistic or I'm more technical. The thing about photography is that it's both. And so whatever you feel comfortable in, you're going to have to get used to the other one because you got to do both in photography. On the technical side, this is where we're going to be starting out. This is what we're going to be doing for the first several sections of the classes. We're going to be talking about the 2 critical things. When you go out and shoot pictures, you want them to be properly focused and properly exposed. And when you do that, you're going to be dealing with shutter speeds, apertures, and ISOs. And so if you want to get these things right, you got to get these things totally down pat and perfect. The other things that you need to know are what I just call camera details. They're the settings of your camera. Everything from RAW and JPEG, and we're going to talk more about that, the burst mode, focusing points, all those sorts of things. They're very technical things, but they're very important for taking a picture. Now, as we move more into the artistic side, you need to know about your lenses, you need to know about light, and you need to know about depth of field. But there's a lot of technical stuff going on as well as artistic in each of these subjects, and we're going to be covering these in this class quite a bit as well. Timing and composition are both critical. Now, we're going to talk a fair bit about composition in this class, but we're not going to talk a lot about timing. We've talked a little bit about it here. That more has to do with the specific type of photography you're doing. If you're doing sports photography or portrait photography, when exactly do you get the right expression? How do you get the right expression? That's going to be a little bit more specific to the type of photography you're doing. And finally, if you want to take great pictures, here's what you need to know. You need to know about your subject. All right? You need to be an expert in what you're doing. You don't have to be an expert because you can travel and shoot pictures of people on the street. But the more you know about what you're doing, the better job you're probably going to do. Something I can assure you will not happen is if you're out and you see a bird photographer with one of those huge lenses and they're shooting a picture and you go up to them and you tap them on the shoulder and you say, "Excuse me, do you know what type of bird that is?" The response that you are not going to get is, "I don't know, it's a really pretty yellow one." Chances are that they know exactly what bird it is. They know why it's in that tree. They know why it's traveling through your city at that time of the year. A wedding photographer is going to know everything about weddings. Portrait photographers are going to know everything about lighting and working with people and talking with people and getting them comfortable. The more, if you do travel photography, the more you know about that city, the more that's going to help you knowing where to go and what to do. And so knowing your subject, and that's not something we're going to do in this class. We're going to be covering the technical stuff and many of the artistic elements in this class. So that's what you can look forward to in the rest of the sections.
Okay, thank you very much for letting us know what's coming up.
We were going to ask you that.
But you had a slide for it.
Yeah.
We have a whole pyramid built.
Right.
With it all laid out.
I like those pyramids.
Thanks, John. We're going to take a quick, actually a 45-minute lunch break, but there has been some awesome comments from the internet.
There have indeed. Susie Q says, "This is a whole lot of hours for $99. I agree. I mean, my gosh, this is only day one.
Yeah.
We still have 4 days left, and I've already learned a lot so far, too. So I'm really looking forward to the rest of the course. And then also, Mrs. Ortega says, "This has been awesome so far. I just started to delve into getting into photography professionally, and John Gringo has already inspired me. I'm all in."
Cool.
So
that's
she's
what we
really
like to hear.
excited, so am I.
Awesome. All right, we love seeing how much you guys are enjoying this course on the internet. I think there's more questions right now than there has been in other classes.
Pages.
There's pages of questions already. So I love seeing how much this is inspiring you, and it's also inspiring me because I'm like seeing like all the things that I should be doing with my camera on my off days. I need to go explore my city and give myself new photography challenges. So we're only halfway through the day one of this 5-day course. There's so much more information to come, and it's for every photographer at any level. You are going to glean information from all of John's wealth of information. So if you already know that this is a class for you, just grab it right now for $99 while we are on break. And to let you know, you guys see his gorgeous slides, and a lot of you are like, what slide was that? Can we go back? Can we go back? They're beautiful. But with the purchase of this course, you do get John's PDF of all of his slides from this course. So cool bonus.
Awesome. And then also coming up, we have Photoshop Week. And you're not going to want to miss that. We're bringing in world-class instructors to teach you all about the most powerful graphics tool around, Photoshop. I'm really looking forward to it because I don't know Photoshop as well as I would like to. Whether you're opening Photoshop for the first time or just want to learn to use its hidden features, we have over 40 classes that are going to be available to you. So make sure you sign up for that. Go over to the Photoshop Week course page at creativelive.com and enroll for the whole week or for individual classes. So we're going to head to break, but we'll see you back here in 45 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dave Cross, and I'm coming.
Welcome back, Internet. Before we jump back into the fundamentals of digital photography with John Gringo, I believe we have a prize to give away.
We have a prize to give away. It's my favorite time of day. All right, the first prize up is a Black Rapid camera strap, and it is a sling strap for any camera user. So the sling goes from your shoulder to your waist, takes the weight off your neck. It's an amazing strap, and so many photographers should use it. All right, the winner is Kimberly Thong, Twitter handle. Actually, she participated on Facebook, and her quote is, "Lighting is the second most important thing in photography. Catching the moment is the first." That is
nice.
An excellent, excellent quote from John Gringo. Congratulations, Kimberly, and thank you very much to Black Rapid for the wonderful prize to give away. All right, John, back over to you.
All right. You guys ready for some more? Well, I got to thank everyone on the internet for holding off on some of the technical questions. I know some of you are just chomping at the bit to ask what shutter speed and aperture and all the technical stuff. And trust me, we're going to be getting into the technical stuff now. And I just kind of like to let the first session just be non-technical so that everyone can appreciate it. All right, so here's our class. And we're at step 2, the camera. So we're going to be talking about cameras. So we're going to have lots of time for questions in classroom and online as well. So with the camera, we're going to be talking about the different camera types. So we're going to go through all the different types of common cameras today. Then we're going to go through the shutter speeds and some other camera details, some settings that you need to be aware of on your camera. So first off, let's bring up what I think is a very interesting collection of cameras. If I was going to have a camera party, I would invite these 12 over because I think they would be very interesting in how they mismatch. And I'm not saying that they're my favorite or my not favorite. I just think they're an interesting collection of cameras. And it's not that they're better or worse than anything else. What's interesting about this particular group of cameras is that they're all different from each other. None of them are in the same category. And the way we categorize cameras, well, it really varies depending on who you talk to and in what manner. One way that we categorize cameras is by their sensor size. Now, obviously in this class, the whole section 3, which is coming up in a little bit, is going to be specifically on sensors, but we do have to talk about it a little bit right now because there's a lot of different cameras on the market that use a lot of different size sensors. And in real short terms, for right now, the bigger the sensor in general, the better the image quality that you will be able to get off of the camera. So we have a lot of different cameras by sensor sizes. So you'll hear people talking about different cameras compared to other ones within sensor size. But we also categorize and give names to cameras, whether they use interchangeable lenses or not. And some of these cameras use it, and some of them don't. And it Totally doesn't depend on what size sensor they have. Completely independent. The other way that we classify and talk about cameras is through the viewing system on the camera. Now, some of the common viewing systems is the reflex pentaprism and the reflex pentamirror. And I'd like to show you a little part from a camera. I kind of like taking things apart. I'm not as good at putting them back together. But over here I have a pentaprism and a pentamirror. Now, a pentaprism, and I think the guys in the back are going to work on getting a camera over here so you can get a close-up look at this, is what's in kind of in the intermediate and higher level cameras. And it's a solid piece of glass. And it's kind of heavy. I'll hand it out to you students. Now, the pentamirror is what's found in entry-level SLRs. A Canon Rebel, a Nikon 5200, 3200. They have a little plastic piece that has a mirror inside, and it's much lighter weight. Let me hand this over to a student here and just see what the weight difference is between those. And you can see how the pentaprism, made out of that solid glass, is much heavier. And you guys can hand that around. And that's one of those hidden things that's in a camera that you don't really realize when you're in the camera store or you're looking at these cameras online. What's the difference? Now, the actual difference in the real world is that the pentaprism is going to be a brighter, better view than the pentamirror. And the viewfinder is really important in cameras. And so what type of viewing system do you have? So there's a couple different systems there. And then we have the new and the growing electronic viewfinder. And so there's a lot of cameras that are using electronic viewfinders, and this is the direction that more and more cameras are going. We're going to probably see almost all electronic cameras at some point in the future, in my opinion. We have a Leica that has a rangefinder, and we have a Fuji that has a hybrid rangefinder. I'm going to show you a diagram of exactly how that works later on. And then we have point and shoots that use an optical viewfinder, which is just another window that you look through. The difference is with the rangefinder, you're actually focusing. So not only do you have a separate window, but you have some areas for focusing. I'm going to show you some details on how that works as well. And then we have some cameras where you just use the LCD screen on the back of the camera. It doesn't have anything for you to hold up to your eye. And that's kind of my least favorite style of camera, is having to hold the camera out like this. I like to be able to hold it up to my eye because then I can use it in much brighter light situations much easier. All right, so of these 12 cameras, we line them all up, and if we're in the camera store and we're trying to compare these cameras, well, they're really not comparable, because if we look at the viewing system, they have a wide variety of viewing systems, and none of them have the exact same options when it comes to lenses and sensor type. So the number of lenses that are available for a camera is very important, and the size of the sensor. And so we have a huge collection of different style cameras out there. And as I said before, there isn't one best camera for everyone. There might be a good camera for you or a best camera for you, but there is just so many choices. The best thing you can do is just educate yourself on what's available and think about what you want to do with your camera. So let's take a closer look at many of these styles of camera. Starting off, well, the big cases we're going to talk about is the point and shoots, the single lens reflex, and the mirrorless. But we do need to talk about the elephant in the room. Everybody knows about the elephant in the room? Yes, we're going to talk about cell phones. All right, chances are everybody had a camera here, even though they may not have brought their camera, because they got one on their mobile device or cell phone. And, well, I just don't have a lot to say about these. So let me just kind of sum it up real quickly. The nice thing about them is that they're always there. And I'm not a big fan of cell phone photography. It's not my thing, but I have to admit, I shot some cell phone pictures the other day because it was right there in the pocket, and it was very, very convenient. And the image quality is getting much better. It's pretty good. It's better. I actually did a test with a point and shoot camera that I bought, maybe 6 years ago. And my new iPhone outperformed that point and shoot. And so it's like, that serves me no purpose at all. But it does have some downsides in case you don't know. Probably the biggest thing is there's a fixed lens. You can't zoom the lens in at all. You're kind of stuck with one angle of view. It's a very practical one, but you're stuck with it. They are getting better under low light. Still pretty poor performance in most cases, especially considered or compared to a full frame camera. There is no manual exposure, very limited focusing control. It's awkward to hold. Nothing screams amateur to me than this. It's a bad way to hold a camera steady. And obviously highly limited on the features. Now, can you take a good picture with a cell phone? Absolutely, sure. It's got enough horsepower and enough good in everything that it can do that you can take a good picture, but it's under very limited circumstances that you can get those good pictures. It just doesn't give you a big window of opportunity of what you can do. And if you had your cell phone and your full-frame DSLR, I can't imagine why you would consciously choose the phone as your camera of choice if you're trying to get the best quality picture. And it seems to be very popular, and I think for most people in the future, that's going to be the camera of choice for all their shots. And then there will be separate people who are photographers, who are serious, that have some sort of bigger camera. And so we're going to see better and better performance out of these cell phones, but it's never going to directly compete with the camera because it doesn't have all the controls. But they are kind of nice little backup devices. All right, so let's step it up a slight notch to the point-and-shoot cameras. Now, there's lots of point-and-shoots out there, but there's less than there used to be, it seems like. This is a diminishing crowd, and it's because the cell phones have cut into this market. People who would normally go out and spend $200, $300, $400 on a camera are just saying, you know what, my phone does a good enough job, why bother with it? And at the lower levels, I agree with them. You don't need a $200 camera anymore. Your phone probably has a better camera in many cases. But there are some special point-and-shoots that we will be talking about that are a little bit better than the phone. So first off, how does the point-and-shoot work? Well, we have light coming in through a lens system, and it goes straight back to an image sensor. In order for you to see what's going on, it sends the signal electronically back to the screen, and obviously that's what you're looking at. Now, most of these cameras don't have any sort of viewfinder, so you have to have the camera right in front of you in order to see it. So on these cameras, they have fixed lenses. You can't take the lens on and off, but the advantage over the phone is that you can zoom the lens back and forth. Now, these are what I would say 6 of my favorite and most highly recommended point-and-shoot cameras. Take notes, everyone. Quick, scroll down which camera you want. And so all of these cameras have something that's kind of unique and nice about it. Maybe they have a sensor that's a little bit larger. Like the Sony has a sensor that almost puts it in the next category I'm going to talk about. It's much larger than the rest of these, much larger sensor. The Canon is really nice because it's super, super small. I like this Fuji X20 because it has an optical viewfinder and you can hold it up to your eye and look at it in bright sunlight and you can see what you're pointing your camera at. Panasonic has a Leica lens on it, some nice controls on it. Olympus makes a good camera that's got a lot of manual controls. Nikon's got a nice one that's got a lot of manual controls as well. There are some other models. I know I offended somebody whose camera is not up here. There's other good models. These are just 6 that I can highly recommend that I say are pretty safe choices if you are looking for that compact point and shoot that has some manual control to it. Now, there's a slight distinction between this next group, which is the premium point and shoots. Now, these are typically going to have what I would call a medium or large size sensor. So all of these have a sensor size which is larger than the previous. And as I mentioned before, just for right now, the larger the sensor, the better the image quality. Canon's got their G1X with a very large sensor. Leica's got some great stuff. They have a pretty large sensor in their new X2 camera. Fuji's using some nice stuff here. And we have a mix of cameras in here. The Fuji, all of these have a fixed lens on them. But the Canon has a zoom, the Leica has a fixed lens, so it's just one angle of view. We have a fixed lens on the Fuji as well, and on the Sony we have a fixed lens as well. So what they're doing is they're kind of putting a compromise in here. They're putting a big sensor for image quality, but you just get one lens. So it's a very, very dedicated camera, and it only has kind of a small window of what it does really well. For travel photography, for street photography, these would be really, really nice cameras for that. So when you're looking at the point and shoots, typically they're going to have these small to medium size sensors, which is going to be a little bit of their disadvantage. No interchangeable lens, so you better be happy with the range or the lens that you get on it. And for viewing it, you're either going to be using the back screen. On all of them you can do that. Some of them have some sort of viewfinder. The big thing on these is that they're just like me. They're small, cheap, and easy. Few people got that. Okay, Downside, low light performance is not really good. Limited versatility in what you can do with it. So if you want to get in and do a lot of serious manual photography, you're going to get frustrated because it's just limiting in what it does. And it is not good for sports or action photography. These cameras are just not good for tracking subjects moving back and forth. And so if you have any hopes of doing sports, the point and shoot is totally the wrong camera. Let's go up to SLRs, and we'll take a break after the SLRs to kind of go through some questions, because we'll probably be hitting on a lot of questions then. So the digital SLR, DSLR stands for Digital Single Lens Reflex. Let me go through and explain how these cameras are working. So you get your camera here. You got light coming in through the lens, one lens. That's where the single lens of SL comes from. As the light comes in the camera, we have a mirror here, which is going to bounce the light upwards so that we can see it with our eyes. So it's going to cast an image right on this focusing screen right here. And I bet some of you have seen old cameras where you look through this and it seems, so it's like an old Rolly. I've tried to see, we got some old cameras in here, but we don't have any that has that style to it. So an old Rolly or an old Hasselblad, you'd just be looking right here, which is kind of nice because you don't need this big hump on the top of the camera. Makes the camera nice and small. But for easy viewing, it's going to send the light upwards through a prism system, the one that we just talked about down here, and out the viewfinder. So actually you're kind of looking more this direction, looking at the image right here. And that's really nice because no matter what lens you have on the camera, no matter what filter you have on the camera, you can see exactly what's going on. Now, key thing is when you take the picture, the mirror needs to come up and out of the way. And I talked about this a little bit earlier in section 1, shutter lag. There's a little bit of delay when you press the shutter release for that mirror to get up and out of the way before light gets back into the sensor. So you have to be aware of that, because if you saw it in the viewfinder, you missed it. All right, so for critical timing issues, you can't see what's going on when you're taking the picture. If you were to look at it from another angle of view, we'll see light coming into the lens, or excuse me, to the mirror, bouncing up to the focusing screen. There's an image that's produced on there, and then coming out through the viewfinder. So that's the way you view, and it's a really good viewing system. It's a steady place to hold the camera. So if I'm going to hold this camera up to my eye, I can hold my camera very, very steady as opposed to being out here. I have 2 points of contact. Up here, I have 3 points of contact. Also works a lot better in bright light situations because I can see what's going on in the viewfinder rather than on the LCD in the back. Now, if you like this style of camera, there's going to be a number of camera companies that have lots of goods. Probably the one with the most goods out there is Canon. So they have a great lineup of cameras. So if you want to get into this, highly recommend Canon because they have so many different models. You can start at the very beginner level, a few $100, get you into a basic digital camera that you can do manual photography. As you get better, as you have more demands on cameras, they keep having step-ups that you can keep going through. You can see, and this is roughly priced with the more expensive on the left, less expensive on the right. As you get into the more expensive cameras, we get into the full-frame cameras. And once again, we'll be talking more about sensors in that section. So let's hold off. No questions on sensors for the most part. For the most part, we'll let a few slip by. So their higher-end cameras use the full-frame sensor, but they also have more controls, more functions within the camera. And which camera should you buy? Which camera can you take good pictures with? Well, you could take great pictures with any of them. Give one of these to any good photographer, and they're going to be able to take good pictures. If I'm going to shoot sports, there's a big difference between the top and the bottom end because of some of the features that they have. They can shoot at 10 frames a second versus 3 frames a second. And so you have to know about what you are going to be doing with the camera. If you're going to shoot just basic travel photographs, yeah, these are going to work fine. Yeah, I don't like to work with them sometimes because they don't have all the controls and the buttons laid out the way that I like them to. And so I kind of need to be up here. And then, oh, I like the better performance up here. And so there's a good reason to either step up or step down. Nikon is the big competitor. And they are just as popular as Canon, or at least very, very close. And they have nearly an identical lineup of lenses. So for whatever camera you choose with Canon, there's probably a matching one with Nikon that you can go between. And I'm sure we'll have endless questions. What camera is better, this one or this one? And at that moment in time, you could maybe choose one over the other, and it seems like they're very, very closely pushing each other. And very much like Canon, you can see that their top 3 cameras use full-frame sensors, and their smaller ones are using, or excuse me, their smaller sensors are in their less expensive cameras. And these are constantly changing all the time, so if you watch this video, perhaps in 2 days, this may be out of date, because there's a rumor of a new camera coming out to replace one of these. So, things change quite rapidly in any of these. They usually keep a model around anywhere from 1 year to 3 years before they replace it with the next model. Now, the other big camera company that makes these single lens style cameras is Sony. But what they're doing is fundamentally different. So let me explain a little bit what's going on here. As the light comes in through the lens, the camera does have a mirror in here, but unlike in the single lens reflex, it does not move up and down. This is a fixed mirror. It stays right here, and it is a translucent mirror, which means that some of the light is coming through and some of it is being bounced around. 2/3 of the light is going straight back to the sensor. 1/3 of the light is being bounced upwards into the autofocus sensor. The advantage that this has is that the camera can focus 100% of the time. With an SLR, when the mirror goes up, the camera can't focus. And when it comes back down, it can check focus and adjust it again. And so that mirror flapping up and down is a major inconvenience when it comes to making cameras. And so they have an advantage here, but I think you can clearly see the disadvantage. We've just lost 1/3 of our light. And so they essentially just need to boost the signal on the sensor by 1/3 and kind of brighten everything up, because not as much light is getting back to the sensor. And then light will come out through an electronic viewfinder. So you're not seeing what's being bounced up here. It's just taking the signal from the sensor and sending it up to an electronic viewfinder. And the electronic viewfinder here is nice because you can look at it in bright light. The disadvantage is it doesn't have the sharpness and the clarity and the color of an optical viewfinder. And so it's not as good for fine-tuned manual focusing would be the main thing. But it does have the advantage if you are shooting video, and this class is not about video, but if you do want to shoot video with your camera, you can hold the camera up to your eye. With all the Canons and Nikons, you can't do that. You have to hold them away from your face or get a special viewing system to view the LCD on the back of the camera. So for video, this has an inherent advantage. I think they're potentially onto something. I think they need to fix this 2/3, 1/3 light and maybe get rid of the translucent mirror and figure out a different way to focus. But I think we're going to be seeing more of these electronic viewfinders because they do have some other advantages in the cameras. And so that's what you're going to see with Sony. Now they have a bunch of cameras, and I think they have a camera coming out very soon. So once again, these numbers are likely to change. And they don't have quite as big a lineup as Canon and Nikon. They're geared a little bit more towards the entry and mid-level with not as many options for the higher end users. But the A77, A99 are some pretty high performance cameras. And if you compare them spec for spec against Canon and Nikon, they compete quite well. In some cases they'll outperform, in other cases not, but they're very, very good competitors to Nikon. And technically they're not a single lens reflex, but I throw them into this category because they're pretty close. So they're kind of in their own unique category of cameras. But the DSLRs in general, they're going to have a fairly large sensor, which means the camera is going to do very good under low light conditions. We have lots of interchangeable lenses. With any of those 3 manufacturers, we have lots and lots of lenses to choose from. Generally, you're going to be viewing through the lens, which is the best way, under most circumstances, to frame up your subject. With the Sony, we do have the electronic viewfinder. The disadvantages with these, or excuse me, the advantages, first off is first-rate image quality. Really, really good image quality here. We have lots and lots of lens options. Pretty much anything you want to do with the camera, you're going to be able to do with one of these 3 brands. And you have tons and tons of control. The downside, they're fairly large for some people. If you were to ask people 100 years ago what's a big camera and what's a small camera, these would be considered very small cameras. But today, we have different standards, and they are considered somewhat large in size. They are fairly expensive. The full-frame sensor cameras are going to be $2,000, and by the time you outfit it with a couple of nice lenses, you're easily at $4,000. And they are a little bit complicated, so you're going to have to find a camera class and figure out how to use them. And so that's the downside to it. So maybe we can see if there's any specific questions right now. We're going to be talking about mirrorless cameras next, so we'll hold off on questions on that. But any questions towards the point and shoots, SLRs, general things like that?
We've had a couple people ask about adding lenses to the iPhone. I know you're not a huge iPhone photographer, but
Right.
how do you feel about those little clip-on lenses that you can use for those?
You can, for those who don't know, you can take an iPhone and I think you usually need to buy a special case for it so that you can mount these little extra, I think they have like a wide angle telephoto lens potentially. And if you like working with your phone, sure, go ahead. It's fun. It's a way to expand that because it doesn't have a zoom lens, which is kind of my main complaint about phones is I like a little bit of a zoom lens. I mean, I like the fixed lens that is in there, but I like other options as well. And so, have fun, yeah.
Okay, question from Marty McFly, 81, from Germany.
Yeah.
What about the so-called bridge cameras between point and shoot and DSLR?
Well, I think what they're probably talking about are the mirrorless cameras. And so we're going to be going through that. I got a fair bit on that in the next section.
You know, as far as questions that are incongruent to what you're talking about now, I think we're good. So you can probably move on if you
We have a question in class that we'll go
fantastic.
to then.
Just a quick question. Is there any reason you didn't mention the Sony CyberShot series in the point and shoots? You don't think they have anything special to offer?
I had one Sony in there.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
hard for
sorry.
me to represent
Okay.
everyone. And if somebody has Pentax and they're mad that I didn't go through the Pentax line, I'm sorry. Pentax makes great stuff. I don't have time to do every single camera. So Sony makes some great cyber shots, but the RX100, which is what I had in the point and shoots, has the 1-inch sensor, which is really quite nice. And then they brought the new, I think it's the RX1 that has the full frame sensor, fixed lens, $2,800. Beautiful camera, but that's a lot of money for a camera that you can't change the lens on. You got to be really dedicated. So they do make some really good stuff. Sony's the biggest and most powerful of the camera companies, you might say, but the photography division is fairly small. With Nikon, their company is almost all about cameras. They have some other microscopes and some other optical devices, but like Nikon is total photographic. Canon, they make copiers and video cameras, and cameras are a pretty big part of it. So each section is a little different in these companies and how their resources are thrown into the photography side of it. All right. Let's talk about the brand new mirrorless camera category. Actually, it's been around for close to 100 years. If you want to consider that Leica cameras don't have a mirror in them, and they are mirrorless cameras that I think fit very well within the range of mirrorless cameras. So Leica's been around. They actually invented the whole 35mm format, which is kind of the way we are basing things right now. And so if you take a Leica camera, the way it works is it's got one really high quality lens on it, and it sends the light straight back to a nice full frame sensor. And in order for you to see what you are pointing the camera at, there is a completely separate optical device up here that you look through. And they have a very high quality viewfinder here. Now the immediate obvious disadvantage is that the lens may be pointed here, but you're pointed here, and that's not always the same thing. And that strongly affects anytime you're shooting with a telephoto lens or shooting macro. And thus, with traditional Leica M cameras, they didn't do much in the way of telephoto photography over about 90 millimeters. I did have a 135, but it was very difficult and cumbersome to do properly. And it just didn't really do macro photography. So they just said, we're not doing that. Now, what's unique about this compared to some of the other cheaper cameras is that there's a second little window over here that takes in some light, bounces it over to the main viewing window, and sends that back to your eye as well. So you are actually seeing a double image. So let me show you how this works. When you look through a Leica rangefinder camera, one of the things you'll notice is that you're going to see outside the frame lines. They have different size frame lines according to what lens is on the camera because that viewfinder does not zoom. So you're going to see your frame lines, and there's different sizes ones, and this is just an example. And when you want to focus, you're going to look here in the middle. And it has what many consider to be, and I would completely agree, the most accurate manual focusing system available. And it's very easy for humans to tell when things are not aligned correctly. So what you would do in this case is you would just turn the lens until it lined up right. And it was very, very simple to do. And Leica has really nice lenses that focus like butter, right? All right, and one of the great things about Leicas is they have this little kind of knob on the bottom you just grab and turn it. And there are street photographers who would say, oh, they're about 6 feet away, and they would know that's over here, and they're 8 feet there, and they could just move their finger a little bit and know exactly where their lens was pointed at, and they just pointed up, click, and their camera's focused. And that was their autofocus. So they're manually focusing and adjusting it like that. So that's how a really nice manual focus system works. So Leica, if you've never heard of it before, it's kind of like the Rolls-Royce, the Ferrari. They make some very, very high-end cameras, but they are kind of a little persnickety. They're unique. They're not for everybody. They have a new camera coming out called the M. They just simplified it. They're calling it the M. They have that in the black. They have it in the silver. Not quite out yet. And it's going to be kind of nice because you can hook up an electronic viewfinder so you can use telephoto lenses, so you can use their entire collection of lenses. It's a really neat camera. They also have a special camera, and this is the only camera in the market, and I was kind of waiting for somebody to do this, and all it does is shoot black and white. And so they took out the color filter array, and there's a lot of things going on the sensor in order for them to get the light color right. So they just took out all that stuff, and it only shoots black and white. And arguably it does a better job at shooting black and white than any other camera. And because the M cameras are so spendy, they're around $7,000 without a lens. They wanted to come up with an affordable, cheaper camera. And their cheap camera is the ME camera, which is only $5,500. And they've taken off a few little features and made a few little changes. But all of these cameras are using a full frame sensor. So they have really good image quality, great lenses, but you're not viewing through the lenses. So let's move on to the other category of mirrorless cameras, the more modern. Well, those are modern. They're futuristic. They're not even out on the market yet. So the mirrorless camera, as we know it today, got started as what was known as the 4/3 system, and has thus kind of become the micro 4/3 system. And this was pioneered by Panasonic and Olympus. In a very, very unusual move, two competing camera companies said, let's work together. And so they actually formed a consortium where they decided to have the exact same lens mount. So you can put an Olympus lens on a Panasonic camera and vice versa. And they invited other people to join their party. Nikon, Canon, would you like to join us? And everyone else said no. So it was just the two of them, and other companies decided to do their own little thing. So we got Fuji, Nikon, Sony, and these are sometimes called electronic viewfinder interchangeable lens cameras, which has a really fun acronym. And so you'll occasionally see them referred to as evil cameras. Nothing evil about them. So far, none of the companies have picked that up as their code name on their lenses. I don't know why. And let me tell you a little bit more about the history, because it was really pioneered by Panasonic and Olympus. And what happened is, let me go back a little bit further. Olympus used to make these awesome 35mm cameras back in the 70s and 80s. And then when autofocus came out in the late 80s, they didn't make anything that worked. They just kind of completely fell by the wayside, and they got left behind everybody. And so they completely missed the autofocus boat. But then when digital came around, they decided we're going to get back into it. And so that's when they decided they're going to make interchangeable lens cameras with a digital sensor, autofocus, all the other goods. And they call this the 4/3 system. And the idea here was that they were going to use a smaller size sensor, and they were going to have smaller size cameras. And so their cameras went after the same single lens reflex that modern Nikons and Canons are. So light comes in the sensor, it bounces on the mirror, goes up to the focusing screen, and out the prism system. And they came out with a bunch of products, and they tried, they did a lot of this and a lot of that. And most of the people were kind of like myself. They looked at them and they said, okay, it's the same price. It's got a sensor that's half as big, and the camera's the same size. So why am I going to buy this camera that has a smaller sensor and everything else is the same? And they just never really did well. So what they decided to do is that they wanted to make the cameras smaller. And in order to do that, they needed to get rid of the mirror, they needed to get rid of the focusing screen, the prism, and the other viewing system, and reduce the sensor to the lens mount distance. And so they brought this a whole lot closer. They could then have the lens smaller in size, get rid of all the other accessories, and they developed what they call the micro 4/3 system. So that's where the micro 4/3. So there's a difference between 4/3 and micro 4/3. the distance from what's called the flange mount, it's where the lens mounts, and the sensor is much closer in these mirrorless cameras than it is in a single lens reflex camera, which is how they can make these cameras quite a bit smaller in size. Now, between the 4/3 and the micro 4/3, gotta get my terminology right, they use the exact same size sensor, same shape. They have the same lens mount, so you can mount the same lenses back and forth, but they have different lenses. Because these lenses are mounting closer to the film plane, the other lenses are out here, you can't truly go back and forth unless you use one of these things, a lens adapter. So now if you buy the new smaller camera, you fit this in there and then it puts the lens at the right distance so that you can focus with it. And then when these started coming out, people said, wait a minute, we could use that to mount all sorts of lenses on these cameras. And so Olympus, as well as other companies, started to make these adapters. And if you have an old Canon FD lens, you would find one of these adapters that fits your FD lens and the new modern Panasonic or Olympus cameras. And you could use any of these older lenses, which is a great way to make use of some really fun lenses. Now, the problem was the sensor was about half the size, so the focal lengths changed and kind of the characteristics of what the lens did changed. But there was a great way to make use of old lenses that were not being used. And there's been a lot of people in the film industry that have really liked using these because they can use manual focus lenses of any variety on their cameras. So if you have a Panasonic or Olympus micro 4/3 camera, you can use pretty much any lens ever made if you just find the right adapter. If you can find an adapter for it, you can probably use a lens on it, which is kind of a neat thing. It makes it very versatile for people who like to play around. Now with these cameras, you're going to have an LCD screen on the back. And on some of them, the better ones in my opinion, you're going to have an EVF, an electronic viewfinder, so that you can see with your eye, with the camera held up to your eye. And I much, much prefer these. Almost my definition of a good camera is a camera that has an eye-level viewfinder. I pretty much won't even buy a camera unless it has an eye-level viewfinder, because I know in the practical real world, these things are very, very helpful in most situations. So I'm not going to show you all the cameras that Olympus makes, but kind of some of the prime ones. They do make some models without the viewfinder. They're nice, small cameras, but if you like a viewfinder, you want to either buy a viewfinder for it, and at which point you might as well just get a camera that has a viewfinder in it. Right now they only have one camera, but it is a great camera. It's called the OMD camera. Make it in silver and black, and actually I got one right over here. And what's kind of nice about this is that I have a Panasonic lens on my Olympus camera because I think this was a good camera choice for me, and I like this lens. And it's nice to be able to take a Panasonic lens, put it on here, and have 100% compatibility. So it's a great little option to have a small camera. And here's a good example of size difference. Now these are not equal lenses, they're not the same camera, but how big is a 4/3 camera, micro 4/3, compared to a full frame SLR? And that gets to be a chunk of weight. It's quite a bit lighter in size. So Olympus makes some good systems here, and then there's Panasonic. They're not related companies, but they are working together, and they have been doing quite well. They have a number of different cameras. They have two different cameras that have electronic viewfinders out. The GH3 has been super popular for people shooting video. There's a lot of great video options on that. G5, smaller, cheaper weight version, and then they have a couple of models without viewfinders for people who want really, really tiny cameras. And if you do want a viewfinder, for some of these, they do make a electronic viewfinder that you can add. But really consider whether you need this, because you may want to get this when you get the actual camera. Now, as I say, the great thing about going with Panasonic and Olympus is that you can choose from both companies to get fully compatible lenses. And I'm not going to show you all the lenses, but they're going to have plenty of choices for your standard, everyday, regular zooms. And Olympus has done a great job coming out with some really cool prime lenses, some fast prime lens. When I say a prime lens, I mean a lens that does not zoom. And so these are lenses that let in a lot of light. They're small in size, and they are really, really sharp. There's been some people who've done some reviews, and I think the 75 1.8 has just gone, you might say, not quite literally, but figuratively off the charts in sharpness. Really, really sharp stuff. The lens that I had on mine was a Panasonic that was designed by Leica, but I'm using it on the Olympus. So it's nice you can just mix these up. And then Panasonic came out with these great fast zoom lenses, 2.8 zoom lenses. So they have a fast aperture on them, practical focal length. And between the two of these companies, there are also other companies that are adding into this. We're talking about 30 plus lenses that you can choose from. So there's a good collection of things that you can choose from within this subgroup of mirrorless cameras. Now, not everyone wanted to be a part of the Panasonic and Olympus party, and so they decided to do their own thing. Nikon came out with their own mirrorless cameras, and for those kind of who were a little bit more serious about Nikon stuff, they were greatly disappointed because Nikon decided to go with a very small sensor, and there was a lot of conjecture as to why they chose this small sensor, and I think most of us know that they didn't want to impede the sales of their more serious SLR cameras. And so they wanted to create a very distinct, different category. Now, the advantage here is that they were able to make a very, very small camera. So these are even a little bit smaller than the cameras I was just speaking of. If you're interested in lenses, there's not a lot to get excited about here. They have a lot of very basic consumer-orientated lenses. They don't have any pro lenses. They have a couple of prime lenses here that are okay, they're moderately interesting, but the controls on this are just not such that somebody who is into manually controlling their camera is going to be really excited about using the camera. You just got to kind of play around with the camera. Now, the new V2 is much better than the original V1, and they are coming out with rapid updates, and there's more models than I'm showing you here. This is just some of the highlights. But the V2, the V series stands for viewfinder, and that's the one I would look at if you're a little bit more serious about getting into photography. But it's a very limited system in this case. One of the advantages here, though, is that it's got really good autofocus. And so if you're mom or dad and you just want to take pictures of your kids playing soccer and you don't want to get a very big camera and you just wanted to keep it as small and as simple as possible, this might be the best choice for that type of little family vacation, not getting into photography too much. Although you can, you'll find many limitations down the road. The next group is Sony. So Sony's got their larger size cameras, and then they decided to do their own mirrorless system with the NEX system. Now what they decided to do, every company has their own little plans here. What they did is they put in a really large sensor. So they did exactly the opposite of what Nikon did. And so image quality on these is really, really good. There's some cameras in here that compete very much with your more mainstream Nikons and Canons. The downside is that because they put such a large size sensor in the camera, their lenses need to be pretty big. And so it's kind of funny when you mount up some of these lenses on the cameras, it's almost like a cap is just on the back of the camera. It's just nothing on the back of this huge lens that's out there. And so the whole idea of making the camera smaller doesn't help quite as much because the lenses are about the same size as they are with Canons and Nikons in many cases. And people are looking at cameras in the camera store, and one of the ways that I joke to people about how to pick out the best camera, and I do actually kind of mean this. If you really want to find the best camera, here's what you do. Go to a camera store, and you got to go to a camera store. You can't do this online. You got to go to a camera store, look at the cameras, walk past them, go back to the bag department. Find a camera bag that you really like. A bag that says, okay, this isn't too big, it's not too small, feels comfortable, I like this. Take that camera bag, go over to the camera counter, and see what fits inside of it. All right? Because having a good camera bag really makes it, They're laughing in the class, but I think I'm right. Having a good camera bag really makes it. And at that point, whatever fits in there is what you go with. And in this case, sometimes you're forced into those larger camera bags because the lens is so big. But they do have some very nice lenses. They work with another company from Germany. I told you about Leica. Leica is from Germany. Another company called Carl Zeiss. And Carl Zeiss, kind of a competitor to Leica in some general regards. They're an optical manufacturer that specializes in making glass and lenses. And boy, do they make some really good stuff. And so they contract with Sony to make some of their higher end lenses. And so some of the highest end Sony lenses are going to use the Carl Zeiss lenses. And if you see that name, take out your pocketbook because you're going to pay for it, but you're going to get great stuff in return in quality. Another camera company that's been around for quite some time is Fuji. Fuji's always been known for making interesting slightly different cameras than everyone else. And they came out with a camera that has their own lens mount, brand new, different than other people. Like Sony, they went with the 1.5 crop sensor, kind of a medium, larger size sensor. And what they did with this camera is they were kind of going for the Leica crowd. They developed a rangefinder, so they put this rangefinder on here, and I told you that it was a little different. I told you it was a hybrid viewfinder, and here's how it works. Like the Leica, light is going to come straight in so that you can see what the camera is pointed at here. But what's different about it is it also has an electronic viewfinder, has this LCD off to the side here. It brings up this partially silvered mirror so that light bounces this direction. So you can basically flip a switch and go either with the electronic viewfinder or the actual viewfinder and go back and forth. And they can take the optical viewfinder and they can overlay electronic information like your shutter speed and your aperture. And so it's a very interesting visual experience. It's like a heads-up display for a fighter pilot. Some really nice information going on in there. And that, when I first heard about this, I'm like, that's the ticket. That sounds like a great choice in there. And it's got a great viewfinder, and many people very much like it. Now, the Fuji system is relatively small. They started from scratch. It's just them. And Fuji's a little bit smaller company these days. And it's kind of funny. Fuji, if you're watching, why do you still call yourself Fujifilm? And they're making the digital cameras, but another story. Okay, so they got their X Pro 1, which is a really nice camera. And then they came out with the lower priced camera, XE1 here. And what they did is they took off the electronic viewfinder. So, or excuse me, they took off the optical finder, and it's only an electronic viewfinder. So you don't have the optical choice that you do over here. But that's still a pretty good choice because it's got a nice optical viewfinder. Now with Fuji, they're going after the more serious crowd. And so they came out with 3 prime lenses. They've added 1 zoom and another prime. And so for certain people, these lenses are right up their alley for street photographers, for some travel photography. It's a nice experience. And I'm looking forward to more things as they fill out their system. It's still a little bit small when it comes to the collection of lenses right now. But optically, they are very good. And they're kind of the main problem here, as with some of these other mirrorless cameras, is they're not real good for action photography. So be aware of that if you are going to get into the mirrorless cameras. So with the mirrorless cameras, kind of summing them up, they can have anywhere from a small to a large size sensor. You need to check out what model you're looking at. They're going to have interchangeable lenses. You're going to be able to use the LCD on the back. Some of them have an electronic or a rangefinder window. I highly recommend having a camera with a viewfinder. It's going to make life a lot easier in many, many situations. There are exceptions to that, I know, but for most people, having a good viewfinder is an important experience. What's great about these is that they can have some very high quality. And so image quality for most people are going to meet most people's standards depending on what you're doing. They're pretty small in size. So if you want to reduce the weight, I think they're great. I think these cameras are the best cameras for travel photography. If you like to travel a lot, you're going to be able to fit more stuff into less weight in a smaller size bag. And they give you lots of manual controls. Shutter speeds, apertures, ISO, focusing, the whole gamut. You can do all of that with it. On the downside, they're not good for action photography, and there is limited versatility. Actually, I want to jump back to that. So, didn't want to go back there, so we're going to have to be patient as we get this. I clicked twice because my clicker is a little sticky. So back up in our editing room, just take note that people are taking notes when they're going to edit this, so that if you buy the class, you won't see this. Hopefully. All right, so pretty high quality, pretty small size, lots of manual controls. Now I can click. Downside, not good for action photography. So if you have any hopes of doing sports photography, these cameras at this point in time are not great at this. At some point in the future, I am sure that they will get much better, but right now, they're not good at focus tracking. They have limited versatility because there's a limited collection of lenses. It depends on which system you get into. And one of the other downsides is you get this smaller camera that takes not quite as good a picture as the full-on SLR, and it's going to be about the same price. And so they're not saving a lot of money, even though it's gotten quite a bit smaller. So I think this would be a good time to start opening the floodgates to questions.
We're just waiting here going, but there's more to ask
Yes.
before you move on.
Yes, yes. So we will cover the mirrorless and SLRs and point and shoots now.
Okay, cool. I had like 5 highlighted here. Give me 1 second
I've
to
got a
grab
quick one.
Thank you.
Since we're talking about camera bodies, one of the new ones that has come on the market that I think is kind of interesting are the Lytro cameras.
Yeah.
And we are actually had some people in the chat room ask what your thoughts were about those, and if you could probably explain what those are first.
Yeah, there's this new camera coming out. I'm not even sure. How did you pronounce it? I think you may have.
I call it Lytro.
I thought
but
it
it's
was
so new.
Lythro. I don't know.
Let's just go with what you think it is.
Lytro, something like that. And it's a very unusual Apple-esque looking unusual product. And the idea is that it's capturing light in a completely different manner that, well, I'll have to make a diagram for that one. I'll have to illustrate that one. It's doing something different. And what it's doing is it allows you to refocus the image afterwards. And so my hope is that if that was installed in a regular camera, I would have a little slider in Lightroom that would change the focus front to back, and I could fix the focus. That's where it's really, really cool. Now, the way that they're using it right now is more as an interactive web application. So I think they used a case where they photographed 3 different models wearing different clothes, and you could focus on the first model, or the second model, or the third model, and it would change the focus on the other ones, like you were actually turning the lens at the time you were doing it. For right now, it's a gimmick. I mean, I don't want people refocusing my image. I have a specific way that I want them focused when I'm taking it. There might be a gimmicky thing that you want to do that with, but I think for practical photography, you don't want people refocusing your image in general. You are trying to create something and present it to them. For as an application on a website to create an interactive experience, that's fantastic. Being able to fix my hydroplane shots that I screwed up, I would love to be able to do that. That would be a really nice option. So I'd like to see where that technology goes. It holds some promise and could potentially make taking sports pictures and wildlife pictures a whole lot easier.
All right, question from El Costa Rica. About 4/3 and DSLR, beside weight, is there any other advantage on it?
Besides weight? Mm-hmm. Well, with the small cameras, they're lighter weight. Weight and size, that's the big difference. Now, you can get down to some particular things, like this particular OMD camera has the best image stabilization system I have seen in any camera. I've blown away at how steady I could hold this camera under low light. With this 1.4 lens, I was getting not regular, but occasional sharp pictures at 1 full second, which is just unreal. 1 second handheld photographs. I was very consistent at 1/4 of a second, but once in a while, half second, and everyone rates once in a while, 1 second. And so that's just kind of a particular unique feature on this camera at this point in time. The Nikon little 1 series cameras, incredibly fast focusing. They have a little different setup going on their sensor, and they're able to focus just very, very quickly. Now, this camera here, the OMD EM5, worst named camera ever, can focus on static subjects super quickly, very, very quick, but when it comes to action, not so good. So it's good in some regards, not good in other regards.
This is a question from Singapore, from Fashion TV. I literally just had a friend of mine ask me this question the other day. So he's on a limited budget, and they want to know, when you're buying a camera, do you spend more on the camera and go for an average lens, or do you buy a really nice lens and an average camera? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's hard to get away from trying to spend that bulk of the money on the camera. And the camera is definitely very important. I would say that I would rather have more money invested in lenses than cameras. But most beginners just won't, they can't get themselves to do that. It doesn't seem right. And so it's hard for them to do that. And I would much rather have a better lens on a worse camera in most situations. It depends on what you do. If you do sports photography, you need a camera that has the frames per second and the focusing system. You also need a good lens too, so that doesn't help out at all. But in general, most people get pretty weak lenses. With the kit lenses are relatively weak in sharpness. There's a whole section I go into image quality where you can talk, or we'll talk about not image quality, but lens quality. characteristics to look for in a high quality lens versus a low quality lens. And so that's kind of the first step, and I've been there myself. I mean, my first really serious camera cost me $200, and I bought 3 lenses for $200 to go with it, because I just needed the range. I just needed to get all the way from 35 to 200, and I spent all $200 to do that. But I very quickly upgraded those lenses. Question in class?
I'm not sure if it's the right time. It's a lens question. I'm moving from a crop to a full lens. Can I buy a lens, since I can't afford a full frame camera yet? Can I buy a lens that I can use later to a full frame? Can I buy a lens that I can use right now, which I can also use in a full frame later?
Yes, you can. And so with Nikon and Canon, we haven't got to lenses, and that's going to be a great section when we get to that. But they have lenses that work on their small frame cameras. They have lenses that work on their full frame cameras, and there's some that work on both. And generally, kind of the good thing is if you have the smaller frame sensor, in general, you can use all the lenses. Once you step up to full frame, some of those other lenses don't work. And so I had a class the other day of people with a full frame camera, and they had to sell some of the lenses that were specifically designed for their small frame. And so basically when you buy the camera, it depends, we'll talk more about exactly what letters you'll look at. You want to make sure that that lens can be used on both. But with Nikon and Canon, you can get lenses, as well as I should mention Sony as well. You can get lenses that'll work on both the 1.5 or 1.6 crop sensor, as well as the full frame sensor.
All right, now that just spurred a whole lot of questions about lenses.
Well, remember, we're going to have a whole lens section. So let's try to
keep on with the
skirt around
the camera,
most of them if
the camera
you can.
questions. All right.
If it's directly related to camera, well,
and
I'll let you be the
we'll
judge.
come back to those when we come back
Right.
to your, or in the future when you get to lenses. Okay, and somebody was wondering, here it is, ML Star, in your opinion, will the mirrorless cameras eventually replace the DSLRs?
I would have to say yes, they will. And the reason is that the mirror is causing a lot of problems in our camera. We can't see the picture when we take the picture. It's causing vibrations in the camera. It kicks dust around, and dust can more easily get on the sensor. And in some sense, I'd like to get rid of it. However, it is optically the best, most perfect viewing system other than looking straight through the lens. And when we switch to all electronic viewfinders, I'm going to be a little upset because the resolution is not as good in any electronic viewfinder I've seen. This little Olympus has an electronic viewfinder, one of the better ones on the market, and it's okay. We have one of the students has a Sony NE6, and that has one of the best viewfinders on the market, which is okay compared to the viewing experience through a good prism system. But when we get rid of that, we can start taking advantage. We can make smaller cameras. We can add on potentially different types of lenses. We can shoot video while having our eye up to the viewfinder. And ultimately, we are capturing a digital image. And the best way to see the result of a digital image is on a digital screen. And so eventually, that will be a better representation of what you're capturing than looking through the viewfinder. Because when you look through the viewfinder, you have some of the same problems you see with your own eye. Your own eye has its own contrast levels and ways of adjusting that it sees. And so with an electronic viewfinder, it'll be able to mimic the final result of the camera, which is really what we want to be able to do. Is we want to, what are we going to get out of this image and be able to see that right in the viewfinder. So it would be my bet that in 10 years, pretty much all Canons and Nikons will have electronic viewfinders. And I would say it's going to be pretty rare to see a camera with a traditional prism. That's the direction I think things are going.
Question from Mrs. Ortega. Is it better to start with a prime lens or a zoom lens when you're first getting started?
Prime lens, of course, is a lens that doesn't zoom. And for most people, although I love prime lenses, and I'll talk about them at length, I think most people should probably start with a zoom lens. And the reason is you can just cover more focal lengths. And until you dial in exactly what it is that you want to do in the world of photography, zoom lenses are a good general way of covering your bases. If you found out that you really like portrait photography, well, fine, you can go out and get that 85 1.8 lens. But if you're not sure about what you're doing, it's like buying a certain type of bicycle for doing only one thing and you don't know what you're going to do. And so what's going to end up happening for most people, if you're into photography, talk to anybody who's been shooting for a number of years. And Irfan, how many lenses do you have? I'm just going to guess. How many years have you been shooting?
13.
13. Okay. I don't know your income. We actually just met a short time ago. I'm going to guarantee he has at least 3 lenses. And looking at him, I'm going to say he might have 4 or 5.
Okay, well, now I told you before the show, I actually just switched systems.
Right.
And I had 3 or 4 when I was on Nikon, but now I just have 1.
Oh.
So I just bought 150, and actually I couldn't agree more with you. If you're going to start with just one lens, a prime lens is not the one you want to own because it really limits what you can do a lot. You know, I'm constantly running forward and backward to get the shot. And I'm going to sell that lens and actually get a zoom lens. But you were right on. Up until 12 months ago, you would have been
just
right on.
Just because he did the little switch there.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, yeah, I think I'm not a big fan of the kit lenses, but you know they're an inexpensive way to get started. And so I would go with that until you dial in what's important to you and what you really want to do.
Jens has a question that I think a camera you didn't cover on here actually. Are there any waterproof point and shoot cameras you would recommend?
I actually did show a Pentax waterproof camera. And I'm going to mention very briefly in the gadget section about waterproof cameras. But underwater photography is a whole separate world unto itself. And there's, I'll give you what I'm going to tell you later, is that you can buy underwater cameras if you're going to go to someplace and just do some scuba diving, which is fine. You can get what I call very fancy Ziploc bags for putting your cameras in. That can work kind of nicely. And if you're a really serious diver that wants to take great pictures, you get yourself just a good SLR or a mirrorless camera, and you get a housing for it. Now, these housings can cost anywhere from a few hundred to several $1,000s. It depends on how far you want to get into it and the control you want to have. Here in Seattle, we got lots of water, but it's not the type of water that's good for photography. So I haven't even done any underwater photography. Well, no, I had an underwater camera at one point, and I went into a swimming pool once. That was about it. That's my limited experience.
I'm not sure I'd want to get in the water. I wouldn't mind if my camera was in the Seattle water. I don't think I'd want to be in the Seattle water, though.
It's very cold here.
It's very cold, yeah. A question from Pro Photographer. This is actually a question I hear a lot. How important is megapixels on DSLRs and the cameras that you buy?
Megapixels is something that I'm going to go into specifics in the sensor section. And I actually have some very nice demonstrations or examples comparing, for instance, what do you think a 6 megapixel camera looks like compared to a 36 megapixel? All right? I want you to keep that in mind because I'm going to show it to you when we get to the ISO section. And I'll let you know right now, it's not as big a difference as you might expect. And so any current camera today is going to have enough megapixels for what we're going to do. We'll talk lots about megapixels later, but when it comes to megapixels, we're there. We're going to continue going forward and having more and more and more, but we're there when it comes to what we need to take good quality pictures.
Question from Darla. What do you think of the GoPro cameras?
GoPro cameras, haven't used one myself, but I'm very aware of what they are for. And as a still camera, not real good. They're really fun little things for shooting video, and I've seen some great videos, and they can turn out some pretty high quality stuff. And so for anybody who needs a little mount it someplace unusual, like on the collar of your dog or the front of your car, mounting these little cameras are great, but for still pictures, they're highly limited in working with them as a still camera.
Fantastic. Somebody in the chat room was asking if you prefer an optical or an electric viewfinder, or electronic, I should say. Is there one that you prefer, and if you do, why?
In general, I prefer the optical viewfinder in most SLRs because it's the same clarity at which I look at the rest of the world with my eyes. And so it's really, really sharp. So if you have one of these fast prime lenses and it's got really shallow depth of field, you can focus it and really see the effect on it. The electronic viewfinders just don't have the resolution to show you that sharpness. So what they do as a helpful aid is they magnify a small portion of the image so that it's really, really close so that you can kind of tell what you're focusing on. The problem is that you can't see the whole scene. And I kind of struggle with this zooming in and zooming out and zooming in and zooming out. So you're focusing, and so it's a little bit of a troubling area to work with when you're doing that. And so I'm okay with an electronic viewfinder, and I know that we're going to get better viewfinders. And so that's the encouragement in the future, is that this is only going to get better. And optical viewfinders, well, they're as good as they're going to get. There's really no more of them getting better. And just kind of a note with you guys, I'd like to keep going with a few more questions and maybe take our break a few minutes early, because the next section, it's kind of a larger little section.
You always know what I'm thinking. I was just about to ask you that. Okay, great, because we have a lot of more questions. One in particular, Jill 19. Can you talk more about the focal length change in the 4/3 camera?
No.
Can you go?
No.
Okay.
There's a whole special section.
You have a slide for that.
There's a whole sensor section that we're going to be going into, that it's going to be fully detailed with diagrams and arrows and all sorts of descriptions.
This question was from earlier in the day, but I think it's important. I've wondered about this myself. This comes from Arvin27. How do you know your exposure is right when you're looking at the back of a digital camera? Because as you know, the brightness on that can change.
Right.
How can you be sure if your exposure is correct?
Well, we're going to be talking about histograms and how to read histograms.
Thought you might say that.
But I have found that some cameras are easier to tell you got the right exposure. With this Canon 5D Mark III here, it is really accurate. And you can just tell if that is a little too bright, you're too bright. And so it's spot on with what that LCD is, or at least very, very close. The Olympus that I have, not quite as close, and so I want to take a look at the histogram. And the histogram is really the key to this. And what it is, it's a graph that shows you how bright or dark your picture is. And because photographers are very visual people, you can look at this shape and you can immediately know if you know what to look for. And I'm going to show you a bunch of examples of different pictures and different histograms, what to watch out for, and how to make that adjustment. So that's going to be coming up in the exposure section. So that's a little ways out, but we're going to be going through that in high detail. And so I will judge exposure by just going off the back of the camera sometimes, if you have an accurate camera and you know how it reads and you know what those are. So it's, once again, like I said at the beginning of the day, really getting to know your camera, master your camera.
Okay, another question from Sandy K. What exactly does 1.5x or 1.6x mean compared to full frame? Right. A lot of people were kind of confused in that section. Yeah. If you could revisit that.
It's very awkward, and I will apologize for the rest of the photographic community. I sincerely apologize for the confusing terms that are used out there. As I mentioned before, we have a large variety of people in this group, and things establish some very strange standards for some reason. And so the full frame sensor, which is the same as 35, and I'm going to go through this in sensors, but I'll just cover it a little bit right now, are called full frame, a 1x, and the ones that are smaller have a number like 1.5x or 1.6x or 2x, because they are smaller in size and they're magnifying the apparent view of the lens. So you're getting a smaller portion. It looks like you're getting a narrower angle of view, when in actuality, you just have a smaller sensor. If none of that makes sense, hang on, I got it all on screen coming up in another slide. I'm much better at visuals than I am just plain explanations sometimes. But it's just the size of the sensor. The smaller it is, kind of the higher the X factor.
Okay, one last question, and then we will go to break, if that's okay. ML Star, at this point, would there be a disadvantage to putting money into a mirrorless camera with adapter and good lens versus going with one of the mainstream full-frame DSLR?
That's an interesting call there. You are a little bit limited with kind of the adapter type lenses. And there's some interesting options, and if there's something that really fits your need, it's nice. I think the more versatile system is, of course, going with the SLR system. There's just so many more options available to you. and it's better in a wider range of conditions, whether you're doing portrait or landscape or sports type photography. The mirrorless world is kind of, a special segment. I saw an interesting statistic that of the owners of mirrorless cameras, 75% of those owners also owned a DSLR. So what it has to do is it has to do with people like me who've got their full frame camera that like taking their, really good quality pictures, but sometimes it's just too much stuff and they just want to carry something a little bit smaller around, but we want to use all that knowledge that we've gained to take, interesting, distinctive pictures, and we can do that with a smaller camera. And so that's who's buying these. So for pure versatility, it's making a great second camera. I would be hard-pressed to go full mirrorless at this point, dump all my SLR stuff. And I've read some stories from people who've done it, and they say that they like the experience, and they kind of knew what they were getting in for. But it's kind of like, I'm going to get rid of the car, and I'm going to get a motorcycle, all right? And there's advantages and disadvantages with something like that. You got to be prepared and know what you're getting into in that regard. For versatility, you got to stick with the DSLR at this point.
Fantastic. I am that guy. I want a mirrorless, but I have an SLR. If I had to choose between one or the other, I would go with the SLR, but the small lightweightness of those mirrorless cameras is so nice.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. What do you have coming up for us when we get back?
Well, we're going to get into the shutter speeds. Actually, it's one of my favorite sections because we're going to be looking at different shutter speeds and lots of photographs that were taken at very specific shutter speeds for specific reasons.
Fantastic.
Awesome. All right, John, you have a huge thread on Facebook, by the way, of people commenting on this class already this morning.
Excellent.
So I'm just going to pull up a cool, couple of quotes for you. But Angela McHowd from Facebook says, "Oh, please tell me you're going to broadcast this again in the evening. I'm on my way out the door for a photo session, but I so need this."
Nice.
All right, people are on the edge of their seats already today. And let's see, there are just people saying, "I'm already purchasing this class. This is amazing. It's exactly what I need today."
Nice.
So you're answering the internet's questions, all their questions about photography in general today.
Well,
Thank
actually,
you.
I was, during our lunch break, I was quickly jumped on Facebook myself, confirming some friend requests on there. And I was looking at the little, photo of each person, and I started to feel a little guilty. I don't belong up here. Their photos are way too good to be taking a class from me. So there's some great photographers out there. So nice job, everyone.
All right. Well, Macy Wood says, "Gonna have to buy this one. John Gringo rocks."
Cool.
Awesome.
Woo! Well, I just want to say, as someone who's been shooting for 13, 14 years, I'm kind of flummoxed by the amount of knowledge that you have. I mean, the diagrams that you're seeing here on how these cameras are working and all the great tips that John has, it would take you forever, years, I'm sure, that you've spent putting together all this information. And if you were to try to cull this all from the internet, you'd be surfing those forums forever. So I just want to encourage you, if you like what you're seeing here today, you can purchase anytime access to this course, which means you're going to be able to pause it, rewind it, play it whenever you want, download it to your mobile devices. The course price is $149, but if you buy it during the course, you get the live price of $99. So I want to encourage you to do that now before we head to break, because now's a great time, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Welcome back from break, everybody. Before we wrap up the final segment of day 1 of 5 of the fundamentals of digital photography with John Gringo, we have a prize to give away.
That we do. We have a SanDisk 16 gigabyte SD card. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
All right.
I think you're going to have to give it away.
I think so, and that is the beauty of live broadcasting. And sometimes our mics don't work. Okay, so the prize that we are giving away is a SanDisk 16 gigabyte SD card valued at $159. This is an amazing card for your camera. The winner is Jan Mires, and she played on Facebook. The quote is, "Every place can be amazing even if you don't think it will be." And referring to your photo that you took earlier, John, it's regarding the young daughter and son was so fantastic to shoot. Would you let me take him drinking his tea? It's a great moment in Jordan. So great quote. Thank you very much, to SanDisk for the wonderful prize, and congratulations to Jan for winning the very cool prize. All right, John, take it away from here.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, folks, it's time to move on from camera types down into shutter speeds. And here we go. All right, so we need to go back a little bit where we were before. We were talking about how the SLR works. And I have to admit, I did leave out a fairly important section on purpose. All right, so when you look through your viewfinder, this is what you get, right? And you press the shutter release, the mirror needs to come up and out of the way so that light can come back to the sensor back here. But before it gets there, we have the shutter unit. And the shutter unit sometimes is called the shutter curtain. And in the old days, they used to have cloth curtains that would open and close. And nowadays, they're made out of very lightweight metal blades, usually titanium or something like that. And so what happens is on the first curtain, it will drop down to allow light into the sensor. And then when it's done with that exposure, it'll drop the second curtain, because there's two parts, the first curtain and the second curtain. The mirror returns, and then the shutter unit returns back to the starting position. And so this is what happens every time you take a picture. And some of your cameras will shoot at up to 10 frames per second. So that's a lot of movement going on in the camera. Now what's kind of interesting is that the mirrorless cameras have a little different thing going on. So light doesn't have the mirror. It's coming straight back to the sensor. All right, so let's take a closer look. Well, actually, remember, we're looking through the viewfinder up here. Now let's take a closer look at the sensor. And in this case, when you are looking through the viewfinder, light has to be coming back to the sensor. So the shutter is open. So in order for you to take a picture, you have to close the shutter, open the shutter, close the shutter, and then open the shutter again. So you're viewing through the camera right now. The camera needs to close the shutter to get ready for the picture. It then takes the picture, so there's your shutter speed right there, blocks the light off, the picture is done, and this all happens very, very quickly, much more quickly than this is showing you. And then that shutter unit needs to open again so that you can see what's going on. And so in the mirrorless cameras, that shutter unit is working a little bit harder, you might say, because it has to open and close an extra time in there. All right? So that's what's physically going on in your camera. Now, periodically in this class, I'm going to have some quizzes for you at home and for anyone here in the audience. So if you have pen and paper in front of you, get ready. This is actually a practice one, okay? So it's just one question, and here's the question. Of these two numbers, which number is larger? Okay, I see some smirks. I think some people figure they got the right answer. All right, so I'm going to assume everyone got the right answer, but what I want you to think about for a moment, how long did it take you to get to that answer? Pretty quick, huh? It was like instantaneous. You didn't even think about it. Not one of these students, I'll let you know because they may not have seen them at home, not a single student pulled out their iPhone to get an application to figure out which number was larger, okay? These guys are smart. These are really good. Now, the problem with this for many people is that we're going to be talking about shutter speeds. And shutter speeds, as they are listed in your camera, are fractions of a second, but they're not telling you they're fractions. You have to know they are fractions. It's assumed that you know. So in this case, 1/8 of a second is a smaller amount of time than 1/2. So in this case, 2 is the bigger number, 8 is the smaller number when it comes to fractions. So let's take a look at the shutter speeds that are available in most cameras today. They're going to go anywhere from 8,000th of a second down to 30 seconds. And so this is the list from top to bottom, the fastest shutter speed all the way down to the longest shutter speeds. Now there's a few cameras that might even be able to go a little bit further than this. So let's start off really simple. Okay, right here we have 1 second. And how do I know it's 1 second? It's got the little double hash mark after it. That means it's full second. Everything above this is a fraction. The fraction's not listed. It's assumed that you know that. So 1 second, nice and simple. All right, next up, 2 seconds. All right, when we go from 1 second to 2 seconds, we are clearly doubling the amount of time, and we are doubling the amount of light. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off in this case. So this is what we call a full stop of light. In photography, we have certain increments we like to move in and talk about. And when we talk about moving a stop of light, it's to double or cut in half. So it can be either direction. We can let in a stop more or a stop less of light. So it's a term that you'll hear as we go on in this class. So when we go from 1 to 2 seconds, we're doubling the amount of light coming in the camera. Cameras will have longer shutter speeds. You'll have 4 seconds and onward to whatever shutter speed your camera might have. Now if we go the other direction to a 1/2 second, And I'll let you know right now that half seconds look a little strange on some cameras, especially Canon's. With Nikon, they give it a 2, as in 1/2. Canon calls it 0, kind of 0.5, as in 0.5 of a second. They both mean a half second. And so if we do go from 1 second to a half second, we've moved a full stop of light, and we're letting in half as much light because it's half as much time. It's a linear scale like that. And we'll just go on up the scale with different shutter speeds. A 60th, pretty normal shutter speed. An 8,000th of a second would be a really fast shutter speed. Now, if you do change your shutter speeds on your camera, you'll probably notice that you can get some other stops in between. These are called third stops because occasionally we like to be really, really precise about where we set our shutter speeds. And I'm not going to list these just because the numbers get to be a little too much to handle, but they're there and there's nothing wrong with using those third stops on the shutter speeds as well. If you have your camera in manual or shutter priority and you're moving back and forth on the dials looking at your different shutter speeds, one of the other things that you'll notice is that if you go all the way down to 30 and maybe beyond 30, some of you will have something called bulb, which is a long time exposure. And actually, John Cornicello brought in a true bulb cable release over here. He's got a 5x7 camera. Hopefully some cameras somewhere can catch me. He's got this big old 5x7 camera, and it was triggered in those days by a bulb cable release. And so the way these would work is that this is an air bulb, and as you squeeze this, it would push the cable out. And so as long as you leave your finger or your hand on the bulb, it leaves the cable pushed out. So on your camera, the bulb setting, as long as you leave your finger on the shutter release, the camera's shutter will stay open. So if you wanted to keep your shutter open for 60 seconds, you would press down on that shutter for 60 seconds. In theory, that's a really bad practice though, because you'd probably be moving and jiggling the camera, which is why you get a cable release and you can lock it in electronically. So if you want to do nighttime photography, really dark stuff where you leave the shutter open for a long period of time, you would want to get a cable release and put your camera in the bulb mode. Now I do a fair bit of nighttime photography and I don't use this very often at all. Every great once in a while. Most of the time I limit my nighttime exposures to about 30 seconds. The problem is that the sensors on the cameras don't respond well to being left on for long periods of time. There's a lot of heat buildup and you get a lot of noise. So not too often that you'll actually need this, but it's nice to know what it does and when you can use it. All right. So with our shutter speeds, we are going to be talking about time and motion. How fast does a particular action happen, and how much motion is happening in that particular time? And what we're going to do is we're just simply going to look at a bunch of photographic examples at different shutter speeds. And what we're going to do is we're going to start right at the very top fastest shutter speed. And in reality, I was looking through my Lightroom catalog of all my photographs of examples at 1/8,000th of a second, and I didn't have anything good to show. I just don't normally shoot at 8,000th of a second, as it is the case with most people, I believe. This, I had to go out and create something, so I just basically photographed a water dropping into my water bottle and bouncing out. It happens very, very quick, water moving in that fast. And so very rarely will you ever need 8,000th of a second. All right, somebody was asking about the hummingbird shots and what shutter speed we use. Now this is at 4,000th of a second, and notice the tips of these wings, like even this little something on there on the end, little feather there. Very, very sharp in this case. Now what's interesting is the next picture, also at 4,000th of a second, and also of the same hummingbird, is blurry. All right, now it's blurry because the wing on a hummingbird, when it goes all the way in the back, it kind of slows down to come back forward. And then in the middle of the stroke, it's moving faster. So you have to think about how fast is the wing moving at that given moment in time. Because in the previous picture, it wasn't moving as fast. Now, if I wanted to get a sharp picture of it right here, I would need a faster shutter speed. And judging by how much blur is there, I don't think 8,000th of a second would do it. I think something, it would have to be it'd probably have to be 2 or 3 steps faster. Moving down to 2,000th of a second. Now in this case, lots of birds in here because they show movement very well. We have the wingtips are perfectly sharp, you can see here. 2,000th of a second is fast enough to stop this bird's wings because this is a much larger bird and its wings don't move nearly as fast. How about another flying object, this time a dog? All right, 2,000th of a second, more than enough to stop the dog, but also enough to capture the little water droplets in the air. See how you can see those little droplets? They're not streaks of light. You need a very fast shutter speed to stop water moving in the air. Dealing a lot with flight here, a penguin in flight, a very short flight. So penguin jumping into the water, 1,000th of a second does a good job freezing the motion. These 1,000th of a second shutter speeds are very fast. Not going to use them on a day-to-day basis, only in action photography. Image that we saw earlier was taken at 1,000th of a second, so stopping that human motion very, very clearly. The feet, the hands, the hair, all the details are very, very sharp. I'll give you a few shutter speeds that I think are critical and kind of maybe a little bit more important than other ones. And the first one is 500th of a second. 500th is important because it's very good at stopping fast human action. So anytime you're photographing people doing things like sports, dance, any sort of action, 500th is generally the slowest shutter speed that you can use to really freeze the action. And so sports photographers generally will do everything that they can to avoid going below 500th of a second because it does a pretty good job at freezing action. Now, look at this picture, and I want you to theoretically think about a scenario. If we were to use a faster shutter speed, would these dancers be more frozen in the air? Can you be more frozen? All right, no. If we had chosen 1,000th of a second, or 2,000, or 4, or 8,000th of a second, the picture really wouldn't look any different. Because once you're frozen, all right? And so when it comes to shooting sports and shooting action where you want a fast shutter speed, what you want to try to be able to figure out is what shutter speed will get the job done, and you don't really need to go much beyond it. And so if for a situation like this, I would say I can do it at 500th, I might like to be at 1,000th, but I'm not going to set 2,000, 4, or 8,000. And the reason I'm not going to do that is that if I set 8,000th of a second, that's a shorter amount of time. I'm letting in less light. That means I'm going to have to let in more light somewhere else down the road, either with my ISO or my aperture. And you'll see why that's a very challenging thing if you stay tuned into the class. And so I want to do just enough to do the job properly. 500th of a second with the great blue heron doesn't stop the wings in motion because those wings are moving faster than most human movement. And so we also have to address the issue of, well, do we like the blur or do we dislike the blur? I kind of like this blur. There's good blur, there's bad blur. I kind of like it. But it's not fast enough to stop that action. We would have to go back up to around 2,000th of a second to stop that bird's motion. Another picture that we saw earlier, 2/50th of a second has done a pretty good job stopping the action, but we do start to see some blurriness. Notice in the feet down here, we're getting blurriness. In these wooden mallets, we're also getting blurriness here. And personally, I kind of like it because it shows the action, really makes it very, very clear. Now, the reason I said 500th works very good for action photography and 2/50th is not so good is this is a good example. If we take a close look here, you can see her face is not really sharp. It's starting to get a little bit soft, and sports photographers don't like soft faces. They don't want that little bit of softness. That's not good. So my thinking is maybe the lens didn't focus properly, but I can see down here on the foot that it's nice and sharp and in focus, but her face is just kind of moving up and down more than the foot is, and that's why it's a little bit blurry. So I try to avoid shooting these type of images at 2/50th of a second. Now, the little boy here, he's not as fast as the girl in the last shot, and so 2/50th does a pretty good job stopping his action. What is kind of interesting is the stick he's holding has a little bit of blur in front of it, and the tire he's pushing around is kind of blurry in some areas, and then it's got this poof of dust up here that's kind of frozen in the air. And that's one of the things about photographs that are kind of interesting, is a mix of things that are in focus and things that are a little bit blurry due to movement. And so our eyes kind of will bounce around those different segments and find that interesting. Now, if you were writing your list down yourself, this is where I would kind of draw a line and say, okay, now we're officially getting out of the faster shutter speeds. And so we're getting in more to the regular, everyday shutter speeds. So some camels walking in the desert, 125th of a second, does a pretty good job at stopping the motion. 125th of a second, is a terrible shutter speed for shooting runners, for shooting any sorts of sports. Fast human action, it's just this soft blurriness that's just really irritating to look at. And it's not that we just absolutely have to have a faster shutter speed, because you're going to see some slower shutter speeds that also work, but in a completely different way. Saw this picture from India earlier, 60th of a second. Now another key shutter speed is 60 because it stops casual human movement. And so these people kind of milling about down here, not really blurry at all. A 60th of a second was a reasonable enough shutter speed to stop their action. These monks in Bhutan are quite sharp. There's a little bit of softness if you look very carefully. They're doing a very slow dance move. And so it's a pretty casual move that they're doing. So 60th, it was getting kind of dark out, and I was just really on the ragged edge of getting the exposure. And it was nice that I could use a 60th of a second, because I really couldn't afford to go up to 125th of a second in this case. And we're going to draw another line here and start getting into the slower shutter speeds. A 30th of a second. Here's where you're going to start to see a lot more blurriness in photographs, hopefully good blurriness. In this case, we have a dancer. You can see their yellow garment up at the top of the frame starting to blur, and blur somewhat differently according to how much that little piece of garment is moving at that moment in time. And of course, the bells on the ankles are starting to get blurry because that's moving around quite a bit. So here's another running shot, but this time at a 30th of a second, and looking much better than the shot at 125th of a second. And the reason it's better is because the background is even blurrier. It's not just a little blurry, it's really blurry. And the face is noticeably sharper. It's not perfect, but it's noticeably sharper than everything else around. So there's a place, an anchor for your eye to go and rest and say, okay, something is normal in this photograph. And that's comfortable for your eyes to look at then. Getting down to a 15th of a second. This is a really good shutter speed if you like to do these blurry action shots where there's a lot blurry, but there's a little bit in focus. And so this is a technique called panning, and I'm going to talk more about this later in the composition section. But basically, I'm keeping the subject in the frame, and I'm just moving the camera with the subject. And I'll take one or two pictures as they come past, and I'm going to get a whole bunch of terrible pictures, and occasionally I get a nice one. There's a lot of hit and miss when it comes to this panning type. But 15th of a second is a good starting place for doing that type of work. In this case, you know, I don't know that there's anything in focus in this picture, but I kind of like it. Just the mix-up of slow colors or colors flowing around, moving around. I think it works quite nice at a 15th of a second. It might be hard for many of you to believe, but I was attacked by a shark while kayaking on Lake Washington, a freshwater lake here in Seattle. Or it could be a buoy. And so I did another little trick at a 15th of a second. It's a cheesy photo 101 trick, but feel free to use it. And that is I zoomed the lens while I was taking the picture. And that kind of created this radial motion. But what you can actually really take away from this is that if you are attacked by a shark, I highly recommend 1/15th of a second. It'll make it seem way more exciting. Down to 1/8 of a second. Okay, in this series of pictures, this is the first picture I've taken with a tripod. And so these flowers are a little bit blurry here because they're blowing around in the wind. This is the challenge of shooting flowers, is that all these flowers are blowing around in the wind. But these flowers are blurrier than these. And the reason is because they're closer to me, they're bigger on the frame, they're moving across more pixels. And so it's kind of a relative motion. How much is something moving? Well, they're all moving the same amount. But these are moving relatively more than the ones in the background because they're filling up so many more pixels. So you have to be aware of what shutter speed you need. Kind of depends on how big they are in the frame. We're reaching the very limit of what I can handhold in a panning shot. We're down at 1/8 of a second. Back in Jordan, the horse carts, nice slow shutter speed. Get a little bit of sharpness in here so that your eye has a place to go and rest and know that things are normal. But lots of other chaos going on, which is that fun mix of chaos and order. This is another picture taken on a tripod. You can see the bridge down here at the bottom, nice and sharp. And the people are just walking at a normal pace. So this is how much blurriness you're going to get at 1/8 of a second. Shutter speeds for fireworks can vary quite a bit. and it depends on a lot of other factors. A quarter of a second is not a bad place to get started. The problem with really long shutter speeds is that you have multiple bursts, one over the other, and then they start glowing and they get too bright. And so you don't want too long a shutter speed, but you want long enough to get a little bit of the streaks of the fireworks in there. And so using these slow shutter speeds, you just have to start thinking about the world in a new way. You've got to start looking at things that are moving and ask yourself, what's that going to look like if I use a slow shutter speed? It doesn't mean that every picture has to be blurry. This is a barred owl here in Seattle, and it's nice and sharp because it held still for a quarter of a second. My camera was on a tripod, and I was very careful not to bump the camera while I took the picture. And so you can get very sharp pictures, but you have to be careful about how you take the picture and when you take it. I got a number of pictures of this bird blurry when it was moving its head back and forth, but I waited for it to look directly at me and took the picture then. So we're down at a half second, pretty slow shutter speed. Most of the rest of these, I think all the rest of these, are going to be with a tripod. So we can see the penguins moving around. How much they're going to move just depends on how much they move during that given half second. When I do a half second exposure like this, I'm not just going to take one shot. I'll probably take 3, 4, 5 shots because each of them will be a little different, and there'll be one that'll be a little bit better or more interesting than the others. Now we're going to start looking at more pictures with water. And this is where you start getting to that fun look with water streaming out, cotton candy, kind of that foggy look. So waiting for a wave to crash over some rocks, waterfalls, rivers, and things like that. Half second. In this case, we're going to see some more of these in here in a little bit. Here's a 1 second exposure. And so I was under a very dark situation. This is in India once again. Can you stand steady for 1 second? Well, some of these guys can. It just kind of depends. And so 1 second can still be used to photograph people if they're standing still. Once again, we're going back to our water here. Water flowing around with very slow shutter speeds. Our Multnomah Falls down in Oregon with a 2 second exposure. This picture kind of looks a little weird. It kind of looks like our lake is frozen over, but it's actually just a slow shutter speed which kind of smoothed out the waves that were on the lake at the time. 4 second exposure. Another 4 second exposure, and this is a good one for showing relative motion. Now these are people walking in on this pathway right here, and you'll notice they're much sharper up at the top of the frame than they are down at the bottom of the frame. Think about why that is. The angle of view here, they're moving across many more pixels on screen, and up here they're not moving relatively as much. So this is relative motion again. What shutter speed do you need to stop someone walking? Well, up here, 4 seconds does an okay job doing it because of the angle of view and where you are. Down here, 4 seconds doesn't do a good job at stopping action at all. So when somebody says, what shutter speed do I need for this? Well, I need to know some more things. What angle of view, what lens are you using, how much you're filling the frame. So there's some variables to play with in here. Our library again in Seattle, 8 second exposure. Notice the flags waving in the wind. A little bit of movement in the clouds up here. But if you want to do nighttime exposures, 8 seconds is a pretty common length of time to have a shutter open. Now this is called light painting. And so what I did is I took a light and I just wrote my name in the night sky like this. And because I'm not good enough to write my name backwards, because if I did, I'd have to do something like that. I have bad enough penmanship. What I did is I held the flashlight backwards in my hand, so the flashlight was pointing this direction, and I was writing with the back end of the flashlight. It was a lot easier to work with. But this is called light painting, and you can either use the light as your subject, or you could light something else, a rock or a person or anything else. But that's a lot of fun to do. Nighttime exposure here in Monument Valley. Hopefully you can see the stars up here. This is a 15-second exposure. The mittens down here are being illuminated by moonlight. And obviously going to need a tripod for doing that. 15 seconds, pretty common exposure when you're shooting in the middle of the night like that. The penguins, ghostly penguins. 15-second exposure. This was well before sunrise. It was just really, really dark. Some of the penguins are moving around, jumping out into the water. Other ones are just kind of standing around. down to the longest shutter speed for most people, 30 seconds, down on the Oregon coast. Waves crashing in on the rocky beach here. And it looks very misty because the water's flowing in and out and in and out. And it's always fun to shoot these things because you never know exactly what you're going to get. You saw this picture earlier of Seattle, and this is a 30-second exposure. It's another good example of using light painting, using the car headlamps in order to get the shot. And so that's all of our shutter speeds. So hopefully you have a better idea of where shutter speeds should be pushed or should be placed and used for different types of things. And since that was so much fun, let's do it again. But we're going to go back up to 2,000th of a second, and we're going to stay locked on a rock in the river. And this is a good example because I think for anything that moves, there's going to be a fast shutter speed that stops the action. And there'll be a number of shutter speeds that you could use that are very fast to stop the action. Now in this particular case, 2/50th of a second, it's starting to lose some of its sharpness. And personally, the worst experience would be to go to the dentist and have this photograph on the wall. You would not want to look at a slightly out of focus picture. And so if you wanted to stop the motion, probably 1,000th of a second would do a better job at this. But anything that moves is going to go through an area of uncomfortable blurriness. And so as we get to slower shutter speeds, you'll notice it starts becoming a little bit more of an enjoyable photo to look at. It's much better here at a 15th, and it's starting to break out of its awkward blurriness. And as we go to slower shutter speeds, well, frankly, I just like it the slower and slower shutter speeds that we use here. And my favorite is all the way down at 1 full second. And I think that that's where it looks its best. And so without moving the camera, by just adjusting and choosing different shutter speeds, we can have very, very different results. And so one of the things you just want to think about is how much of a shutter speed do I need to stop the action, and what's that going to look like with a slower shutter speed. This might be a good time to check for some questions on specific shutter speed questions.
We do have questions on
And
shutter
I
speeds.
know what one of the questions are going to be, and so one of my answers, I guarantee you, is going to be the next slide.
Perfect. All right, well, I'll bring up the first question from Sam Cox in Loveland, Colorado. John, at what shutter speed do you really need to be on a tripod? Does IS or VR let you go handheld much slower?
The next slide.
Get out.
Really? I'll be talking about that on the next slide.
Perfect.
Here's one from the appropriately titled Newbie 11. How does one figure out what shutter speed to start with?
Well, I would say that you need to get out there and practice. And I don't know that I've mentioned this, and I think Kate's working upstairs on this, but we are going to have, for anyone who purchases a copy of the class, and for anyone who comes to the class, I'll bring it tomorrow, but I have a set of 8 learning projects, and they're kind of a step-by-step procedure on what to do. And if you don't buy the class, you could just go do it on your own. And that is to go out and shoot something that's moving at various different shutter speeds, kind of like I did here, just so that you have practice doing it yourself. And so you're not going to know other than by experience. And so this is, once again, getting to know what you do. And you should be able to walk into any situation and go, I got a pretty good guess at the shutter speed. Just what I did right there should give you a head start, all right, so that it puts you in the ballpark. And with a little bit more experience, you'll be able to nail it even more spot on.
All right, since you didn't ask Sam's first question or answer it, I'll
Yeah.
have another one from him to finish that up. When a DSLR is in recording in movie mode, the shutter isn't involved, correct?
Generally true. You do have some shutter speeds available. We're not going to get in the video, but I will go as far to say when you do shoot video, most people are shooting video at around 30 frames per second. If you're shooting 30 frames a second, you can't be shooting at really slow shutter speeds like 1/8 of a second, because you can't fit 30 of those into 1 second. And so most people who shoot video prefer to shoot at around 1/50th of a second for a variety of reasons. One of it is that it very well mimics the way we see the world. And so most people who shoot video just lock in the shutter speed at around 1/50th of a second, and then they control the exposure with aperture and ISO. which means the domain of shutter speeds remains among still photographers. This is our holy grail. This is what we have against all other art forms, is we get to capture moments, and we get to choose those moments. And I said before, that's my favorite thing about photography, is capturing moments. And this is what's unique about still pictures compared to video or anything else.
Question from Lucky13. Where does John focus when he begins to use longer shutter speeds? I was actually wondering this too. So if the whole thing is going to have some blurry elements to it, how do you decide where your focus point is going to be?
I don't know. Let's see. The middle of the range, probably. I think there's different types of blurriness. I don't have a slide for this, but someday I'll have a slide to help identify the types of blurriness, because there's blurriness because the subject moved, blurriness because you moved, blurriness because your camera didn't focus in the right spot. And I think potentially if you don't focus in the right spot, you'll be able to see that with the motion. Like if you can think remember those prayer flags that were kind of strewn all over the place, blowing in the wind? If I had just focused on something 1 foot in front of the camera, it wouldn't have looked right in some way, would be my guess. And so focus towards the middle of the range. Now when you get into this, those who know, in order to get those really slow shutter speeds, we're going to have to stop our aperture down to like f16 or 22, and everything's going to be in focus anyway. So in some ways it's kind of a moot point, but in general, to start with, somewhere in the middle.
All right, a question from Jenny Mann from Nebraska. First of all, thank you so much for this. It's awesome. And the question is, as a wedding photographer, many brides and grooms like sparklers at the end of the night. What would you recommend using at a shutter speed for that? Like, what's a good starting point? And I think this is also a couple questions I saw in the chat rooms about like 4th of July sparklers, New Year's Eve. A lot of people like to capture those moments still with people.
Well, it depends on the ambient light. Now, did they say that the wedding was at night or nighttime?
They did not, but I assume most people using sparklers.
If it's done in the nighttime, then you could potentially play around with doing some long exposures, like a 4-second exposure. I mean, okay, I'm not a wedding photographer, and I know this sounds probably really cheesy, but you could have both the new husband and wife do a half of a heart, and do that with 2 sparklers, and that would come out in a 4-second exposure. And so you could do some other funny things like that. If it's more dusk or daylight, you're going to be more limited by the fact that there's too much light, and you may be stuck at a 60th of a second where they wouldn't look that interesting. I think a sparkler would look really interesting at 1, 2, 4, 5 seconds, things like that. We have a question in class we'll jump to.
Sure.
Yeah, this is one of my dangerous question.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you probably will touch this later on, but when I'm shooting somebody and half of him is on a shade and the other part is in the sunlight, the motion seems to be clearer on the lighter end of the, when he's doing the same motion, it seems like it's not the blur, the shadow part is blurrier than the lighted side.
That seems strange that you're able to photograph. I don't completely understand the question, because it sounds like the person is half split with sunlight and shade. And I would try to avoid that situation.
Okay,
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, but I would try to shoot them either in the shade or in the sun. And if you need a faster shutter speed, there'll be more light in the sun for sure. But if you want to bring in a photograph tomorrow, I'll take a look at it, because I'd like to see that.
Okay, it's an action. It's a taekwondo move, and so he happens to be one guy happens to be in the sun coming in, and the other guy beside him is not in the lighted area, and they're doing the same motion.
Wow.
And yet, is that my dangerous thing that it's just in my eyes, or?
I'm not sure, but I think you've succeeded. You may win a prize for stumping the teacher. I don't know on that one. I don't know. And I'll leave it at that. If I don't know, folks, I'll tell you I don't know. So maybe you can show me the photograph and I'll be able to figure it out.
Does a light have
Yeah.
an effect on the blur?
Does light have effect on the blur? Potentially. It depends on the shutter speed that's being used.
Do you want to keep going, or?
Let's do a few more questions.
Okay, great. Jen Author from New Jersey asked, do you use a neutral density filter on those longer shutter speeds during the daylight shots on like the river and stuff?
Oh, some people are so tricky and smart, they may find out my secrets. I have used some neutral density. Actually, I just got some neutral density filters relatively a short time ago and started using them, and we'll be talking about those specifically in the gadget section. So yes, I have used them. They can be helpful. Not in the way that most people think in some ways, and so I might have some surprising things to say about them at that point in time.
Okay.
So stay tuned.
Plant Pro Video is wondering, does the size of a sensor affect the necessary shutter speeds? For example, is 1 second different on a full frame versus 1 second on a 1.6?
No, shutter speeds are going to be exactly the same. And so they're the same.
Okay.
That's easy.
Great. Thanks.
Maybe one more, and
Sure.
we can move on. Okay, this one is from Brianna McKendrick. At what shutter speed can the camera detect shake from the pressing of the shutter? Would it change with lighter versus heavier lenses?
I really hate to do this to you guys, but
You're going to
there's
talk
a
about
slide
this
for
later,
that.
There's a slide for
okay.
that.
There's a slide for that.
Okay, great.
All right, so we'll continue on. All right, so remember what we're going to talk about? We're going to talk about hand holding the camera. What's the safe shutter speed for hand holding the camera? And so there's kind of an old rule of thumb that works pretty good. It's not perfect. And so the rule of thumb is 1 over the focal length of the lens. So if you have a 100mm lens, you would want to have roughly 1/100th of a second. So it's a pretty simple scenario. Just look at the focal length of your lens, and that would be it. Now, with different size sensors, it's thrown this calculation off a little bit. To keep things simple, it's about right. With all of these rules of thumbs, you have to see how well they work for you. And so if you were to think about your shutter speed list over on the left there, a pretty common lens is a 70 to 200 lens. You're going to want to be at somewhere around a 60th to 250th of a second, depending on where your lens is zoomed in that case. For the good old traditional 50mm lens, around a 60th of a second is the common shutter speed. And if you're going to use a really wide angle lens, like a 14mm lens, you could hand hold it at around a 15th of a second. Now, the big exception for all of these comes with a stabilization system. Each of the companies has their own trademark name they use for these, but Canon uses image stabilization, Nikon uses vibration reduction. And with these, they enable you to hand hold the camera at slower shutter speeds. What's going on in the lens is that there's a couple of lenses that work on a pitch and yaw system, and they have a motion sensor that senses your motion, and they do exactly the opposite thing that you do. And so if you had a case where, let's say, you needed a 200mm lens, and for whatever reason, we won't get into it now, 1/60th of a second is where you were going to shoot the picture at. You get a picture that would be pretty blurry because most people cannot handhold a 200mm lens at a 60th of a second. If we employ stabilization of some sort, my guess is that you're going to be able to get a nice sharp picture. Now, different lenses will have different stabilization systems, and they are good to different degrees. In many cases, and now in some of the older or original stabilized lenses, they could help you out by 2 stops. So if you would normally need a 200th of a second, you could go down to 100th and down to 50. So 2-stop stabilization would be okay for this. Many cameras, or many lenses I should say, can now do 3 or 4-stop stabilization. You have to look at the particular lens that you have to see how good it is. There's maybe some data on it. They usually don't put things on the lens. They don't put anything in the instruction manual. You usually have to go look at the literature about when it was introduced and when it was released. Now, one of the unusual things is that if you use a tripod, you are supposed to turn stabilization off, whether you own a Nikon or own a Canon. And the problem is that those little lenses that I spoke about a moment ago, they're moving around in the lens. And when the camera is rock solid on a tripod, you don't want anything moving around. And so you got to turn this off. And then you got to remember to turn it on. And so it is important because I have accidentally left it on and ended up with slightly blurry photos. It's trying to correct for a problem that's not there. So, got all our shutter speeds. And there's a lot of great types of pictures that you can take handheld. A lot of fast shutter speed stuff, everything around 60th of a second or faster, very good for handheld photography. And I know there's a lot of people, especially new photographers, are reluctant to buy into the whole tripod thing. They don't want to be that type of photographer. But if you don't use a tripod, you're giving up a huge portion of what we do in photography. It's one of the great capabilities of the camera, and you're just giving it up because you don't want to carry the tripod around. And I understand, I like to travel light and fast, but there's some very cool things that you can do with a tripod. First and foremost, it allows you to shoot under very low light conditions. And there's some great photographs in low light conditions. So we're going to talk about tripods in more depth in the gadget section, but just a little bit to get you going right now. Main reason is to prevent blur due to camera movement. So we're using these because we can't hold the camera steady enough. It's also going to enable us to shoot with very great depth of field. I'm going to have some examples for that for you in a moment. Actually, that might be in a little bit later class. It enables precise composition. You can really think about where you want to lock things off. You can get that horizon level just perfect. It slows you down and going to make you be more thoughtful. And I think in many cases, that's to your benefit, to be more thoughtful about what you're doing. And if you refuse to use a tripod, that's totally fine. There's just a whole lot of pictures that you're not going to be able to take. I know for myself, I would never be able to hand hold a camera for 15 seconds in order to get this shot. And if you're willing to use these shutter speeds, 30 seconds to get this because it's very low light levels. 10 full seconds. Even though it's in the middle of the day and I have more than enough light to get the shot, I'm choosing a 1-second exposure, partly because I want to see the blurriness of this prayer wheel spinning. I like that blurred motion. I call that good blur. And even pictures you might think are just, oh, quick snapshots are actually shots set up on a tripod. And if you are on a tripod, it is nice to have the cable release so that you can fire the shutter exactly when you want. Sometimes it's a little bit of a hassle to get out of the camera bag, so what you can use is the 2-second self-timer on your camera. It's a good shortcut for not using the cable release. Okay, so we're going to do a real-life quiz right now. So if you're in the classroom, find a little bit of blank paper and write down 1, 2, 3, 4. And for those of you at home, you can do the same. We're going to have to kill some time, so we're going to chit-chat here in a moment. And so here's the question. I want you to pick a good shutter speed for these 4 scenarios. Number 1, stopping the motion of a runner in a marathon race. Number 2, blurring moving water. Number 3, hand-holding a 50mm lens. And number 4, I always like to make a little bit more challenging, hand-holding a 300mm lens with 2-stop stabilization. So I'm going to give you guys just a minute for that and think about it, because I'm going to ask you to answer this question in a moment. Maybe you can ask me a question and we'll just take one question or two right now.
Sure, yeah. Let's start with this one. Here we go. So this is Rohit, and he's asking, are there any tripods that you can recommend that would do a good job at holding the camera attached like a pole, but would also be able to support like, you know, a heavier DSLR with a lens attached? Right. They might want to look at a company called GorillaPod. They make some interesting devices that can kind of wrap around poles. And I believe Velbon has some Velcro ones that you can strap to poles. And if you want to get really serious, Manfrotto makes lighting equipment, and they make devices called super clamps and magic arms. And so there's some lighting departments that have special gadgets that can, like if you wanted to clamp a heavy camera onto a rail at a stadium, for instance, to mount a camera, there's devices for that. So there's some good stuff out there. That's Great. Some good starting points.
All right, and your comment about having a shutter, a manual shutter.
Cable release?
Yeah, shutter release spurred a lot of conversation as well, because people are wondering, well, thanks, CL is wondering, how about wireless timers? What do you think about wireless and wired transmitters? And does it matter? Is there a delay in wireless?
We'll get a little bit more into that, into the gadget bag. I'm not a big fan of the little $20 wireless remotes, because you have to have them pointed exactly in the right area, and they don't seem to be really sure in their shutter firing. They're cheap, inexpensive way of doing it, and so I kind of prefer the official cable release. It just tends to be more consistent in its working. Okay, we're going to check back in, and hopefully people at home have come up with their own answers, and be prepared to pass that microphone around. So get ready. I'm going to take a volunteer. Who would like to answer the first question? You're going to stop the motion of a runner in a marathon race. Who's volunteering? Okay.
1/500th of a second.
1/500th of a second is what I would pick as well. They're moving pretty quick. We could choose 1,000th of a second if we weren't sure if they were really moving quick in there. But 500th would be a great starting point for that. Okay, let's get somebody else to answer the next one. How about blurring some moving water? So you got a waterfall or something like that. Somebody with a microphone.
30?
30? So 1/30th of a second?
Yeah.
Maybe somebody else has a...
Maybe 2 seconds?
What's that?
2 seconds?
2 seconds? 2 seconds would do a pretty good job. 1 second would be a good, kind of my starting point. But I think 2 seconds is, you get a gold star for the answer. Okay, you're going to get another try on the next one maybe. But something around a half second, 1 second, 2 seconds. I've shot 10-second pictures. And so right in there is a good place to try for that. All right, hand holding a 50mm lens. Anyone?
Well, depends if it has image stabilization. So if it doesn't, just 1/60th and
Okay,
or
we'll assume I didn't say
1/50th.
anything about stabilization. So 1/60th is perfect. Tell the folks at home how you got that answer.
Just 1 divided over the focal length.
1 over the focal length of the lens. Perfect. Very easy to do. Okay, so the last one's a little bit tricky here. Who thinks they got the right answer here? So we got a 300mm lens with 2 stops stabilization. Anybody in the audience?
I think it's 1/60th.
1/60th. And answer is 1/60th of a second. Very good. Tell the folks at home how you got that answer. How did you figure it out?
Taking it down 2 stops, 300 takes you down to 150, then down to 75, which is pretty close to 60.
Right, right. So the way that I did the math is a 300mm lens is pretty close to 2/50th of a second, which is kind of the same thing, and then go down to 125 and 60 because it's got 2 stops stabilization.
Right.
Which all the lenses that I know of with stabilization have at least 2 stops. Some of the newer ones are 3, and some of the very latest ones are 4 stops. And whatever the manufacturers claim their lens can do, it's probably 1 less. And as I mentioned before, if you do buy this class, there's a download called Learning Projects. And one of the learning projects is there's a step-by-step procedure in there to go out there and practice hand-holding a lens at different shutter speeds to figure out how steady you can hand-hold a camera. And what happens with most people like myself is that you'll work down the list and they'll be like sharp, 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 sharp. And then, well, sometimes they're sharp, sometimes they're blurry. And you get down low enough, they're all blurry. And so you got to kind of know where that gray area is where you can't handle the camera consistently. And so in some of those cases, which for me might be around a 15th or a 30th of a second, I'll take several pictures. And I'll shoot 4 or 5 pictures, and one of them will be better than the other. And there's other techniques you can use. You can lean up against something to help steady yourself so that you have better contact with walls and pillars or something like that. So this is a good time for taking questions on, clearing up all the final questions on shutters. We have question in class.
I do have one question. It's a little bit more related to the vibration reduction, though.
Sure.
How bad a practice is it to forget to turn off the vibration reduction after throwing the lens in your bag?
That's not really a big deal at all because your camera shuts down usually after 6 to 10 seconds, and it will shut down the vibration system as well.
Oh, really? Okay.
I haven't heard of that causing a problem.
Okay.
I could see from a mechanical standpoint that the lenses potentially could be moved, but I don't know this for sure, so I'm pure speculation. But I think they go kind of into a lockdown mode, would be my guess, because when I click the shutter release halfway down and the camera turns on, I can kind of hear it all coming to life.
Okay, back to the water thing.
Yeah.
30 seconds, right?
30 seconds might be kind of interesting.
That's what I had in my notes was 30 seconds for that smooth. It's not really blurry.
30
but
seconds
it's
was
more
the shot of Seattle with the car lights. And so I needed
Okay.
30 seconds for those cars to move far enough. 30 seconds is a pretty long time for doing water movement.
So
You
not
don't-
the cotton candy look.
Yeah,
no.
the cotton candy effect really looks pretty good around a second.
Okay.
And sometimes I will like to do it up to 10 seconds, but the difference between 10 and 30 is hardly noticeable. You get to a point of diminishing returns.
Okay.
All right, well, we got some questions about long exposures. The first one was one that came up earlier today, and the person was asking, is there a certain length of time that you can keep your shutter open before you have to worry about your sensor getting damaged or just introducing a lot of like awful noise into your photo, and how do you deal with that?
Right, yeah, I mentioned that a little bit briefly. And so if you leave your shutter open for a long period of time, the problem is the sensor heats up, and that heat is going to cause a noise problem with the pixels. And so we'll talk more about noise when we get to sensors and so forth. But it depends on the camera. I have found that the very limit of what my cameras can do is about 5 minutes. And it's a little on the ragged edge then. Back in the days of film, I used to leave a shutter open for 4 to 6 to 8 hours, which was a cool thing, but it was just a piece of film sitting in there absorbing light. And so for most people, you can clearly do 30-second exposures. You can try a couple of minutes, but beyond more than a few minutes, you're going to start encountering some problems. Now, I haven't heard of anyone damaging their camera. One of the other issues is that while your camera's on, there's kind of sucking down a lot of power. And so it's going to go through batteries pretty quickly if you're doing 3-minute exposures. Question in class.
So that shot you had of the bicycle at nighttime, that was a film?
That was with film. Yeah.
I
I got a few film shots in here. I like film. I just don't shoot it right now.
Awesome. Ed Storm 80 is wondering, I see a lot of people taking photos of people at night at weddings without a tripod. How are they doing that?
There's a good chance that they're using flash, and flash will overcome a lot of problems and you'll start a whole new slew of problems in that as well. But what we're going to be doing in the next class in section 3 is we're going to be talking about how the ISO works. And so one of the options is to bump up the ISO, set a higher ISO, and capture your image. Now, you're not getting as clean and as perfect of an image, but for subjects that are moving, it is sometimes the best choice in a situation like that. Because even if you could use a tripod, which is not very convenient to do at a wedding, the people are moving around. And so it doesn't do you any good if your camera's rock solid steady and they're all moving around and there's a slow shutter speed. So stay tuned, we'll get that one figured out.
Fantastic. Several people have had questions about image stabilization. We've been talking in stops, and I think maybe they're getting confused with the terminology. Can you explain what it means to get 2 stops, better correction with image stabilization?
Yeah, back at the beginning of the shutter speed section, we talked a little bit about it, but anytime you are doubling the amount of light or cutting the light in half, so a double or cut in half, that's considered a stop of light. The terminology comes from the aperture and the f number and the f stop on the lens. And so when we opened up a stop on the aperture or we closed down a stop, it meant that we were either doubling or cutting in half. And we've kind of taken that terminology and we use it to exposure in general. We might be opening up a stop, we might be closing a stop. You might need a shutter speed that's 1 stop faster or 1 stop slower. So you hear this stops a lot. And it's just the increments we're moving in. And so 2 stops means 2 sets of shutter speeds, essentially. 2 of the full shutter speeds, or 2 stops on the aperture. Hopefully that helps.
All right, Rose Brooklyn is wondering, how does lens focal length come into play for comfortable handheld shutter speed?
So the focal length plays a great deal because the rule of thumb is 1 over the focal length. And so if you have a 500 millimeter lens, the slowest shutter speed that you can use is 1/500th of a second. And so you really want to know what type of lens you're using before you try to figure out what shutter speed you need to use.
You've touched on this a little bit already, but some people had questions about image quality when you're using image stabilization. Do you have any, does using those stabilization systems affect the sharpness of your image at all? I mean, even if you are just hand-holding the image?
In general, I would say no. For most people who have a camera, they're hand-holding the camera, I tell them just leave the stabilization on. That's what I do. It sucks up a little bit of battery power. It's not necessary in certain types of photography, but one of the things I like is that it kind of steadies my view in the viewfinder. I can compose my images more precisely. Someone had a question earlier about cropping. This helps me get in exactly what I want in the shot, and so I'll leave it in there. And as far as the overall sharpness, you shouldn't see a difference between stabilization on or off as far as total overall image quality. But for most people, I think it's better to leave it on when you're off the tripod and turn it off when you're on the tripod.
All right, one more question before
Sure.
moving on. All right, the internet wants to know, John, what is the lowest shutter speed that you have handheld at?
Well, thanks to the little Olympus OMD camera, I have done a 1 second exposure. Although I think my proudest slow shutter speed is when I had a Nikon 80-400 at 400 millimeters, and I handheld a shot at 1/15 of a second of an owl in a tree. And I had the camera kind of braced on my knees. I was squatting down, and so a 400 millimeter lens at a 1/15 of a second. That was my best moment, I think.
That's pretty excellent.
All right, we shall continue. We're going to move on to a section. It's kind of a grab bag of assorted things, and I hate to throw it in on the first day, but let's get this stuff out of the way. All right. First up, file types. All right, this is that whole JPEG versus RAW thing. So if that's what you're interested in, tune in. All right, your camera, when it takes a picture, can write one of two different types of files. There are a few cameras out there that can write a third type. We're not going to get into it. But the two options are JPEG and RAW. So over here on JPEG, the camera starts off with the original information from the sensor. That's good. And then it goes through something called processing. That's not so good. This is where the camera will attribute a color space. It's going to give it a white balance. It's going to go through some sharpening. The camera's going to add how much ever saturation it thinks you need, and the same thing with contrast. So the camera is in control of a lot of the development of your photograph here. After that, it goes through compression. And this is where it takes the file size and it starts throwing away data that it doesn't think that it needs in order to reduce the file size so that you can get more pictures on a memory card and more pictures on your hard drive. Now, imagine a case where you have a blue sky and it goes from light blue to kind of medium blue. And each pixel is just a slightly different shade of blue. We throw it through some compression, and now rather than 6 individual colors of blue, we've reduced it down to 3. That's going to save a bunch of data, and our file size is going to be smaller. We can compress it even more and maybe go down just to 2 shades of blue. Not as good of information. This is something that photographers don't like, but if you're trying to save space, it's a way that you can do it that's not really noticeable. You throw a picture up on Facebook that's 200 pixels across, that's pretty small in size, nobody's going to notice that. You want to make a nice looking print, you might want that information. So when you shoot the JPEG, then you end up with this very convenient JPEG image. Put it up to Flickr, email it to your friends, very easy to deal with. Small, easy file sizes, very common, all the computers will deal with it. PCs, Macs, everybody deals with it, no problem. Now, over here on RAW, it starts with the original data from the sensor. After that, it does need to go through this RAW converter so that it actually makes a digital format of it. Figure out what white balance your camera is set to, and we're going to talk about this in a moment. But this is removable. You can fix this later on without any damage to your photograph. And at the end of this process, you get what we call a RAW image. Now, Canon has their own name for it. They call it a CR2. Canon RAW 2, second version of it. Nikon calls it a Nikon electronic format file. So you might see a .nef at the end of your files. Now you got this RAW photo that's, at least for me, it's too big to upload to my website. I can't email it to anybody. Even if I could, they wouldn't be able to read it because they don't have the software to read it. So the downside with all of these RAWs is that you need software to look or work with these images. The camera will come with software from whatever manufacturer you buy the camera that you can look at those RAW images. And frankly, very few people I know are satisfied with this type of software. It's usually just a little clunky. And so the predominant piece of software on the market is Adobe Lightroom. I know more people who are using this than everything else combined. It's the main choice for dealing with importing images, categorizing them, keywording them, doing little bits of editing and cropping and lighting and darkening and adjusting your images in many different ways. So it's a great program. Photoshop, still very popular, a very good image manipulation program. And these programs, among many others, will deal with RAW software. So if you're going to shoot RAW images, You're going to get the best quality images, but you got to have your game in place. You got to be ready for this. And so for some people, I say just be shooting RAW right now. And so either shoot RAW now or plan on shooting RAW in the near future. So get your software, learn how to use Lightroom. It's not the most intuitive program in the world, but once you get in past the initial stage, it's fantastic. One of the things that's nice about this is that I can just think of a photograph that I want to find, and in 10 seconds I can find it just by going through a couple of clicks. So this is the advantage with RAW. Over on the JPEGs, we have processed and compressed data. Let's replace JPEG with food. Do you like your food processed and compressed? Because that's kind of what's happening over here. We get the small file sizes, and at one point in time, small file sizes were great because memory cards were super expensive. And nowadays, they're relatively cheap. And so that's not really an issue anymore. Variable compression settings, it's an option you have in the JPEG. It's not that big a deal. The fact that they can be read on all computers is a very, very handy practical feature about these. The downside that photographers really hate is that we're throwing data away. And if you're serious about what you're doing, you don't want to throw data away. And there's limited corrections that you can do later. And that is throwing limitations on a photographer, and that's what we don't like. So over here on the RAW, unprocessed original data. Think raw food, raw vegetables, good for you. All right? Going to contain all the image data, full tonal range, adjustable in post-processing. The big downside is the larger file size, so you're going to have to buy slightly larger memory cards, and that's not really that big a deal because you can get a 32 gigabyte card, well, for under $100, $50. I've seen them down even below that. And it can't be read by some software. That's kind of a bugger here. So you got to get your software game in place. You got to get the right software, get something that you're happy working with. Highly recommend Adobe Lightroom. It's very, very good. It's what a lot of other people are using. And so there's a lot of knowledge out there. There's classes on it. Creative Live has classes on Lightroom, and very good program. So I highly recommend shooting RAW. Now, can I visually show you the difference? It's challenging, but let me show you. All right, so in this case, I got an image from the Slot Canyons. And this is very close to what you would see on the back of your camera. And we can see that there's some shadow areas that are lost in the shadows and some bright areas that are lost in the brights. And you can see in blue and in red our clipped highlights and our clipped darks. If I shoot a JPEG image, I can go into Photoshop or Lightroom and I can adjust the lights and the darks so that what I call resurrect some of that data. So you can see how I've saved some of the black data here. I've pulled out some of the information in the details. I haven't really saved too much, but I've saved a little bit in the highlights. If you shoot a raw image, you're going to be able to go in and resurrect a lot more of that data because it hasn't been thrown away. So in this case, it's a little hard to see on this physical screen in here, but you might be able to see it better even at home. You can see there's a little bit of shadow data in here. And so if I was to print a picture, I would have detail. It wouldn't be just all blocked up, pure black image in this case. And also recovering most of the highlights as well. And so if you mess up the exposure a little bit, you can actually save it here. And so that's one of the main reasons that I shoot RAW, is I'm getting the original data. Now, one of the things with Adobe Lightroom as well as other programs is that they periodically go in to figure out, they have a processor in there that reads the original raw image, and they figure out a new formula for reading old raw images. So, an image that I shot 5 years ago in RAW, they have a new formula to get a little bit more oomph out of that photograph. And so if you shot JPEG, yeah, you're out of luck because you've thrown away that data. And photographers don't like to throw away data. So I highly encourage shooting RAW if you can. Now in the back of your camera, if for now or you need to shoot JPEG, there is often options for choosing the size of JPEG. Usually it's something like small, medium, and large. And this has to do with how many pixels you are using. And in virtually every single case, you're going to want to be shooting large JPEG. And I will have to admit, while I shoot RAW most of the time, I do shoot JPEG for some special projects where I don't need the raw image. But I do want to shoot in the largest quality setting because I want to be able to crop in if necessary. I want to have a lot of data to work with. JPEG will also have a variable compression setting. And this goes by different terminology in different cameras. If you have a Nikon camera, you might see something like fine, normal, and basic. You would want fine quality. That would be the highest quality. Canon has these little jaggedy edges for the lower quality compression and the smooth edge up here for the higher quality. So you always want to be recording in the highest quality possible. Now, if you do want to shoot in RAW, with some cameras, you can do this, not all cameras, you can shoot different size RAWs. So like with this Canon camera here, we can shoot a full-size RAW or we could shoot a small RAW. If you knew that you didn't need a good enlargement, a big size enlargement, but you wanted all the color data, all the light information, you could shoot a small size. So if you were going to shoot for, say, a catalog, and you knew your picture wasn't going to be any bigger than a 3x5 or 4x6 print, you could shoot small RAW and not waste quite as much space, but you have all the color detail and accuracy that you could go back and fix that image. But for most people, they're going to be shooting in the large RAW setting. Another option is that you can shoot in RAW plus JPEG at exactly the same time. So what happens in this case is that you take one picture, you're going to end up with two files, one JPEG, one RAW. I don't recommend this except for special situations. A special situation might be if you are asked to photograph your friend's wedding. All right? Now they want really high quality photographs, so you're going to shoot RAW images for them. But they said, you know what? Could you do a slideshow at the reception of all the pictures you took during the wedding? And you're thinking, wow, I'm going to shoot like 300 or 400 images, and then I got to download and process the raw images. That's going to take me an hour, 2 hours. I'm not going to have time for that. That would be a perfect scenario for shooting JPEG plus RAW. Keep the RAWs for the final prints. Use the JPEGs in the quick slideshow at the reception. When you're done with the slideshow, you can throw away the JPEGs if you want. But that would be a special circumstance where you'd shoot both at the same time. For most people, it's just unnecessary because once you have a RAW image, you can create a JPEG anytime you want. Is there any questions that are really pertinent to file types? Because I would imagine there's questions on that, and I'm going to start moving away from that, so I'll check in real quick with you guys.
One quick one. Dave from Seattle says or asks, is the RAW file format a standard among different camera manufacturers?
Good question. No, it is not. And so Canon's RAW formula, and that might be the best term, is formula or magic potion, is different than Nikon's. And one of the things that is infuriating and frustrating is if you go out and you buy yourself a new camera, that camera is a little different than the previous camera you owned. And I remember at one point, I was happily just plugging along, and I went out and I got a new camera. And all of a sudden, Photoshop wouldn't work with this RAW. So I went and I upgraded Photoshop. But I couldn't upgrade my Photoshop because my operating system, my hardware, wouldn't handle that version of Photoshop. So I had to go get a new operating system for my computer so that I could get new software so I could use the new RAW. And so it causes this chain reaction. And the short story of it is you do need to keep your software fairly up to date. You can't be running 8-year-old software on your computer in order to do this. And so not only is Nikon different than Canon, but the Canon 5D Mark II and the 5D Mark III are slightly different in amongst themselves.
Great.
Question in the classroom.
How is TIFF format different from RAW, TIFF?
TIFF, yeah, that's a format that most people would use in Photoshop. And so TIFF is a very high quality format where they're not throwing away any data, but it's more of a standardized format. And there are some cameras that you can shoot straight to TIFF, and they are very large in file size. If, for instance, you had an image that was just a fantastic image that you shot in RAW, and a big magazine, let's say National Geographic, said, we'd love to use your photograph on the cover, you need to send us a super high quality image, they would probably say, send us a TIFF image, because that's a common format among different types of computers. And that way you could take your RAW image, you could crop it into the nice perfect yellow border of the cover of National Geographic, and do your little tweaks, and then save that as a RAW image, or save that as a TIFF image. So TIFF would be a higher quality image than JPEG.
But is it larger in file size?
It's going to be
than RAW?
larger in file size. It's
Than
going to
RAW?
use, yes. Oh, well, compared to RAW?
Yeah.
It's pretty close in size. It can vary a little bit depending on some other factors. So it's about the same size.
Is there a reason why all camera manufacturers just don't agree on a format, or don't use TIFF if it's been around for a while?
Why don't all the camera manufacturers have the same lens mount? They want to keep their own little in-house system. I think they live in their own little universe, and they think everything revolves around them. There was a very strong program by Adobe, located here in Seattle, to get a system, and I'm forgetting it off the top of my head. What's the proprietary? Why am I D&G, thank you. Digital negative. Wow, shows my ignorance. They had a program called D&G, Digital Negative, and it's an open source platform. Anyone can use it, and it's just available to everyone. Just use it as the new digital negative. And so far, Leica has adopted it, and that's it. And you'll see it once in a while when you use the Lightroom software as one of the options on how to deal with your photographs. And some people switch it over to that because they think it might have longer term more stability because more companies have access to it. But everyone's just very proprietary and cautionary about their little special formula. They don't want to let anyone else know what their special formula is.
All right, we have just a little over 20 minutes before the end, so
Then we
we're going to
better
let you
moving through the
roll
final
with
ends
it.
here. We don't have too many more, only about 20 more slides or so.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so we're talking about storing images. Well, we've got to talk about memory cards a little bit. I'm not going to go into the basics. You know about buying different memory cards. The two most common cards are compact flash and SD cards. And from what I can see on the marketplace, it looks like CF cards are slowly disappearing. SD cards got started in point-and-shoot cameras, and they've been kind of working their way up the system from entry level to middle level, and now they're on the pretty advanced cameras as well. So the only thing that they're not in right now is the top of the line cameras. And so there's a few cameras out that take one of each, which is what I have right now, which is really nice because I'm done buying CF cards. I'm only going to buy SD cards because that's what the newer cameras are generally taking. So we're in a bit of a changeover mode. One of the numbers that a lot of people aren't too sure about is the speed on the card. And the speed of the card is indicating how fast you can write information to the card and how fast you can pull information off. And so the two times this is critical is when you're shooting fast action, shooting a lot of pictures at any one time. So if you shoot sports, you want to have a faster speed card. The other time it's important is when you're downloading your images. So if you work for a news agency and you are trying to download your pictures as quickly as possible to your computer, having a faster card will speed that process up. Might cut it in half, might cut it in 1/4, depends on the scenario. Now the new SD cards have this other little extra symbol right here. This one's labeled as a 10, and this is the card classification. And this has to do with video writing speed. Video is very demanding on these cameras because a constant stream of data is needing to be recorded. And these go very logically from 2 to 10 and then very illogically starting back again at 1. This is called the new UHS class, and it's the fastest of the group. And so if you shoot a lot of video, you want to have a class 6 or higher card. 6, 8, 10 are all great for video. If you have a UHS class 1, that's a very fast card. Nice to have. Be aware if you're going to buy a card and it seems really, really cheap, check the speed of the card out, and you may want to choose to get something a little bit faster. I think you don't need to overbuy here. You don't need to spend 3 times the money on a card that's a little bit faster unless you are actively shooting sports and downloading very, very quickly to the card, to your computer. Continuing on about the memory cards. When you store pictures on a memory card, they are stored in a folder in another folder. When you're done shooting those pictures, you download them to your computer, and then you'll go in and you'll delete them, most likely. And that deletes them, but that also creates a new folder. And those new pictures are put in that new folder. And you delete those pictures, and you shoot again. And now you have another folder. And you do this enough, you're going to end up with what are essentially called ghost folders. They're little bits of file data left on your memory card. And it's much better to format your memory card. Look in your memory system, and somewhere in there is a format option. And what that does, be careful, don't do it right now. It's going to delete all your pictures. And it's going to reformat the card and establish a clean line of communication with the camera. This is a standard procedure for a serious photographer. Before they go out on a new shoot, They check what's in the camera, they make sure it's downloaded from the previous shoot, they reformat the camera. I do it on a regular basis before I go out and shoot every time. If you do this, it'll keep the card clear of digital clutter, and you want to keep it nice and clean. And so I highly recommend formatting your card on a regular basis. All right, next up. When you shoot pictures from your memory card, it sends the data to an image processor on your camera. And here it turns it into a RAW or a JPEG format. And in the early days of digital, what it did is it sent the information straight to the memory card. And if you remember the early days of digital, it was really slow to write the images. And you couldn't take another picture until that picture was recorded. Okay, then we'll take another picture, and now you have to wait and wait and wait. And it was a very slow process. And they knew that they couldn't make this pipeline fast enough. They knew they couldn't make the memory card fast enough anytime soon. So they said, forget about this whole thing. What we're going to do is we're going to send all the information to a RAM memory buffer, kind of like you have on your computer, but it's even faster. So now when you shoot pictures, you're going to send the images into the RAM memory, and it can accept a whole bunch of pictures very, very, very quickly. Now they're going to come over and get written to the memory card when and where they can. But the nice thing is that you can shoot a burst of pictures at any one time. Now there is a limit to how many pictures that you can do with this. And for those of you in the classroom here, if you have your camera with you, pick up your camera, look through your camera, and notice down in the bottom right-hand corner of information how many pictures you have left. Now you might need to press halfway down, especially those with Nikons. A lot of Nikons in here today. So look through the viewfinder and just kind of call out. I'll repeat the number, so don't worry about not having a microphone. What sort of number do you have in there?
12.
12. So we have, and does it say R12? R12. That's kind of a Nikon thing. So he has 12 pictures he can get into the RAM memory buffer before it fills up. So his camera would go click, 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 click 12 times, and then it would click, click, click. It would slow down because it's trying to stuff those images into the memory card. And so what you kind of want to be aware of on your camera is how many pictures can I shoot right away if you do sports? Because if you have 12 pictures available and you're shooting a football game and the quarterback goes back to throw a long bomb pass, you don't want to use all 12 pictures right there because you're not going to have anything when somebody catches the ball. And so you have to kind of be aware of that. So sports shooters will often shoot in short bursts and try to let the camera recover as quickly as possible. So it's a strategy if you're shooting sports. Speaking of sports, the drive mode is something that we talked about earlier. Now this goes by different names, and it has all different sorts of buttons and dials on different cameras. And this controls what happens when you press down on the shutter release. Do you take one single shot, or does the camera just keep firing pictures off? Most of the time my camera is in single shot. I want to take one shot and just one shot at a time. I want to be very deliberate about my shooting. But when I shoot sports, some cameras will have a regular speed motor drive and a high speed motor drive. Some of the really nice sports cameras will shoot at 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 frames a second. A lot of cameras are more around 3 frames per second. And within this same area, you're likely also to find the self-timer mode. And so if you want to get in the picture yourself, you get your 10-second self-timer. We talked about the 2-second self-timer before, and that's really handy when you don't want to get the cable release out. You got the camera on a tripod, you press down with the 2-second self-timer, get your hands off the tripod, vibrations settle out, and the camera's rock solid steady after 2 seconds. And some of your cameras have the option of getting a wireless remote control. But in order for you to trigger the camera, you have to turn that mode on, which is usually associated with one of the self-timer modes. All right, moving on. Color space. Color space is the range of color that can either be seen or be recorded. This is a pretty good representation of what you can see with your own eyes. Your camera will often come set, and when it shoots to JPEG, it's come set to sRGB. But when you shoot RAW, you're going to be shooting in a much larger color gamut, and one of the other options you can switch in your camera is switch it to Adobe RGB, which is a larger color gamut. And there's a little bit of dispute. Oh, if you want to go into the forums on the internet, you can see people arguing back and forth on this. But I recommend Adobe RGB because it's a larger color gamut. We can always reduce it later. The only downside to shooting Adobe RGB is that a lot of the world that we deal in, like the internet, is sRGB, at least right now. But I have a feeling, I'm going to place a good bet that technology is going to get better in the future, and I would like to collect as much data in the camera right now as possible. On the concept of color, talk about white balance here. So there's obviously different types of light coming from the sun, light coming from a candle, different powers of light, but it's also different colors of light. You want to be aware of the color of light. And so sunlight is very clean and pure in its light. A light bulb or a flame is going to be very orange in color, and that's going to affect the color of your photographs. So we have the ability to change the white balance on our camera, and it works on this Kelvin scale that goes from 2,000 to 10,000 degrees. It goes from basically red to blue, and it's, if you want to get geeky about it, it's the color of metal when it gets really hot. And so white hot is pretty hot, but actually blue hot is even more hot. And so your camera is going to have 3 different settings for natural daylight that are just slightly different. Shade is when you have a gigantic blue reflector above you, the blue sky. It's going to be a little bit bluish. For artificial light sources, we'll have things like incandescent, also known as tungsten light sources. If you've ever taken pictures in your living room, you've probably gotten some very, very orange pictures because the light source is orange. If you want to correct for that, put your camera in the incandescent white balance mode and it will correct and fix those orange pictures. But when you go back outside, you better switch it over to cloudy. Now this was all a very inconvenient thing to me when I switched from film to digital because I wasn't used to this. I shot daylight balanced film and that's just the way it was. And this was a whole other thing that I didn't want to worry about setting. So we do have some other options. Okay, if you're really smart and you know the Kelvin temperature, does anyone happen to know the Kelvin temperature in here right now? Just wondering. Guessing at 55,000 because we do actually have some lights and we've kind of got things fairly corrected in here. And so Kelvin temperature, if you happen to know the number, you could just manually set it and be there. And let's say you sold little eBay stuff at home and you always put it on your dining room table and you had the same lamp on it. You could figure out what that is through some trial and error and set your camera to the exact white balance so that it's showing the true colors of what that object is. Another option is called either custom or preset. It might have some other names with different manufacturers, but this is what Nikon and Canon call it. And in this case, what you would do is you would photograph a white sheet of paper and the camera would figure out what the problem was with the light source. And it would then correct for it in subsequent photos. Now you do need to go in and set this up properly in your camera, but you'd either have to look at the instructions or take a look at one of my classes on the cameras to go more in detail on that. But it's one of the capabilities in most cameras. And then the final option is auto white balance. Now you might guess me as a person who doesn't much care for auto, and that's true. But in this case, I think auto white balance does a pretty good job. And this is what I choose most of the time when I shoot pictures. And here's the reason why I choose auto white balance. Number one, it does a pretty good job. It's mostly where I want it to be. Secondly, I mostly shoot raw images, and I can always fix white balance at some point later if I shot a raw image. For example, if I get a wacky blue picture because my camera totally screwed up the white balance, over here in, this is from Lightroom. Lightroom has this little slider here, and if I can just move that little temperature slider, I can fix the blue-yellow tint on this. And I've done no damage to the photograph at all. We also have a green and magenta tint that I can adjust if necessary. And so I really don't need to worry about things if I shoot things in RAW. It's another reason why I really like shooting RAW. And so for most people, the white balance strategy that I recommend is a little bit on the lazy side. It's set auto white balance, and when you see a problem, change it. Now you could be a little bit more proactive, and if you know you're getting into a tungsten environment, change it. And sometimes I will do that because I want to get good results right away. I always like to get results in the back of the camera that are as close to the final results that I want as possible. So if I'm working in a room with fluorescent lights, there's a good chance that I might change it to fluorescent lights so that the results I see on the back of the camera are pretty true to life. A couple of other minor things and then we'll finish up with questions. Your camera records the date and time. You should go in and make sure that you have the correct time and date set. Be aware that most of your cameras, most of them, there's a few exceptions, don't have wireless capabilities and don't know how to pick up what the correct date and time is. And so you need to reset this at daylight savings time changes or anytime you travel to a new time zone. And this is a really great way of retracing your steps and figuring out what you shot and when, because it's attributed to every photograph you take. Firmware. Firmware is the software that runs your camera. And at the time your camera was made, Nikon, Canon, Sony, Pentax, whoever, put the best software that they had onto your camera. And there's a good chance that after 6 months of use, they found a bug in the software. And rather than you sending your camera back to Japan, you can go to the appropriate website, look up your camera, and find out if you have the most current firmware, which is the software that operates your camera. Quite frequently, especially on the middle to the higher end cameras, they'll come out with a new firmware every 6 months or 12 months. Once a camera is discontinued, they generally don't do it anymore. But I know on one of the cameras that I've owned, they came out with probably as many as 8 to 10 firmware adjustments during the life of that camera. And in one case, they gave me brand new features for free that I didn't have when I bought the camera. So there's nothing wrong with going back and downloading it. The general idea is that you go to the website, you download the firmware, you copy it over onto a memory card, you put the memory card in your camera, come in here to firmware version, and it will ask you to update the firmware. It'll take a couple of minutes. There's more information in your instruction manual and at your manufacturer's website. Your camera also has dozens, if not up to 100 or more custom functions. These are special little functions that you get to go in and really customize and tweak the camera the way you want it to work. Once again, I said you really should be the master of your camera, and so getting in and adjusting these is a good thing to do. If you take one of my Fast Start classes, I go through the entire custom functions in the camera, give you recommendations on how to set it, and part of those classes is a little PDF with all the recommendations on how to set these custom functions in your camera. Whew, a lot of little stuff on the camera. So that's it on the camra. How are we doing with questions?
That's a lot of information.
I don't think anybody has questions, do they? Can we go home early now?
So I think you covered everything, John. No, there are always questions from the internet.
Well, we'll take a few.
Okay, sounds good.
Actually, I have a question, if you don't mind. And
oh, you're going to butt in front of everyone else.
Well, you know, hey, there's some perks to this job.
I think giving you a hard time.
Answer some questions that other people have, though, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Asking about, we're talking about white balance. You mentioned the custom white balance setting. You know, like you can use gray cards. You were mentioning using a white piece of paper when you want to set those to a custom setting.
Right.
Is there one that's better than the other? Can you just use any white object, any gray object? Like, how do you go about determining what to use?
The idea is that you're doing your test shot. What you end up doing is you end up taking a photograph. You want to make sure that your object that you're photographing doesn't have color. Okay, so it's somewhere between white and gray. You technically could go to black, but it becomes difficult to deal with because of exposure reasons. So most people will shoot either white or gray. And there are even special lens caps which get, very well corrected, but there's a lot of different ways of doing it. But a white piece of paper, now you got to be careful because how many different shades of white do we have? All right, and so are you shooting, is that truly a white envelope or is it a little bit manila look to it? So make sure it is as pure to white as possible. Now, just kind of thinking about that, there are some people who will intentionally shoot a piece of paper that isn't quite white because it will have kind of a counterbalance effect and it gives them a little bit warmer look or a cooler look that they want in a photograph. And so by all means, do a little testing with what you want to get out of it.
So you're saying as long as something is devoid of color, like either a white wall, concrete wall even,
yeah,
you can just snap a picture of it. It doesn't really matter the shade of like the gray you're taking a picture of.
No. The tonality of it, which is lightness to darkness, that doesn't matter. It's just free of color. Now a cement wall, that could have all sorts of impurities in it. And so that's why the white piece of paper is the most common thing.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
There are actually, I believe, some camera bags out there that are neutral gray.
On the insides, right? Or on the outside?
On the outside, so you can shoot a picture of the camera bag.
Oh, interesting.
Very cool. All right,
lens
a
logging.
question from Eduardo. Is there a limit to how many times you can format a card?
No. Well, they say that a card has an estimated lifespan, I believe, of like 100,000 formats. So that's a long time. Even if you format your card every day. So no, there's no real limit, but I mean, cards will eventually wear out. Chances are that you'll either lose or break the card before it wears out if it doesn't have a problem.
I've lost so many cards, John. You have no
Really?
idea. Nice cards. Like
Oh,
really fast
geez.
write cards are always the
Yeah.
ones that seem to disappear.
They're so small, they're easy to
They
lose.
are so small, and they keep making them smaller and
Yeah.
smaller, which I think is a marketing strategy. We can talk about that after the show. You mentioned this actually just a moment ago. Brandon S. had a question about it. Have you ever used those white balance lens caps, and how effective are they?
I have not used the white balance lens caps. It depends on what you're doing in photography. If you're working for The Gap and they sell khaki pants and they have 14 different shades of khaki and they need to have exactly the right color khaki in the catalog, that's where you would want to be absolutely 100% on. With the photography that I do, I want it to look nice. And I will adjust it later if I need to in Lightroom to what I think somewhere between what it looked like and what looks nice. And so it's just my interpretation of what looks good. If you really want to be truly accurate, and this is where product photographers or potentially architectural photographers really need to be precise because they're representing things for their business. In that case, you may need to get a little bit more precise about it. And so it depends on what you're doing with your photographs and how important 100% accurate color is.
All right, John, we can go. We have pages of questions, but it is towards the end of the day, so I think we're towards the end. I want to say thank you so much for sharing your vast amount of information and knowledge with us, because the internet is lighting up with just creativity out there, and people are saying, can you rewind that already? Is there a website? On your website, do you have a chart where I can practice those shutter speeds and give us challenges? Everyone is just absolutely lit up and on fire for this course.
Cool.
So thank you
Good to
so
hear.
much. Thank you. And thank you guys out there on the internet for joining us today. We love all the questions you are bringing us. Please bring more tomorrow when we come back. But just join me right now in a huge Creative Live global applause for John Gringo. All right, what do you have in store for us tomorrow?
Let's see, we're going to be talking about sensors tomorrow, and I think it's kind of interesting. It's good to know about all the different options because there's more and more options out there tomorrow. So we're going to be talking about sensors. Let me check my notes here. And then lenses. So tomorrow's going to be a good day.
Right.
We got a lot of good stuff, a lot of good technical stuff, clearing up a lot of the questions that I've been kind of postponing. And so as we get more into the class, I'll less be putting off questions and so forth. So sensors and lenses, the big topics for tomorrow.
Fantastic. I want to read you a couple of quotes that we got from our chat rooms. This is David Pascua. Really enjoying this workshop, John. There is always something to learn, glean, and apply every time I watch your workshop. So he's obviously seen a couple of them already.
Good, cool.
Mrs. Ortega, this workshop has been such a great resource to establish a solid foundation to work from in the vast world of photography, which I really agree with. There's the slides, especially, like the animated slides, those reach 1,000 words, and he's just been showing those off left and right. Thanks, John, for doing all the legwork for us and for sharing your vast knowledge in a format that is easy to grasp for a novice like me.
Sweet. Good deal.
All right. That kind of says it all. I think everybody who's watching this right now, this is the fundamentals of digital photography. So it doesn't matter if you haven't even bought your first camera and you're looking into buying your very first camera, or if you have been shooting for 13 years like Erfan and have different cameras and you have like
I'm a little higher up here, but then there's John like way up here.
And then there's John. Doesn't matter where you are in your photography career, this is the class for you because you're going to pick up so much information that you didn't already know about, and it is also going to help you refine your skills as a photographer and give you new challenges of what to sharpen in your toolbox. So this is probably the course for almost any photographer out there, so I really highly recommend just hitting that buy now button and grabbing this course for just $99. We're only at day one, We still have 4 more days to go, so you know how much great information is coming to you this week. All right, and also remember that there is a bonus when you purchase John's course. You do get a PDF of all of his slides, so all of this gorgeous material that you see, you would have it at your fingertips with the purchase of the course. And the other last thing I wanted to say was that this week during this live event, all of John Gringo's courses are on sale. So normally they're $49. All of his DSLR Fast Start courses are normally $49. This week during this live event, they are $39, and we should have a slide coming up to show you which courses that is, or those are. And also you'll be seeing he has a couple more Fast Starts coming your way. He hears that there's new cameras out, and he will be answering all your questions on the new Nikon D600 and Canon 6D. So right now they are on the course page or on the calendar. So go right now and enroll for those classes, so you get all the information ahead of time.
Well, speaking of the calendar, Lorraine, we have some other upcoming courses people might be interested in. So we have a 3-day course with Tamara Lackey on how to learn how to feel better and live a better life every single day. And we're going to have Tamara Lackey, as I mentioned, and then several other ultra-talented experts. That's going to be March 20th through the 22nd. You're going to rediscover you in your life, and you're going to learn how to significantly boost your energy and keep it up all day, refine what fast foods mean, and find self-motivational fitness techniques that actually work, and master stress to feel calmer everywhere you go. So like I said, that's going to be March 20th through the 22nd. Go to the calendar page and sign up for Tamara Lackey's course. Why not do it right now?
That's easy.
Workshop's over. Now is a great time. And we'll be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. for day 2 of the Fundamentals of Digital Photography with John Gringo. And we will see you then. That's a wrap.